Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs. It was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands. He's going to be the guy to make contact with Wild Oreo, but the 4K for him. We saw Jaw on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs. It was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's been matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. And there's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. And there's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase. And Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Poppy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Poppy Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Poppy Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Poppy Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Poppy finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Poppy Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
for the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
Yeah, at least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Rap, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
Yeah, at least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto Wits. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ramp, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ramp, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
He's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
It's a brand new week for some more fun VALORANT action as we've got three weeks left in the regular season as we head on to the playoffs territory. As of now, we've got top dogs ZOL Esports soaring high above everyone in the standings with Action PH and Waze Gaming standing strong tied at second. But if you've seen anything in the last regular season, is the middle of the pack and bottom teams that are full of determination and relentless. So, will the top squads continue to reign, or will the other teams decide that this is the week that they show their true challengers? Let's check it out later on, and welcome once again to the day 9 of VALORANT Challengers Philippines.
By now, as next is prepared yet again. It just Relentless. Ace comes for John.
Ladies and gents, ako nga pala si Tito Phil, ang kaharap nyo ngayon, and I'll be your host for today's VALORANT Challengers Philippines. And syempre, kasama ko ang pinakamagagandang panels for today. We have Honey Glaze and Ray Ray. Mga ate. This is the first time na nandito ako ngayon at ang hirap pigilan na mag-cold open na inuubo ka.
Kaya pa, no?
Kita nga namin.
Buhay.
Oo, hindi ko alam kung paano ko nagawa yun. Pero yun nga, sabi ko nga kanina, chicken out eh. Kasi ang hirap talaga ilabas eh. Pero yun nga, di ba? I mean, of course, we've seen all the days and nandito tayo sa day number 9. I really kind of know what's gonna happen today. Pero before natin simulan ng ating araw, syempre, a big shoutouts muna sa ating mga sponsors for today. This event is made possible by Riot Games and Mineski Philippines.
Siyempre, maraming salamat na rin dito sa Grab Unlimited for giving us the unlimited shows and unlimited na bakbakan dito sa VCT.
At syempre guys, ang ating VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yeah, big shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Kitang-kita talaga natin ngayon na isipin mo yung Grab Only. Dati 9 pesos lang, pero ngayon libreng-libre na. Pero bago nga tayo magsimula dito, syempre kakamustahin muna natin ang mga ganda nating panelists for today. Honey Glaze, kamusta?
Okay lang naman. Medyo kinikilig na nga dahil pang another week na naman ito para sa mga maglalaro natin. And then, syempre, nakakikita natin kung sino ba yung magtatap na on our standings pa.
Yes, for sure. Kasi nga, medyo nagbago na rin ata talaga yung ating leaderboards. Which is later, papakita natin yan. And Ray, sobrang init sa labas. Pero parang pakiramdam ko na mas mainit yung mga games today.
Ay, oo, syempre. May kita natin mamaya yung schedule of matches, pero parang mas mainit pa nga sa hot ngayon. Hindi lang yung mga teams, kundi yung mismong nasa panel ngayon.
Sheesh! Taga lahat tayo talaga. Sobrang init kaya kasi parang ito rin talaga yung parang nasa loob ako ng microwave oven. Hindi ko ba alam. Kasi isipin mo, naligo ako kanina. Minsan lang yon. Pero paglabas na paglabas ko, talaga parang pinagpapawisan na ako. Kasi nga, nung makikita ko yung maglalaban today, is talagang sobrang init na. Which is, yung isa sa pinakamainit is yung games last week. And let's find out and watch this recap video on what happened last week nga.
Looking for a third, doesn't get it this time, but through the paranoia even. Okay, Georgie, we see what you do. Georgie's just avoiding bullets. He's pushing in with a shorty. Georgie,
Oh my goodness.
please stop. Please stop, you can't do this.
Luckily for him, Marky's there to keep him in check.
And GameLab.Alpha, they're just going to want to go for the assault again and again. Savvy doesn't stop though, and the Savvy train keeps rolling on. Another 3K. The shock darts there. Oasis know that this is the penultimate round. If they can play things right, they can finish off the job if ever. Drax with a takedown. Here comes Fallex to try and fight back. Lines up too, but is that all he can get? Exactly the case. Savvy 8K's there with the shorty, and Oasis make it a 2-0 scoreline. What a clean series from Oasis, and that's exactly what they want to see moving forward.
Not as explosive as can be. Are they really going to push this? This is going to be a massacre.
gosh.
But on the other direction. Wait, hold on, hold on. They're falling back, they're fighting back. Exotic, the way he hits that shot. Okay, he's managed to somehow muddle through, get the numbers equal. No. Incredible! Spider senses from Exotic, actually!
Cosmic Divide is going to be expended for this one. It matters, he doesn't know that somebody's waiting in tree, and Nacague finds his counterpart. Beautiful flick, and gets a third! And he's finally alive as he gets a second round for NCG. But Slatham will get tagged up, but every single person on the MVP side has been discovered. And look at this. Despite getting that killjoy, Nico still holds the line here. And Slatham with a wide swing and a pre-fire just to cap it off. Micro has been on it. Does he have time? Does he have the safety? And does he have the security to plan? Goes for the fake. He anticipates the jump. He gets it. An impossible clutch and an ace for Micro. Tag one of these players, but a pretty precarious crossfire that they have to deal with here. And Ja going for the wide swing, and Kevzy's punishing them. Wits in a 1v1. Is he gonna blind Kevzy? No, instead he's gonna put... So expensive though. Trying to fight this, and now the Hunter's Fury here to deny the plant. Oh my goodness, Kevzy's gonna be dead in the water here. Again, that one shining moment in the previous round, but now Naus looking to dull his shine. Looking to happen, and Naus NDG.
Is able to
Senior
scratch
Carl?
one down. Senior Carl, though, with a tap, doesn't expect the rotate here from Hot Sauce so far. The dark cover in the way. There's the spray it down, and Senior Carl sticking it
Sticking
halfway.
it.
He won't let go. On
No
that
way, no
round,
way.
he does, and just because of that, he will fall. Hesitation, use your enemy, and RNT will take it as a result. Slow down the double peak if ever. Senior Carl, though, pulling
There's
towards
the
that
dart.
left door to
only
isolate
one.
that staircase duel, and Senior Carl gets away with that pickoff. Time ticking. Mark L needs to get this kill and fast. Teleports now into the smoke. Doesn't expect he's on the high ground, and mysteries revealed by Senior Carl and puts it in the way of Senior Carl. Mark L though finds Batman first and foremost, and it's all left to Senior Carl. RNT, they can sense it, they can see it, and they finally get the one that they wanted. They get on the board here in the season.
So there you have it. Nakita na nga natin yung mga matches last week. And of course, yun yung week na medyo matagal talaga kasi 3 days ng VCTPH in straight. And right now, buti na lang, 2 na lang. Well, actually, gusto ko lang din pag-usapan yung game ng RNT and ZOL. Kasi yun yung match na parang ang nangyari is revenge yun eh. Parang revenge sana ng ZOL Esports. Kasi the last time na nagkita sila is RNT ang nanalo. Yun yung pa yung time na nasa SM Marikina sila. Ray.
Oo. Nagkita-kita nga sila. May papayong pa nga doon eh. Balita ko eh. Tapos, ito pa yun, mas nagiging solid sila actually dun
That's
sa
true.
roster nila as
Yeah.
of now. And maganda, unique na nga yung pangalan nila, unique pa yung players nila, di ba?
Actually, yun nga yung pangalan nila back then. Big shoutouts nga pala kay Optimus Prime. Pero yun nga. Sorry, pero kami lang nakakarinig doon. Pero yun nga, yung last time na pangalan nila is actually Reklamador na Tatay. Yun yung pangalan nila. Kasi nga, kitang-kita naman natin si Ching, talagang tunay na daddy figure talaga para sa side ng RNT. And ang pinakamaganda doon is maglalaro ulit sila ngayong araw na to. Pero before that, i-check muna natin yung standings ng ating week ngayon, ng ating day, knowing na nasa day 9 na tayo. Sino na ba ang top 1 and sino na ba ang nasa lower part ng ating standings dito, HG?
Ay, finally, nakita na natin dito. Nagkaroon na nga ng point dito ang Rambutan ni Tatay. Pero still on top of our leaderboards. Guys, Naos Esports pa rin. Matibay na hindi pa pinapatumba. So let's see kung ano ba yung mangyayari on the next few days dito sa week natin na ito. Dahil may susunod na nga ba dito na kukuha ng win streak nila.
Yes, that's true. Pero Ray, dito naman sa lower part nga ng ating leaderboard, andito pa rin ang Rambutan ni Tatay and syempre SR Nacague na we are really hoping na makabawi ng SR Nacague kahit 1 puntos lang.
Oo, kailangan nila. Imagine if they win ito against Rambutan ni Tatay, mag-up sila sa mismong leaderboards. And it's pretty important dahil nga yung top 6 to 8 natin, mag-aagawan pa to eh. Kung sino yung mas makakalamang, sino yung mas mananalo ng mas madaming series. And ito na nga kagad yung mga game changer moments mabawitness natin sa day 9 ng regular season.
First match is gonna be RNT, which is Rambutan ni Tatay versus SR Nacague. And next game naman is syempre ang ZOL Esports versus GameLab.Alpha. Makikita naman natin yung mga idol natin, sila Patman versus Boogie. Talagang kitang-kita natin na napakainit nitong dalawang teams sa maglalaban ngayon. But for RNT and NCG, yun muna yung pag-uusapan natin. Dikit sila, 7 to 8 place. Of course, RNT getting that 7th place. Yung first win nila is yun lang yung napanalo nila, which is kalaban nila is ZOL Esports, which is yun lang din yung revenge match sana nila and yung redemption match nga nila since naglaban sila back then nga sa LAN. But for SR Nacague naman, we're really hoping na sana makabawi sila ng kahit 1 puntos lang kasi itong teams na to parang pwede nating sabihin na pinagsama-sama nila yung mga best teams back then ng Split 1, yung mga best player back then ng Split 1, then bumuo sila ng isang team which is si Mid Mothers ngayon natira and syempre andito rin sila Second Love, andito yung mga iba't ibang players nga ng Poggers. So this gonna be really interesting for SR Nacague if ever mananalo sila dito, HG.
Oo nga eh. Parang naghahanap pa sila ng flavor. Hindi naman malabong pwede nilang makuha pa rin yung synergy na yun. Dahil nakita na natin, they went through overtimes last week. Pero ang nakita lang natin dun is na quick shutdown na kaagad yun. So sayang yun. So let's see kung dito ba, magkakaroon ba sila ng firepower para magpatuloy nga.
Well, actually, dito naman sa side ng RNT, di ba? Nung kasama nila sila Cheng, nung kasama nila sila Joses, kumbaga yung first iteration nga ng Team RNT is nakikita natin medyo nahihirapan sila. Pero, nung second iteration nila, biglang, parang kumbaga, painitan mo lang ng konti ang RNT at magbubungo na to ng sobrang ganda. Well, makikita natin if sisibol ba sila ng sobrang solid dahil andito na ang Rambutan ni Tatay.
Now we have our NT, kung saan nakita natin ngayon that they have been fully well developed na nung nakita natin yung laban nila against Seoul. Pero this time, they had a rough start nung mga nakaraang linggo. Pero let's see now here kung magpapatuloy na nga ba yung first win nila nung nakaraang linggo.
Alam naman natin na nakakagulat yung panalo nila, di ba, ng RNT last time. And sabi ko nga, etong team na to, kahit sabihin natin na wala na si Ching, wala na si Josh, it's still the RNT. Mas naging explosive nga sila kung tutusin. Kasi yung mga players nila, may mga dating experience na rin sa VCT katulad ni Hydra together with Worship. And they really focus on those admiration pagdating sa utilities, and which I love it. Kasi hindi lang to minsan tungkol sa tutok. Minsan then ito ay tungkol how you outsmart your enemy, and that's how RNT was able to do it.
Mind games, kumbaga, it's all about how you use your head, how you use your experience toward these opponents, na knowing na, like what you've said, talagang meron na silang mga experience, they have their footing already, alam nila kung paano yung gagawin, and to the fact na nung mga una sila naglalaban, una sila naglalaro nga, is hindi sila magkakasama kasi si Mark L nasa ibang bansa pa. Pero right now, magkakasama na sila para makabawi nga, if ever, dito sa mga susunod nilang game. Actually, nakita pa nga natin yung cameo ni Mr. Fluffy nga, di ba? Dun sa mga matches nila. Pero para sa akin naman, dito nga sa side ng RNT, we can say na yes, wala yung talagang pillars ng RNT, which is si Josh S. and syempre si Mr. Ching. Pero for me, napakalakas nitong team na to, and ito talaga ang kailangan yung tignan, kasi sila, malay nyo, sila talaga ang matinding dark horse ng laban na ito. And syempre, hindi naman magpapahuli ang isang team na parang gumawa rin talaga ng super team na hopefully makabawi na ngayon dahil nandito na ang SR Nacague.
Nakita nga natin, nagkaroon sila ng re-roster. They acquired some nga sa may poggers, and right now, nandito na sila, SR Nacague. We have a Batman, Joms, Mid Matters, Walk on Water, and together with Yanagi. At nakita nga natin yung struggle nila for the previous series that we casted, or kaya we've seen sa kanila. Pero ngayon, I think they are looking strong already dahil nga nakakapag-adjust na sila eh. Dati, sobrang one-sided ng mga maps nila. But nowadays, sobrang dikit na din at the same time. And hopefully, dito nga on the course of our regular season, they will be able to find their comfortability, Honey Glaze.
Oo nga eh. Nakita na natin that they have been really pursuing. Sabi ko nga kanina, they have the potential, pero hanggang saan? Kaya ba nila dito ipagpatuloy yung consistency nila, or talagang ma-overwhelm na naman sila ng kalaban?
Pwede natin sabihin yung mga unang matches nila, syempre sobrang shaky pa rin talaga sila, di ba? Which is, ito nga rin naman talaga yung kailangan nila i-consider, yun nga, bago yung mga ibang mga players nila. So far, talagang hopefully nakakabawi na sila, and tulad nga na sinabi ni Ray ngayon, is back then, sobrang one-sided. We have a 2-13, 3-13, nung kalaban nilang MVP Esports and Oasis Gaming. Pero yung mga sumusunod nilang laban, talagang sobrang dikit na. Action PH, 10-13, GameLab.Alpha, which is panalo sila doon, 13-10. Alam mo yun, dumating pa nga sa point na nag-OT pa nga kalaban ng MVP Esports with a 15 and 13 scoreline. So talaga nakikita talaga natin na malay mo talagang pag napainit na masyado ang SR Nacague, is talagang literal na magliliyab-liyab na sila once na nakuha na nila yung footing nila dito.
Pag ano-ganal, pagliyab-liyab, Babil. Talagang sobrang mas mainit.
Sakto. Sakto sa Pilipinas kasi mainit eh. Pag mainit, ibig sabihin nun, hot. So talagang, dito talaga natin makikita, lalong-lalo na yung mga bago nating mga players nga ngayon, di ba? Like what napag-usapan natin back then, na yung ating comeback, which is si Yanagi nga, di ba? So, we're gonna get to see if everyone could pop off ba yung mga players natin ngayon. Kasi nga back then, nakita natin si Hot Sauce, which is siya na talagang literal na pumapaldo ng kills.
Grabe
Kasi
yun.
nung last time na naglaro sila sa ZOL Esports nga, di ba, siya talaga yung one of the players talaga na tinitignan natin na despite of them na wala nga si Shing at si Jos is sila as a whole, yung mga players ng RNT ngayon talagang gumagawa na talaga ng milagro. It's just they're literally enjoying every game na nilalaro nila and for themselves, feeling ko, sa tingin niyo ba, kaya ba nila na makapasok sa playoffs dito, HG?
Feeling ko, oo eh. RNT kasi, nagsisimula pa lang sila, pero makikita mo, they have been cooking a lot of things para i-bring up to the table na yung the best na putahe nila dito para nga makita natin that they have been really pursuing this na makapasok nga into our playoffs. As you mentioned, si Hot Sauce, ang laki ng naging pagbabago nila dito dahil parang nagkaroon na sila ng parang naging, meron na silang nagiging approach dito, kumbaga, that they have been really using every bit of their pushes and your utility plays pa nila ang sobrang commendable nung nakaraan.
How about you, Ray?
Ako naman talaga naman si Hatsots. Dati initiator yan, Sova yan, di ba? Tapos ngayon, nagpalit siya, nag-harbor. Tapos nag-QG. Lahat na nilalaro ni Hatsos. Alam mo kung bakit? Dahil sa big boy buff niya, di ba? Nagtitiktok-tiktok lang yan. Pero nagbabalorant din yan. But let's not forget, yung mga members din ng SR Nacague, napaka-flexible nila. Biruin nyo, si Second Love ngayon, tsaka si Walk on Water, nagpapalit na rin sila ng role. Minsan, di na sila yung nag-duelist. Tapos paiba-iba na talaga.
Actually, so makikita natin dyan kung karon din ba talaga ka-flexible yung mga players talaga natin dito. Despite of them na talaga hindi nila hawak yung talagang role nila, yung main role nila, is nakakapag-adjust pa rin talaga sa kanila. Nakakapag-adjust pa rin sila on how they play as a team, kung paano pa talaga mag-work out yung kanilang mga strategies dito, para lang syempre maipanalo nila. Kasi if ever lang din talaga na, it's actually better if ever we're gonna step out sa ating comfort zone and might as well na itry natin yung mga bagong mga strats or yung mga bagong mga roles, kung ano ba talaga ang mag-fit sa isang team and syempre para sa atin. And of course, para sa ating head-to-head na pag-usapan na nga natin dito si Mr. Hot Sauce. And syempre, andyan ang tatay ng lahat na si Mid Matters. Ano masasabi mo dito, Ray?
Ay, syempre, sino ba si Hatsos tsaka si Mid Matters? Mga matatagal na sa mismong VCT scene natin. We've seen naman si Mid Matters dati sa SR Nacague, nag-grow talaga siya as a player and now he's really one of the strongest controller players out in the scene. But let's not forget that he's also on par with Hot Sauce with his experience when he was in Bren Esports and right now with RNT. Sila talaga yung nag-a-anchor sa team. Whenever they lose, we have Mid Matters together with Hot Sauce as the anchor, as the backbone mismo, kahit natatalo na sila.
Pero sa tingin mo ba, Ray, talagang like what sinabi nga ni, Honey Glaze. Like yung sinabi nga ni Ray na talaga mag-a-anchor. Sa tingin mo ba talagang doon napapasok yung experience na meron si Mid Matters?
Oo eh, kasi kailangan mo makiramdam kung ano ba yung gagawin dito ng players mo, kung ano ba yung ginagawa na ng mga duelists mo, kung ano na ba yung space na ibibigay nila para sa'yo. Dahil magre-rely ito sa mga utilities na i-support mo sa kanila para maganda at pulido yung makukuha nilang mga angles. Yun na nakita ko dito for Hot Sauce. Pero hindi naman din malabong mangyari or hindi naman din sa sinasabi ko dito na hindi nakakasunod si Mid Matters. I love how he uses his utilities, lalo na kapag Astra yung hawak niya eh.
Yeah. I mean, sa halos lahat ng talaga nilaro ni Mid Matters, sa lahat ng matches na syempre, doon papasok ang Astra. Halos hindi talaga yung ginagamit niya. Kung hindi Astra, andyan naman si Viper. So, kitang-kita talaga natin yung utility play na ginagamit niya when he is actually using that Astra. And of course, yung talagang full map control na binabato ni Mid Matters para lang syempre makasuporta sa pagpasok nila Walk on Water at yung mga iba't ibang players pa dito ng SR Nacague. But players nga, we have Hot Sauce and Mid Matters, mag-head-on collision sila later on kung sino pa talaga ang mas pogi sa kanilang dalawa. Sa kanilang dalawa. Pero, yun nga, di ba? I mean, syempre, Hot Sauce and Mid Matters. Well, si Hot Sauce, nakita natin yan ever since 2021 pa. Nung VCT pa nun, di ba? VCT 2021, brand pa siya nun. Ang dami-dami niyang team na napuntahan. Actually, SV Empire pa nga, di ba?
Ang dami, tagal na natin. Tanda na natin, guys.
Yeah.
Pinapanood ko palang
Empire.
VCT nun.
Sino kasama nila doon? Sila Nexy, sila Drax. Sino-sino pa ba?
Javier.
Oh.
Si 276, diba?
Tama
Si
ba?
276.
Ayun,
Basta
no.
sila.
Sila Hem6.
O yun, sila Hem6. Diyos ko. pag naabutan nyo yun, kung ako sa inyo, sa mga nanonood, magpakasal na kayo. Kasi nga, sobrang mga maratandaan na rin talaga yung, isipin mo, ito yung pinakamaganda. Talaga nasimulan natin yung mga, yung mga humble beginnings nila, kumbaga. Well, yun nga, si Hot Sauce napunta sa mga iba't ibang teams na nandito na ngayon sa RNT. Pwedeng Rambutan na Tatay or Reklamador na Tatay. Pero dito nga kay Mid Matters, we're really hoping for the best kasi if ever we're gonna check out how they performed recently sa VCT, they haven't found their best footing yet. Talaga na parang syempre makabawi just for them to close out a 2-0 or a 2-1 scoreline dito sa ating matches dito, Ray.
Sa tingin ko pa rin dikit eh. Pagdating sa mga teams na top sa 6 to 8, medyo alanganin talaga at the same time. But we can really see naman na dito na dapat sila mas maging explosive, diba? Kasi konting series na lang, pupunta na tayo ng playoffs and they only have that minimal chance para makapasok sa top 6.
Minimal chance na lang dito, HG, konti na lang.
Kaya nga ayan ang nakakatakot lalo na dito sa RNT dahil they are just really starting right now. Pero ngayon, yun nga pati si SR Nacague, wala pang nakukuha ni isang punto. So kailangan nila makabawi dito. Pero ang magiging tanong, kaya ba nilang tibagin kung ano ang merong anchor dito with Hot Sauce and the rest of the gang mula dito sa side nga ng Rambutan ni Tatay?
Sorry tibagin. Di ba tibagin dapat yun?
Di ba dapat? Umirawan ako i-pronounce. Hindi ko lang kung tama.
Di ba tibagin dapat yun? Pero actually kita. Pero yun nga.
Isip ko yung dumi kapag kinuskus mo yung ano.
Libag yan eh!
Libagin yun, Ray. Libagin yun, Ray. Iba yun. So, yun nga. Ang SR Nacague, pwede nating sabihin na hindi na sila pwedeng matalo. Why? Kasi the best score na pwede lang makuha ngayon is 3-4. So, yung susunod nilang 3 matches, it should be a flawless victory sa lahat ng mga players na to. If ever matalo pa sila dito, mahirap na. Mahirap na natin sabihin na, may chance ba baka makapasok pa. Yun talaga yung napakahirap. Na siguro, if ever may chance, siguro mga 20-30% mababa na. Pero dito sa laban na to, ito yung pinaka-crucial na match para sa side nga ng RNT at saka ng SR Nacague. Kasi whenever ba score nila dito, tie silang dalawa.
Oo.
Mainit, ewan ko dito.
Hirap nito para sa SR Nacague dahil nagsimula na dito yung Rambutan ni Tatay. Paano na lang kaya pag mapapagpatuloy nila ito? Lalo na ang hirap malaman kung kakayanin nyo ba ditong natumbasan yung explosiveness nga na meron si na Mark L and then si Eugene S.
Yun pa yung gusto nating sabihin. Andito nga si Mark L and Eugene S, which is pag si Eugene S nakahawak dito ng operator, medyo mahirap na dito sa side nga ng RNT. Pero we are really hoping for the best. Tulad nga na pag-usapan nga natin dito nga sa side nga ng SR Nacague na pag nagwala si Mr. Walk on Water is talagang tuloy-tuloy na yung paglakas ng buong team SR Nacague. Pero tapos na ang ating mga diskusyonan, syempre dun muna tayo sa ating map. Vito, ano ba yung paglaruan nilang mapa dito, Ray?
Ay, yan ang kailangan natin makita. Kasi ito yung mga specialty ng RNT, kaya rin naman kasing maglaro ng mga taga-SR Nacague. And ngayon parang mas na-experience natin puro Pearl, puro Ascent, puro Icebox, wala na nag-iba. Sana nga makita natin na yung changes kasi lalabas na yung bind sa mismong competitive pool natin and I'm excited about it. Pero syempre ngayon, dito muna tayo sa ating patch pagdating sa VCT at titignan na natin yung uunahin ng RNT. Kasi sa RNT nga, they can play naman usually in Haven, they can play usually in Pearl Icebox also. It's a good option para sa kanila. But then what will be their priority? Feel ko ito, yung pagdating sa Fracture tsaka Split. Yan yung mga uunahin nila. Pero inuna, Lotus. Mali.
Wow. For the 5th time ever sa buong VCT, guys. Binan ng RNT ang Lotus. Bakit ba ayaw ng RNT ang Lotus dito, HG?
Well, nakalaban kasi nila nakaraan dito ang GameLab. Parang doon nila natunton, doon nila nalaman na hindi pa pala tayo viable dito with our synergy here in Lotus. So, nagtuloy-tuloy na. Binan na nila ito consecutively hanggang sa nakalaban nila yung ZOL. Pero, yun nga yung nasabi ni Ray na most probably ay maglalaro tayo either in Haven or kaya in Pearl dahil both teams naman good place and well in Pearl. Pero recently kasi parang hindi ito magandang timpla para sa RNT eh.
Pero dito naman sa RNT, yung pinakauna nilang mapang PPDN nga, di ba? I think it's gonna be Pearl nga, which is medyo mainit yung Pearl nila dito. This is the second time na pinili nila to, pero ang problema is medyo hindi pa rin talaga nila nahahanapan ng napakatinding win itong mapa na to, Ray.
Ay, oo. At saka dikit to. Pero kasi may mga weaknesses pa yung SR Nacague dito. But I think the fact that they will be picking yung attacking side sa SR Nacague, magiging maganda to. Tignan natin kung makakahabol ba yung RNT after the first half or kaya masisimulan na maayos na momentum ng SR Nacague. So most likely yung mga map vetoes natin, mga 50-50 maps, and looking at that, SR Nacague will be picking Ascent. Sabi ko, di ba, Pearl, Ascent, Icebox talaga yung usually nating nakikita sa mga map vetoes nila. But anyway, this is good. Kasi this might go either 2-0 bit ng RNT or 2-0 ng SR Nacague.
Yeah. And for the side naman ng Pearl and Ascent dito sa side ng RNT and NCG, naantay talaga natin yung susunod nilang i-veto ba? Kasi dito naman sa side ng SR Nacague, lagi nilang binaban dito ang split, minsan nandiyan ang fracture, minsan Haven. So talagang pwede natin sabihin na, yeah, it's gonna be fracture. This is the third time na binan talaga nila yung mapa na to. So pwede natin sabihin na ganito lang yan two-way yan. Ayaw nilang piliin tong mapa na to. Sa second is malakas yung RNT sa fracture. Pero if ever gonna check naman na never pa nila pinili ang fracture din sa side ng RNT din naman.
Parang kung baga, meron silang pwedeng ilabas dito later on kung sakali man na umabot na nga tayo and the playoffs for RNT. So, malaking chance yun para sa kanila dahil never pa silang nabibigyan dito ng info or even data para mapag-aralan. Kaya naman, magandang panimula ito for RNT kung sakali. But still, it's split naman natatanggalin na ngayon ng NCG. I think hindi pa rin nakakapaglaro dito
Haven?
ang RNT sa split, pero Haven pa ang last pick or ang decider map natin ngayon na pwede pang pumabor sa RNT.
Ang mapa ng Pinoy nga, makikita natin yan later on kung ano ba talaga ang pinakasolid nilang game dito. Well, dito naman sa Haven, at least nanalo dyan ang RNT laban ng MVP Esports. Ang score is 13-7. And syempre, nung naglaro dito ang SR Nacague, is hindi lang din talaga medyo naging maganda yung tingnan na dito kasi nakalabot nilang MVP Esports 7-13 nga score nila, OAS Gaming 4-13. So medyo one-sided nga kumbaga yung mga nangyayari dito sa side ng SR Nacague, pero just tulad nga sinabi nga ni Ray, yun yung una one-sided Pero nung mga dumaan yung mga araw, pagdating nga dito sa day 8, is at least lumalapit na rin talaga yung mga scores nila. 10-13, 15-13, 7-13, 13-10. Alam mo yung mga ganun na at least konting
push pa
liyab lang, konting push pa, and hopefully talagang sana makakuha na sila ng match dito, ng isang win dito, kasi tulad nga ng pag-usapan natin kanina, this is the path to Ascension already. The best of the best ng Pilipinas, kailangan natin makuha yan para syempre ilaban sa mga iba't ibang bansa dito sa Pacific, and if ever panalo ka doon, makakasama mo na ang Team Secret sa Pacific League nga. And of course, hopefully, paulit-ulit natin sabihin na sana talaga makabawi ng SR Nacague. Pero syempre, i-check naman natin yung mga prediction, yung mga prediksi natin na dito sa game na to. Of course, we have RNT, we have SR Nacague. Unahin muna natin kay Kuya Vil. Siguro, RNT ako. Kasi nga, napag-usapan natin kanina na medyo slow pace pa yung ginawa ng RNT nung umpisa. Pero nung nahanap na rin nila yung footing nila, nagsimula yun ng day 8, nung nakalaro nila ng ZOL Esports, nanalo sila doon. And I think, itutuloy-tuloy nila yon sa mga susunod nilang games. How about you, HG?
Well, feeling ko kasi dito, on the start na malupet at naging mainit na last week si Hot Sauce, pwede itong magpatuloy on the defense pa sa first map natin ngayon na Pearl. So, yeah, mag-RNT ako dito. Siguro mga aabot siguro tayo ng 3 games ngayon dahil, syempre, SR Nacague yan. Syempre, dililigaw ko pa eh.
kung may Vil curse, di ba? Ito na ba yung Vil curse and Ray curse and HG curse dito, Ray?
Oo, dito na lahat guys sa panel na to yung curse. Pero syempre, alam ko naman, RNT kayo, pero ako I will not disregard the fact na malakas pa rin naman ang SR Nacague. So, naniniwala ko may 3 maps to complete, pero pupunta to sa kamay ng SR Nacague. Sheesh.
We're gonna see that later on kasi nga at least, di ba, nakita na natin yung mga datas nga na pwede natin pag-usapan and syempre, nasa sa kanila na rin talaga. And later on, kasi meron tayong mga parang MVP ng buong season, meron tayong player of the game, and syempre ngayon, ilalabas natin yung Relentless player of the game. Ayan. Ipapasok natin dyan. Which is, kung ano ba talaga, kung sino ba talaga yung mga nag-stand out sa mga mata ni HG and Ray dito. Pero before tayo magsimula, sino ba sa tingin nyo ang mag-stand out for today? HG?
Na player, feeling
Na
ko kasi
player,
si Mark L kasi siya yung nakakapagbigay din talaga dito ng magandang assistance within the team na feeling ko kahit hindi siya yung nakakakuha ng daming frags, siya yung nakakapagbigay naman ng reason bakit nakakakuha ng madaming frags yung players niya.
Yeah, it's like the thing na ginagawa din ni Eugene S na hindi siya ganun talagang ka-impactful in terms of kills or KDA, pero he is really paving the way para sa team niya para makapasok nga sa loob ng sites. Yun lang din feeling ko yung gusto mo rin isabihin, 'di ba? Pero how about you, Ray? Sino sa tingin mo ang magiging ang magsi-stand out for today's video?
For today's video ngayon guys, ako alam naman natin na medyo heartbreaking yung performance ni Yanagi nung nasa Action PH siya. But I think this time with SR Nacague, mas nag-improve na siya as a KO. Kahit dati alam natin siya as that duelist, 'di ba? Nung nasa kadiliman siya. At ngayon na nandito na siya sa SR Nacague, yung improvement naman niya nandyan. So sana makita natin yung actual Yanagi na nasa initiator na nasa second duelist na ngayon din.
At saka actually, sobrang nag-look forward din ako sa pwede ipakita rin ni Mr. Joms, di ba? Mr. Joms 713. Kasi nga, nung napanood ko yung mga laban nila back then, nung nakita ko yung mga matches nila, it's just minsan nagpo-pop off siya, pero minsan hindi lang din talaga. So kumbaga, in terms of consistency, yun lang din talaga yung kailangan nilang i-work on. Lalong-lalo na si Second Love, di ba? Minsan siya yung second fragger, minsan siya yung duelist talaga. So napanood natin siya nung Pugger spot. Pag nagpa-pop off siya, literal na press ZOL Esports siya. Pero yun nga, kailangan niya muna minsan na kumalma lang din talaga. Kasi minsan kasi pag nag-overheat talaga tayo, doon tayo nagsisimulang magkamali, HG.
Oo nga to the point na parang nawawalan na kayo ng nawawalan na kayo ng disiplina. Na gusto mo na mag-overpick, na gusto mo nang i-overwhelm dito yung mga kalaban mo dahil nakakakuha ka na ng madaming frags So why not ipagpatuloy mo pa yun, 'di ba? So yun na lang ang kailangan nilang hanapin
Yeah, yes, that's true. Actually, meron nga tayong tinatawag na ego pick
Oo,
di ba?
yun.
Yung mga tipong, hindi, kaya ko to di ba? Malakas ako kaya ko to Then pagka-pick mo, boom, patay ka, di ba?
Patay.
So, yun yung mga kailangan din natin i-consider, lalong-lalo na if dumaan sa atin yung emosyon, di ba? Of course, knowing these players, matatagal na ito naglalaro, they have the experience already, napag-usapan na nila kung paano ba talaga yung best footing nila, napag-usapan na nila na sana huwag silang magpaka-over-aggressive din, kumbaga. Kasi knowing na nag-init na yung mga players ng RNT and SR Nacague, minsan talaga sobrang unstoppable na sila dito, Ray.
Oo, nakakatakot, 'di ba? One time may mga lowest of lows sila, pero ang dami na lang highest of highs. At ito pa, itong nasaling ko sa matchup na to ng RNT tsaka tong SR Nacague, literal balagbagan, guys. Alam niyo kung bakit? Basagutin ako, Rizmo, may racket. Natawa na sa casting. Hindi, kasi, alam mo ba natin itong mga fast-paced maglaro. Kaya, press W na lang talaga yung mga to. Ito talaga nangyari pag ang tatagal na di nag-cast together. Nakapunta na lang sa panel
Gusto ko lang sabihin na miss ko na kayo, HG. Tsaka Ray.
Nagulat ako sa race.
Oo. Ako tahimik lang ako. Gusto ko sanang sagutin pero gusto ko sanang magpaka-goodbye today. Kasi ngayon medyo formal tayo ngayong for today's video. Pero
ganda na ng cold open
Chicken daw. Pero ito sa side ng Naos Esports, papasok ko dito yung Naos Esports. Bakit? Kasi yung dalawang bata nila, syempre, nag-adjust dun sa 3 Thunders na. or the other way around, yung tatlong Thunders nag-adjust sa dalawang bata. Pero pagdating naman dito sa SR Nacague, si Walk on Water at saka si Second Love, sila yung dalawang atabs, di ba? Tapos ang mga Thunders na si Mid Matters, si Joms, at saka si Yanagi. Sa tingin niya ba nakakapag-keep up na yung dalawa dun sa tatlo or dun sa tatlo dun sa dalawa? HG?
Feeling ko, oo dahil kailangan, at nakikita naman natin that they have really pushing it out, lalo na nung nakalaban nga dito nila Walk on Water ng SR Nacague, ang APH. We saw so many good plays na nagmula na nga dito kina Wow or kina Walk on Water. Kaya naman, pwede. Wow.
Si PJ.
Wow. Great.
Haba Walk on Water.
Oo, kumalang kay PJ. Pero ikaw, Ray, kasi syempre kailangan din natin na umabot dito na dapat maging solid yung energy natin, di ba? Knowing na bata yung dalawang players nga ng SR Nacague, talaga sa tingin mo ba nakakasabay sila mid dito kila Walk on Water or ito sila Second Love kila Yanagi? What do you think?
Grabe, parang tanda na ni Yanagi kasi inid pa lang naman niya yung mga si Walk on Water tsaka si Second Love. Hindi, pero to, kasi nga, di ba, ang variation ng dalawang bago galing sa Poggers is that yung experience, syempre, mas lamang sila Mid Matters, sila Yanagi, kasi naglalaro na to since 2021. So, biruin mo, aside from the age, di ba, yung experience niya, sobrang laki ng gap. And yet, nakakabawi talaga.
Age experience talaga eh.
Si Second Love tsaka si Walk on Water. Sayang walang buff last week si Walk on Water. Medyo nasayang sa alam mo na.
Sunday sa
wala Easter Sunday last time na nagkakas tayo. Medyo sayang eh.
Just like what you've said na yung age gap, 'di ba? Medyo mahaba, medyo malaki, 'di ba? Sa tingin mo ba, yun yung isang shoutouts nga pala kay Pico, yun yung isang pangbawi naman ng SR Nacague that they have this experience na knowing na si Mid Matters naglalaro-laro na sa mga iba't ibang mga bangbang as well, ginagamitan ba na talaga ng matinding experience doon na ituro nga nila dito kay Wow at saka kila Second Love dito on how to be the best player like no one ever was, HG?
Ocean Deep.
Ready na ako sumagot. Nagulat ako sa player ever was. Pero balikan natin yung thought pa doon. I really do think that makakasabay na nga dito kaagad ang players nga ngayon ng RNT dahil we've seen how many good plays na nga binibigay nila. Nakakakuha sila ng long and hindi naman siya nagiging one-sided matches kundi nakikita natin yung best potential kahit yung mga best teams pa ang nakakalaban nila dito. They're going in to a 3-game series or kaya nakakaabot tayo ng malupitong close to an overtime. Pero nandun pa rin naman sina Hot Sauce na pwede talagang tapatan din kung anong merong anchor na meron na dito for SR Nacague na katulad ni Mid Matters.
Yeah. And dito naman ngayon sa side nga ng RNT, syempre, like yung sinabi natin kanina, it's just na hopefully yung win nila sa ZOL Esports ng Day 8 is ituloy na lang nila yung panalo nila doon. They have the momentum already, pero knowing na kalaban nila ngayon ng SR Nacague, medyo mainit eh. Knowing to the fact na itong dalawang teams na to, makikita ulit natin sila, lalong-lalo na ang RNT all the way from open qualifiers and syempre ang SR Nacague nga. So, we're gonna get to see if ano ba talaga yung magiging footing nila dito if ever this match is gonna be in favor of SR Nacague or syempre dito naman sa RNT. Pero kung napapansin nyo, casters, start the game pero kalmado lang kayo kasi hindi pa naman. Syempre, ito yung point na nag-uusap-usap sila eh. Kasi alam nyo ba guys, meron akong kilala na isang team na nagta-time out lang para mag-unat.
Para kilala ko to.
Legit. Nakita ko yan. Nakita natin yan live talaga nung nagta-time out sila. Pero hindi sila nag-uusap-usap. Yun yung time out na ginamit nila para mag-unat-unat sila. Literal, nag-stretching lang talaga sila eh. Pero nakadepende pa naman talaga yan if ever magka-time out ka para syempre mag-formulate ng strat or siguro just to clear up the mind dito HG.
Ang cute nga nun eh. Dahil syempre, you need to at least lessen up the tension na alam mo naman kung gaano ka malupit na mag-play. Alam mo naman kung gaano ka hindi kailangan naman pressure dito. Pero at the same time, kailangan mo din i-relax sa sarili mo na kaya mo naman itong kaya mo naman to i-outduel or kaya mo naman ipagpatuloy yung mga strategy dito ng team nyo. So, I love that idea na parang ibibigay nyo lang para sa sarili nyo time to relax in the middle of the game. Kahit sobrang daming pressure and sobrang intense na ng mga nangyayari.
Yun nga, 4 p.m. ang start natin, pero talagang mainit na mainit talaga, di ba?
Trinay ko nakahabaan yung sasabihin ko eh.
Alam mo ba? Alam nyo ba? Kasi syempre nung una ko medyo bumilis ako yung konti, di ba? Pero yung pacing ko, sinakto ko eh. Sinakto ko na dapat alas 4, tapos na yung... dapat alas 4, tapos na yung yung map veto, tapos na yung prediction natin. Sinakto ko yun eh. Pero hindi pa tayo magsa-start. Kasi nga yung mga players natin, napag-usap-usapan ko, kailangan pala nilang oras para mag-usap dito. Pero if ever you're in the mind of SR Nacague Ray, ano siguro yung nasa isip mo ngayon?
Ikaw yung start the game.
Hindi. kunyari ikaw si Mid-Mothers. Katawan mo Mid-Mothers pero isip mo Ray. Yan. Ano ang nasa isip mo ngayon?
Alam mo kung nasa isip ko. Gusto ko talaga ng aircon sa tapat ko ngayon. Yan lang. Para makapaglaro ako na maayos. Pero kasi ang hirap talaga maging controller main eh. Alam niyo yun?
Gusto ko yung tumawa muna si Phil.
Sorry, natawa talaga ako.
Nasa controller. May mga bagay talaga tayo hindi sasabihin dito. Pero naniniwala ko yung mga controller daw, red flag. Pero kapag ako tsaka si Mid Matters, controller, green flag yan.
Green flag. Kasi red times red is positive. Alam naman natin yan. Kumbaga yung parang buhok lang ni HG pula, diba? Pero ikaw HG, kunyari katawan mo hot sauce pero isip mo honey glaze. Ano ang nasa isip mo ngayon?
Siguro para magsiset-up na ng utility kung KJ yung gagamitin ko kasi ayoko na mag-controller. Best, sayang naman kung pagiging controller main ko kung naging red flag na pala ako.
Actually, tinry ko nga mag-controller pero wala eh. Pwede naman. Feeling ko,
Walang nagko-controller kapag kapag random lobby, kapag solo queue ka lang eh.
Actually, solo queue, pero magalala kasi kaming tatlo, kami ang triple cute. Yes, sige.
Kala ko
yun na lang.
triple A eh.
Sige, ipasok ko na lang, pero hindi naman tayo baterya. Talagang ipapasok ko yun kasi papasok na ang first game of the day. Finally, we have RNT versus SR Nacague. So without further ado, casters, let's go!
And welcome everybody to week number 4 of VCT Philippines Split 2. And because it's week number 4, the pressure is even greater as we've reached the halfway mark of the season, taking us closer and closer to the playoffs. My name is Riku. Joining me today is Fluffy02. And of course, before we head on over to the nitty-gritty details of the current matchup we have, which is RNT versus SR Nacague, so I'd like to share with you guys that we're currently available in one other channel. You're currently watching the English broadcast, but we're also available in Filipino. So if you guys want to make kulitan with the casters over there as well, I believe it's Osiris and Terror casting right now. You can go join them. But since you're here, we're excited to take you through the action today.
We are actually extra excited because we just had our coffee. So if you guys want to have your own coffee, you can always enjoy free delivery every day, get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to that Grab Unlimited deal. Don't miss out on your chance to get that free trial on your first month.
Yep, Sari. It's important because you're also watching, you mentioned coffee. This is the Kofi pairing, by the way, just letting you guys know. It's the best. I love it. Kofi, so let's talk about the current matchup. Rambutan ni Tatay versus SR Nacague. Both teams, as we have taken a look at as we look back into the past, both teams have been struggling a lot. And I feel like the biggest difference is that RNT has already basically started to get the ball rolling as they've won their very first match against ZOL Esports. And this is on top of the fact that they're still figuring out team dynamics, swapping and making changes to their rosters. And I feel like, despite those struggles, they're still able to come out on top against ZOL last time.
I mean, in terms of RNT, two of their players, Josh S and Ching, had to go, so Hydra and Worship will be stepping into their place. Hydra, I think, is a very underrated player overall, especially when he's playing his main role, and Worship has a lot of experience here, especially in the proving grounds and local scene of VALORANT PH in general. So I think as a whole, a lot of these players, even though it's a fairly new roster in terms of the mix, it still performs in almost the same way. I think the biggest difference is that the firepower has slightly shifted. I think one advantage of having Ching as well as Josh as on your roster was you had that like explosive firepower on that entry, but now when I look at them and looking at their past games, they seem to just be a bit more patient but more tactical, which I think has helped them get their first win.
So there's a lot of, like, I suppose, balancing happening around with their current roster. And I feel like that's the reason why, that just as you said, the reason why they were able to push through and get their first win on the board against ZOL Esports. But on the other hand, it is a different story, similar story, but very different. You know, NCG, it felt like they always came close to winning a series, but would fall short at the very end. I believe they went to map number 3 against MVP and GameLab, but unfortunately, they have yet to score a point themselves.
Yeah, they've struggled, but not necessarily to win a map, but more to just close out this series. This roster, they have the experience in mid-mathers, and with Walk on Water and Second Love joining the roster, as well as Nacague from the previous APH team, it's a lot of new impact, but it feels like they haven't found their groove. One thing similar for both teams is during the open qualifiers, it looked like a breeze for them because they were just able to plow through that. But as they entered that VCT stage, you can really start seeing the cracks that have formed from both of these teams. And I think one good point that Vil brought up earlier on the panel was how, in general, a lot of the RNT players, they have that experience, but they haven't sort of had like a solid plan to really get it. But more importantly, like Vil mentioned, for SR Nacague, these games are very crucial because there's only how many left? 3 games, and they really need to start making the most of it if they want a chance to stay and move on later offs.
Yeah, I think that's the scary part of this and of the halfway mark of the season, because again, the bottom 2 won't make it to the playoffs, and they're currently, both of these teams are currently in a tight spot as we head on over to the very first map of the day, RNT versus NCG. It's gonna be Pearl.
Pearl, an interesting pick, especially for RNT. They chose this map, and it's statistically not their best map. They actually haven't won a game on it, but they still seem pretty confident. Maybe some adjustments with their new roster will help, especially when we take a look at the agents. Worship, or Ian is going to be playing that Sky. Hydra Kid on that Viper. They're running maybe the double controller with Hot Sauce on the Harbor as well. Mark L on a Sentinel. Last time he played Chamber, this time going for a bit more standard plays with a Killjoy, and of course Eugene S, the Magician on that Jet.
Yeah, I'm really liking, again, the, what do you call this? The way that RNT is most likely going to try to brute force, because that's basically what they have done when they won against ZOL Esports. And you did mention, Fluffy, I want to talk about the map picks here because it's going to be Pearl, Ascent, and Haven. And just as you said, RNT doesn't have the best record when it comes to the first map that we have for today.
And on the other side, though, if we make the whole distance for this best of 3, the opposing team, SR Nacague, doesn't do that well on Haven as well. So I think Ascent will be the most pivotal one out of all the 3 if I had to pick one. But here on Pearl, I think maybe some of these changes might help them get a bit more area. There's a lot more perceived pressure running this double controller. But a fun statistic, actually, for double controller on Pearl in general, like in VCT as a whole, globally, even though people think it's really good, in practice, it only has like a 34-35% win rate. So for some reason, even though objectively, you're like, oh, I can control the map by segmenting this and that, it doesn't seem to work out in practice.
That's a really interesting statistic. The fact that it's been played numerous times as well on VCT Philippines Split 2. There's not a lot. Right now, the pistol round has begun. Let's see who's going to gain the very first round for momentum to start.
And RNT gonna creep up on mid, gonna get some early damage as the Magician takes Nacague off the board. But the early aggression coming from this harbor wall allows him to really move this close and this forward.
Yeah, really nicely done by Worship. RNT, it's a brawl in mid here on Plaza. And unfortunately for a Batman, there's not a lot of options for him to like run away. He's gonna try to circle instead, isolate the fights. It is a 1v2 scenario at this point. And because of this positioning, there's a chance for a trade. It's going to peek into 1 and it's 2 actually. And a Batman wins this round for NCG. That was so close.
That was extremely close, especially when you think that RNT is the one who set that ball in motion. They started out with the early Harbor High Tide to get that positioning, but were they able to capitalize it? Yes, at the beginning, but somehow it's just NCG able to somehow turn it back, and it's a big part of it is because Batman was able to land the shot because Mark L was so low.
A really good, what do you call this, decision coming from the Batman to wrap around, use his utility to watch his back. And that's exactly why. We'll have to see how NCG will we'll take it to 2-0 for this one.
Well, at least this time around, the aggression that we saw earlier on isn't as prevalent. More default start here. Shots going to be traded as Batman makes contact here, pushing the RNT players off of that B-long angle, giving them more space on that B side.
Meanwhile, there's still 3 people coming from RNT onto B site. There's a lot of rotations already from the team. No one pulling the trigger just yet, but Jom's already creeping slowly onto the site.
One thing that's really good for the defenders is they're already stacked on B, so once this makes contact, it'll be very good for them to get a quicker rotate. The knife comes in already. There goes the fragment as well. The utility is going to be dropping by as they push on this side. Contact not being made yet, but the shots do come through. Jom stuck in a corner.
Oh my.
The Magician lands the first one. Walk on Water finds 2 though, with the Bulldog taking control of that whole side. Will be able to get a third. It's only going to be up to Mark L.
And this is the understandable outcome. That was very clean coming from Mark L. Able to still make sure that there's only 2 members being able to keep their gun on towards the next round. It's not bad.
I mean, although they did still save the Bulldogs, taking 3, I think, is still pretty decent in terms of an eco. You lose the first round, you still get a bunch of the weapons off of them. And as we move on to our current round, you can see that that does affect the economy of what they'll be able to buy.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit of damage on towards SR Nacague. The fact that we're seeing 3 sheriffs right now and 2 bulldogs means that RNT, that was a very good eco round on their end. No rush at this point for the offensive. Just a little bit of that default.
They're kind of good at reading each other, though. If you look at the map yet again, they've always managed to somehow mirror each other in terms of where the players are stacked. The early aggression on A going to be pushed back, though, as Art will be the fallback. But they'll look at that player, Harbor. Hot Sauce already waiting for the contact, swinging off the Magician. Here comes the flash. He's going to go for the anti. Oh, he gets 1, though. He gets the second. Will he land straight to the third? No, he won't, but still a lot of value found for them. But speaking of value, NCG were on that eco buy, so they're kind of on top of it.
Yeah, that's really good. The fact that they're able to, again, pick up all of these weapons, just as you said. At this point, NCG does have link control. Now it's one of those things where they have to make a choice. Where are the rest of RNT stacked on is the biggest question. And with the drone now unleashed, it's about having to find the right information. It's a bit dicey here. Hydra Kid decides to actually shoot because he is seen nonetheless. And Walk on Water gets 3 kills, and it's all up to Mark L, and it's looking pretty dire.
If anyone can do it, it has to be Mark L. He gets the first frag. He's expecting 1 coming from main, but he's not going to expect this crossfire. Maybe the Nano Swarm, at least. Ooh, he looks the wrong way. A Batman takes out Mark L. Just here a round for NCG, a pivotal round for them because they win their 3rd round, meaning that they win the bye for RNT. Very interesting of how they managed to crawl their way into Art in that round. They're able to upgrade what started out with a lot of sheriffs to that full rifles, and Hydra Kid unfortunately just gets timing because I don't think he expected the drone to spawn him out because he was looking towards the left and he was an aim in. But look at the last second, so he just had to break it, but he already got scanned, and it was an easy frag for them for Walk on Waters.
Yeah, honestly, that was a really... I really thought that was RNT's round. The fact that they were able to, again, squeeze a bit of the economy as we take a look at round number 4. Now it's a bit of a faster-paced round coming from our NCG.
A lot of pressure already being done here on B main. The turret's going to be spotted out, which means they actually remove the contact with the wall-bangable wall there on Pillar. Gonna go for the knife as well as he try to take sight. That's a huge scan coming from the attacking team. Able to find 2 and NCG land the shots to remove Worship and Eugenius from the board.
That's a really good recon dart. Again, we are wowed. Hot Sauce 9 HP already. Just a bit of a couple of shots as Joms able to land a kill onto Mark L, and it's all up to Hydra Kid. 5v1. There's nothing much Hydra Kid can do with just a Sheriff.
I mean, Walk on Water is low, but what are the odds? He already makes contact. He finds one somehow, but Walk on Water eventually goes for the trade. Because of that, a Batman also gains his ultimate, and the lockdown will play a pivotal role moving on to this round.
And so far, so good for the side of NCG. 4-0 already, and it has been that swift execution that NCG playing as a stack, and basically, what do you call this? Strong arming their way through these sites seems to be the most effective approach for this team in this map.
Well, we must not forget that technically speaking, this is RNT's pick. So it's not necessarily going their way. Maybe the plan was to pick the map, but the game plan in-game, they have to find the formula to make the adjustments because NCG looks super strong. Even on the economy, this time they have the full rifles, they have that lockdown. They also have the knives if they need to use that. On the other side of things, though, the operator, I think this is one buy that can really change the pace of the game, especially because we know how powerful Eugene S is with it.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of big expectations rather on Le Magician's side here with this op. This could be, just as you said, the pivotal buy, the pivotal move for RNT to break NCG's momentum, as again, the record doesn't really say too much good things about RNT's record here on this particular map. So again, Hot Sauce with a Reckoning is also going to be incredibly important to slow down NCG's attack later on.
Can I just say, I've never seen this part of the map.
I want to go inside that part of the map, but we can if we're ghosts, I think. Oh,
and there's a couple ghosts already dropping back into the heavens. This Walk on Water and a Batman fall instantly and the round starts. So whatever they talked about during that pause for RNT seems to have worked out with that early aggression.
Especially the fact that NCG always has to worry about where is the op? Where is Le Magician? Where is he going to be looking at? Especially now with this pivot from NCG, they might actually take the door route of things and possibly avoid the op.
That's actually a very good point because they're funneling, the defenders are funneling them into that operator because this time they have that long control. They can't really be punished as much, but they're going to slowly creep their way and double back into the A side. The alarm bot's going to spot them out though, so Hot Sauce is already ready for the trigger. He manages to find one and he backs away, keeps his life as well.
That's a really good kill coming from Hot Sauce. Now it's a 2v4. Bit of a dicey round. Mark L already waiting around dugout. So this has been the powerful angle that he's been looking at. And Joms wins the mini 1v1. And now it's a 2v3, which is incredibly doable for the side of NCG.
30 seconds left.
Mark L intentionally whiffing there. That way they give control to the attackers. Yanagi gets the plant though, so it's still good for the economy. But with the operator in hand, the null command. Oh no, the timing might not work out for them. Eugene S finds the shot. And it's all up to Yanagi. Left 1v3, finds the first. Knows he's being surrounded, but the pincer maneuver is too strong. There's too many angles to hold. Hydra Kid secures the round. And finally, RNT is on the board.
Yes, this is, again, what you said. It paid off. That timeout, the side of RNT breaking NCG's momentum. And they get to keep the op and carry that over. Sorry. The face palm spray was just perfect timing.
Quite an expensive round for both teams, but for RNT, very important round on the board and to keep that operator. Whatever early aggression they did to punish this A main push seems to have been working. And looking at the map right now, we can see that they look like they're going to be trying it again. The guiding light rather is already primed for Worship. Gonna flash over. That's gonna spot out a lot of players. But will this land before the KO knife though? Oh no! Dashing over the super speed in combination with the Astro Star. Walk on Water's gonna manage to find one and push Worship back onto site.
And that rush was definitely denied as we get to see a bit of a pivot already. The rotations are coming from Le Magician already with the op moving towards A.
This lockdown gonna give them so much space. The drone gonna push out Worship as well. That gives them basically a clear sight, especially with the Cosmic Divide. There's just so much utility for them to peek off of, and Worship tries to find an angle. The operator might do a lot, but that Nebula's gonna block out that path instantly. Hydra Kid though finding one.
Yeah, 4v4 right now. Yanagi gets Hydra Kid. Hot Sauce still staying at Art with the my word! double spray, is able to eliminate 2. He's still alive. Not in that most healthy position, rather, HP. But nonetheless, Slim Magician moving forward with his shorty. Very aggressive, using the cloud burst to maneuver and just get close in space. Worship already defusing, and there you go. RNT 2-4. Amazing job.
And this is where RNT shines. These gunfights, these scrappy little, fights, these are where they really pull their weight. Le Magician, you think he has that long-range potential with the operator, but with a shorty in his pocket, he can play at any range. The damage on that thing at that close is just instantly doom for you. Look at his one shot, and there goes the Batman.
Yeah, that's just, very smart way of, again, closing the space and creating chaos at the same time while the rest of RNT deals with a spike. No rush this time around from NCG. They're going to play it a bit more slower.
This is what you really need from your Jet, though. Become that massive threat that the enemy is scared to peek into. It forces them into your other teammates where you probably have their util. This time, though, Mark L sets up on the Killjoy on A as, again, Le Magician controls the entirety of B just because of the presence of that operator. Hot Sauce, though, is going to play this corner. It normally works out once, twice a game, but he's done this a couple times already. They probably might expect it. Nacague already holding the angle in case, and Walk on Water not far behind. They're always ready for this trade, and no other teammate is going to be playing. It's just going to wait for the contact of the turret and maybe find something. Will they check him, though? He's going to move to the side. Oh, and Walk on Water was just too wide. It's too fast with those knives.
Yeah, good timing on the flash. Good attempt once more, just as you said. They expected it, and no one was there to trade for Hot Sauce. 4v5 right now, and the call is to go to B.
They're gonna go to B, but they know what's waiting for them. Le Magician on the other side. Ooh, he gets the timing as well. Manages to find one with Walk on Water. Manages to close the gap. Hydra, though, is always there to protect that operator. He still has a dash as well, in case they need to use it.
It's gonna be very important here. Nacague, with the sights, is able to get the plant down, but with the Viper, well, expiring 2v3 at this point. Really good star timing, but Worship is still able to finish off the kill. The 1v3 situation, Le Magician with the up still has eyes coming from. He's going to meet eye to eye with Mark L coming from heaven, but the defuse there, very difficult to prevent that from happening.
This operator has really changed the dynamic of this map. Able to control so much on that B side, which normally, a lot of teams prefer to hit B when you're attacking, because once you get the plant, honestly, it's generally easier to hold than A. But whenever you have your ultimates, a lot of teams tend to lean towards that A side. This time around, though, just having that operator really secures that confidence that they can have in B, which allows them to really put a lot of their resources and util on the defensive side towards middle or A side. And that's something that NCG now has to try to figure out as RNT creeps closer to close that gap.
And I feel like that's the reason why they're trying to rush A once more. They're trying to take their chances, and guess what? Le Magician is right there. He's not at B, he's there at A.
These small adjustments, man, getting so much value, might be able to find another one too if he holds this. And moving the operator here means that in the mind of the attacking team, they have to figure out who is holding B.
Yeah, it's a guessing game at this point, but they're still going to try and push through with the recon vault. I believe they couldn't detect anyone. They managed to spot out Le Magician, so they know he's still there.
Right here.
Mark L, though, on the side, has the Killjoy ultimate if they need to use it, but it's a slow and steady pace here. That blind's gonna at least give info and know that at least one person's there. The alarm bot can be broken, so they have to start picking off the contact. Speaking of contact, though, you're an art. This turret just slowly chipping away at a Batman.
It's so difficult, too, because there's that firepower from Le Magician's up. He can just peek slowly, but Hot Sauce instead is able to eliminate him. Jumps with a Guardian kill. Now, at this point, RNT, that was a very clean round, forcing NCG once more to keep guessing where they should go.
I feel so bad for a Batman that round. They hit a great scan from the side of SR Nacague, but unfortunately, it only scans the two players who are deep in that art side, not the person in connector. So the moment that he swings, he assumes that both of the players are already on his right, and he just gets taken out from his left. But outside of that, a great hold coming in from RNT, and the discipline and small adjustments like moving the operator has been paying off. Now they equalize with NCG.
And now, the biggest question now, the biggest conundrum, NCG, do they want to keep rushing A? And now it's like the biggest guess is where will Le Magician be? Because again, this operator has been holding a lot of value, that has been surviving through the entire set of rounds so far, and it has been paying off.
At least for NCG's side, though, if they're going to be trying to go for that operator guessing game, they have a lot of tools, at least, to deal with it, which they can maybe leverage more after the stack. They have the drone to spot out the operator early. They can also use any knife lineups that they have from both the recon as well as the KO suppress to figure out where he is. A Batman with a contact turret, and both of the other two agents can use the Cloudburst or Nebulas to kind of sneak their way or get a cute peek. Normally we see Astros use that early dissipate on B-Long, but in general, they just have to figure it out and play a bit slower, because whatever they've been doing so far has been punished by RNT.
Yeah, no matter what, I feel like the only point of success for them to avoid the op was quite close from their entry to Art. I feel like this is one of the second best options, rather. Control is Hot Sauce, is the protector of the connectors, and so far it has been paying well.
Able to secure that for them, which allows them to bring their attention here on Art, even though this gravity Nova Pulse is going to push through. Oh, Joms lands the shot though. Worship gets taken out of the equation. The null command popped out as well, but Hot Sauce already repositions here with the crossfire from Mark L. They know exactly where they are. They go for the spray down. The Hot Sauce goes huge with the 4K.
He makes it look so easy. That's like the second time he's done it in this map.
I can already imagine on Discord that they're jumping around. I can feel it. The RNT vibes are strong. But Mark L also there to secure as this beautiful spray down coming in from Hot Sauce and Mark L. The crossfire setup, they just allow them to entry site because they have control of aim in. These are small game sense things which really provide a lot of map control. You know, you don't have to fight for everything. You just have to be careful of what you select. That way you have an easier hold. And speaking of hold, the operator bouncing back to the B side, not gonna be seeing anyone, but that one Nebula might actually force him to stay because he doesn't know if anyone crossed or not.
And honestly, you're right. It's the collectiveness of their game sense combined with mechanics is exactly the moment that we saw earlier. But now with the drone coming from Joms, making sure that he's cleared Art, making sure that he doesn't encounter Hot Sauce. But again, he managed to hide away from that drone, so they're absolutely not sure if he's still there.
Walk on water. He's gonna try to walk into this poison, but as that fades, will it be enough? Oh, he managed to get Hydra Kit actually. Hot Sauce still protecting connector, and a little pressure coming in from a Batman as well to this B side as the explosion comes in.
Coming through, Link is going to be the plan. In mind, the Magician is actually going to push a little bit further in. I'm not sure if he's able to spot anyone out. Actually, no, as he's going the long way around instead for their rotation. And it's going to be Hot Sauce again here. And this time around, Mid Mathers will able to win that 1v1. Joms has eyes on Flowers. And because of that smoke, this means Worship is actually going to get spray down through the smoke. The Magician, with his op, he knows everybody's there. He's the only one left. And it's going to be a tall order for him to be able to clutch this.
Yo, free operator on the floor.
Right.
Dropping that out for the rifle, trying to go for the clutch, but 6 HP and a lot of noise being made from Jet means that you get a very, very clean round from NCG after their attack. I feel like the biggest change was that change of pace, slowing down instead of just trying to fight them. And you know that RNT wants to fight you. Segmenting the map, taking control of Link, then shifting over, then shifting again. Pulling the rotations is something that they can really do to disrupt that defense.
Yeah, the shift of NCG to just avoid basically the main entryways and just take control of the links in this game, in this map in particular, has been working out for NCG, and I wouldn't be surprised if they want to do it again. And that's most likely the reason why Hot Sauce is playing close now around mid, and as well, the same thing can be said for Le Magician.
Yeah, they're going to just guard that entryway, making sure that no one's going to be able to pass through. The early pressure from the attacking side going to be pushing back Worship onto that A side, but they're going to move themselves to B because of this. The operator is still available for them, but not for B long. It's going to be Hydra Kid jump spotting, hopefully to get some info for his team.
And that's the shift the mind games that we're seeing between NCG and RNT. And with the Cosmic Divide being used, this signals the rest of RNT that, okay, this is going to be a B execute. Hydro Kid still very patient, making sure no one's going to push Hall. He's going to be using the Viper Spit as the Nacague is going to be planting the spike. So this gives a bit of semi-control over this area. And now it's all up to RNT to see if they can defuse. Look at this Viper Spit. Not exactly hugging the entirety of that spike. It's out in the open, but it's in their court.
Oh, but the Reckoning, though, disrupting them so much, as well as the Hunter's Fury to try to secure their round off of it. Mark L manages to half it, though. They're still pretty healthy. Mid-Mathers finds Hydra Kid through all that dissipation. They go for the tap as well, but the spray from Walk on Water is able to secure a bunch of kills, remove the spike from the equation. There comes a tap, though. Also gets spotted out by this Recon Dart. He needs this to win this 1v1, but Joms, the pressure is just too high for Hot Sauce in this kitchen.
It's honestly insane to me that they were able to unleash the Viper Spit into Hall, but it doesn't necessarily cover the entirety of that spike. It was still out in the open.
Still, and I think this map is still up in the air. I think
Yeah.
RNT, I honestly thought that it wasn't going to go this well for that defensive because I know them as that aggressive team. But somehow they managed to get these 5 rounds and potentially going to get their 6th as well. The Operator again on Eugene S. This early knife into Star is actually a lot of pressure, which gives them so much control on this A side, forces all these players to move up already. Mark L going to destroy the anti-flank on mid, which creates reverse pressure and puts the pressure, I guess, back onto this attacking team.
Yeah, look at Hot Sauce and Worship playing very close. Seekers activated, and Walk on Water will be the first one to fall. And now 2 members left from the side of NCG. There's still 4 on RNT. I don't think they're able to push through with this, as again, the spike now has to rotate far away unless they're just trying to avoid that guiding light. Mark L meet eye to eye with Mid-Mathers. It's all up to Batman. I'm not sure if he can do any superhero play, as Worship will finish the job.
They managed to get the round and equalize the score 6-6 for this half. Honestly, a very good defense for RNT, and it shows that the confidence that they had to pick this map, a map that they in the past have not been doing so well in, they have had at least a lot of improvements. But you look at the buys and it's the Ghosty Gang for them, because they all have that. Instead of buying some utility, they're just gonna go for that pure firepower, which tells me that they want to play that long range game and tells me that they might want to stick on that B side.
That is correct. They are already hovering closely onto long here towards B. Viper wall already pretty much set up, and there's only one person guarding that site.
One person, and he has to have so much impact. But if it's going to be anyone, a Batman is a great choice. The most experienced KJ player on this map right now, but he knows that the Viper wall is coming. He can hear them run through, and the gamble from the pistol round coming from NCG is not going to pay off as they go to the wrong side. But these swarms, oh, actually he goes past them, so he gets so much space all the way into CT. But no, the utility just burning Hot Sauce, too hot to handle, and they overheat.
And now Worship gets, now RNT gets a second chance to plant that spike. It's still a 4v4, still very doable, as Markel will find Walk on Water. Batman has eyes on heaven, and Hydra Kid, 15 HP. RNT is doing so well in this round, and they win the first pistol round for the second half.
Mark L was telling me the other day that one thing he likes about his team is normally they do win a lot of the pistols in general for their game. For some reason, they're just really good at pistol. And this time, even though they get punished early by losing Hot Sauce to those nano swarms, the Venn diagram was not enough to stop this. Because the crossfire from Eugene S sneaking his way into that CT side, as well as the pressure from Halls, was just too much to handle here, especially with that lower buy from everybody on the pistol.
And the fact that, again, just as you said earlier, Fluffy, it's the Ghosty Gang paying off. Now it's a lot of buys on the side of RNT as they're reaping the rewards of their win in the previous round. But this time, it's a full stack from NCG here on B site, and this is paying off.
That's a lot of rewards, actually. They're running the double full rifles, the double bulldog. They're really buying for their future investment here, as they really need to claim this round. If they lose, it's going to be so punishing, but that's a great start for them.
The Magician able to kill Walk on Water. The other duelist on this game, and the Nacague kills Worship. Hot Sauce with his own trade in mind. 2v3 at this point. The spray down, the wall bangs happening, and the pistol, he has to reload and switch weapons. And unfortunately, Joms couldn't win that one. And RNT once more is able to maximize the buys, but at the end of the day, NCG is able to land a couple of kills still.
I think overall, yes, the round goes to RNT, but I think that's a tad bit too expensive for them.
Yeah.
They lose 3 players, which means that even though they had basically 4 rifles, they only came out with like less than half, since one bought the Spectre as well. So even though, yeah, you lose the round for a second round, knowing that you're only on pistols, I think the value is still a lot that they can appreciate on this side of NCG.
And I'm sure this is an experience of deja vu, because I believe the previous thing happened as well, where the team that lost the pistol round is able to capitalize on the expensive buys and send people to just a couple of sheriffs, just a couple of ghosts on the next round. So we'll see how NCG maximizes their own with now they have the better buy.
No, one thing that they have going for them, for RNT at least, if they do manage to get kills with the rifles that they do have, it upgrades the rest of their roster, giving that rifle that extra gun and firepower to them. Mark L, though, trying to create some perceived pressure as he takes out the alarm bot, removes the info gathering tool for the defenders, which allows them to move a bit more free on the attacking side in this map.
And RNT's approach right now, lingering slowly on towards B. This seems to be the plan in mind when they shifted over to attack. So far, so good from this team, as it is only Mid-Mathers on this Astra guarding Heaven.
They have a lot for them to work with, but the stars are already pre-placed. Mid-Mathers pops the Nebulas, but there's a high tide in his face. Not going to be able to see anything from that. He has to play for control, but he knows that Worship is planting under him. The rest of the defenders, though, going for that wide flank, but that's going to be time ticking already for the side of RNT.
There's 2 people at Hall. The Magician is going to get eliminated by a Batman. Worship, though, already in deep territory of NCG's map. And so far, 2 people going to be coming from long, actually. I'm not sure if Mark L can handle this, as that's 3 kills on the side of NCG, making it into 1v4. And there you go. They take it back, and now it's 8-7.
The most pivotal part of that round was just Mid-Mathers surviving. He was able to stay uncontested on that Heaven side, and because of that, I think they thought that the teammate before him, the one that Worship was able to trade, was the player who's going to go to Heaven. Not expecting this, they're looking the wrong way. Mid-Mathers capitalizes, gets the frags that really stabilizes the round as the flank comes in.
Incredibly important. Yeah, they weren't able to gain complete control over that B side, and Mid-Mathers just survived through that entire onslaught, giving information, providing utility, especially the smokes. The solo smokes on the team, and now RNT, again, sorry, this map is just so close.
Oh, there's a Recon Dart and spot out some pressure as Eugene S moved for the kill, but Joms actually lands the double. Hot Sauce falls as well. That means Worship has to back off. They lose 2 of their teammates, and that they also lose a lot of their rifles. So now it's just going to be the 2 on Hydrokid as well as Mark L, while Worship just has to work with that Sheriff.
And Mark L's going to get spotted by the turret, and therefore given a bit of information on the side of NCG. There's just so much, even the alarm bot onto doors. RNT baiting out all of these utility, but narrowing down the options on where they should attack.
Ooh, Batman though gets spotted off by the Trailblazer, but Mark L blazes the path through, is able to land that entry frag, gives them that momentum early here onto that B-Link side. Maybe gonna be hitting B. Mark L finds another! He gets Walk on Water as well, upgrades his weapon, and now it's a 3v3. They stabilize.
I'm not sure if they are going to be expecting Mid-Mathers on this off-angle buy screens, but at the end of the day, they still haven't exactly committed onto B side just yet. They're still deciding where to go. RNT makes a move now, coming through lane, coming towards B, but Mid-Mathers decides to move towards long, spot out any sort of possible person towards that entryway, decides to give up that position, and will play quite far. And with this site now clear, this means RNT has free reign on this area, and Mid-Mathers has no sight, has no vision at all on towards this area. With the Seekers, it will now expose his position. That's the reason why he's not firing any shots whatsoever just yet on towards the Seekers up until the very last moment.
Oh, this is a huge ultimate, but it's gonna be Hydra Kid going for that 1v1. He wins on top of Nacague. Joms does land his Fury, but it's not gonna land enough damage. Did Mathers had that cheeky angle, but the Seekers just pushed him out of there. Now with this Viper wall, it's actually gonna give them so much on the crossfire. Mark L falls from heaven, but there goes Worship, praying for that 2K, able to find it. 9-7 now for RNT.
That's always the unfortunate thing. You think that you have cover. You thought that the Viper wall will stay up right there, but it just exposes you out in the open just like that. And Mid Mathers, I'm not sure. It felt like he had a very, very good chance having to be the one at B. But again, just as you said, the Seekers just made it very difficult for him to retain that position.
Very difficult indeed. Now both teams can try to reposition slightly with a lot of aggression here coming from the B side for Ezra and Nacague. Will the Magician spot this out though? They know that this knife's the first time that they threw it. This Nebula going in so deep, they have to expect that this is going to be some kind of eco push. What will he expect for though? The first one's gonna land. Oh, the spray throughs! He manages to find 3 with the knives. Eugene S going huge. And Joms, he does salvage it, but now 2v4.
RNT. Every single time they play, it feels like you gotta be prepared for a 1v5 clip. And right now, Mark L is able to kill a Batman 3v1 at this point. Even though they have a better buy. Jom's already half HP. Will he be able to land these headshots? He knows Hot Sauce is right there, but he doesn't know someone's gonna be coming right behind him. But he's still able to get a kill. He wanted to swing right behind, but it's still 10-7 with RNT in the lead.
Hot Sauce knows that he just has to buy time for Mark L to get that swing, the pincer maneuver. He goes extra wide, so even if he falls, you know Mark L has to trade. But look at the shots coming from Eugene S. Gets the spray down in a way from the knives going through. I don't know, if just cutting them down like grass as he's able to find the kills. And considering that that's just the knives too, I think it's a great use of the ultimate.
Don't you have to spray grass to actually cut them first?
I honestly don't cut grass.
Same.
I haven't seen grass in a while. I just play Valorant.
Same. I go out and it's just concrete, you know? It's I don't see the greens, fortunately.
Sure. It's a concrete jungle out there, but hopefully RNT doesn't get stonewalled because NCG, they have to figure out what their next move is. After this tactical pause, the small adjustments that they did make, I think they're kind of mirroring RNT's plan, bringing out the operator this time. So if Walk on Water is going to be able to put on the same pressure that Eugene S had for them, it's just going to be great control in general for how they move, especially with that double initiator.
It's so important so far. It has been, what do you call this, a bit of a swing for both of these teams, and both lockdowns are already there, but there is no Hunter's Fury yet to possibly eliminate, what do you call this, Mark L's lockdown in case it is going to be a route for RNT to take.
RNT though, they have the economy and they also have the lockdown as well as the reckoning. So much utility for them, but I think it's also a Batman on the other side of things. Oh no! The Magician just falls like that. Jom's able to find the timing somehow, I think because of the gravity well, trying to fight it in it, but it's just so difficult.
Yeah, I was just quite unfortunate. I don't think there was any utility that accompanied him, hoping for a sneaky path towards door. But at the end, Joms is able to find that kill. And now this puts RNT on a tight spot. They have to play slow now, especially without their duelist.
Yeah, and because they don't have that duelist, they don't have that explosion, you're gonna have to walk through everything. Looking at A main as well, look at how the setup is already just so close to the front of the site. They're waiting for that explosion, and without that dash available for their side, not a lot of space for them to take, but the Worship's gonna try to find a way.
There it is, the lockdown being dropped already by RNT, making a commitment on towards A. And so far, there is no response from NCG just yet for their own lockdown, hoping to use it later on once they decided to do that retake. And right now, yeah, Spike has been planted.
It's a great smoke coming in from Viper. The Poison are going to block out so much important places for them. They spotted the multiple people, and it's going to be Joms and Hot Sauce getting one each. That pushes this into a 4v3, and even though they still have that ultimate, The defending Killjoy might get spotted out as Worship finds Midmathers praying for a smoke. They have to back out of it though because it's going to be pivotal. Joms is on the bomb, but oh no, he gets pushed out by the Nano Swarms into the crosshairs.
Oh my
Worship
gosh.
Hydra Kid gets one as well. A Batman tries to salvage it, but the crossfire is too strong and RNT are in the lead in double digits.
And the fact that we said, you know, it was a very good point coming from RNT to adjust, play slow, whittle down away the utility that was on the A site. And despite losing Le Magician earlier into this round, they were still able to push through.
Oh man, they really need to find their groove here. They really need to find a way to take this map because this and Ascent, I think, are their two best chances because Haven statistically not the best for NCG, but they still have a bit more breathing room, very winnable still if they manage to get some early momentum. Speaking of early momentum though, they're moving here fairly quickly to this B side, but this time every player in the lobby is relatively close, only 2 on mid for the defenders, but they only have the Sheriffs.
They have the Seekers activated as well, with the Sheriffs only at the hands of NCG makes this a bit of a struggle to defend this site in particular. Now the smokes are gone, now the walls are gone, and a Batman kills Worship. Oh my dear, 3v3 now, and this is totally unexpected versus the Rifles. Walk on Waters, Joms, the only one left. The spike is just about to be planted, and the Magician has eyes on lane. Oh my word! I cannot believe that this is happening. 2v1 now, despite the Rifles, and the spray down's not, the spray transfer is not gonna happen as Joms denies this round against RNT.
What an MVP for the round! Not only does he get the defuse, and he gets that final kill, that early Hunter's Fury just punishes the early movements from RNT. They try to take space with all these rifles, but at that range, the shots coming through from SR Nacague are just enough to do the damage to close out the round.
Dude, insane, yeah. Like, Joms is that round's MVP, just as you said. And the way that they're able to win that thrifty, and now it's their turn to have these rifles. They do have Null Command versus the Reckoning and as well as the Viper Spit, so I wonder how will RNT want to maneuver for this this match point, possible match point rather.
Oh, Walk on Water finds early momentum, taking out Hydra Kid, but thankfully, at least for RNT, for any saving grace, they do still have Hot Sauce to provide that smoke utility. But Mid-Matter, speaking of controllers, gonna spot out some early pressure, but that does bait out the Gravity Well. That means it's not gonna be available for at least 40 seconds here, as 1 minute remains in the round and a bit more slow pace for both teams.
There is that big of a crossfire on towards Link, Connector, and Le Magician is able to win that 1v1 against Joms. Mid-Bathers tries to peek, but Hot Sauce still remains onto Art, and this now gives RNT complete control over towards the site. I don't know if they know a Batman is there, but using the High Tide, rather, to shield Le Magician, but dugout still not clear. A Batman being very patient, waiting for the rest of his teammates to work things out, to cause chaos before he's able to reveal himself and land a couple of shots. Null Command now activated to Batman. He says his team is here, but Le Magician finds him nonetheless, and the double peek will not work in their favor, rather. SCG tried their best, but it's now match point for RNT.
Match point indeed. Mark L does fall at the end of it. Unlucky, but they still managed to use that to convert the round because the crossfire was just too powerful. I'm surprised that they weren't able to get more out of that dugout position for the defensive side, but I guess with the time ticking and so much on the line, now RNT moves themselves to match point.
And the Magician's spidey sense be tingling. He had eyes on that area. And now it's match point. What will NCG do? They don't have a lot to work with, Fluffy.
Well, they're gonna try. They only have the Sheriffs in hand, and this semi-eco buy will be going into the Rifles. The Reckoning already gonna be popped. Going for this faster hit, something you necessarily don't do against Rivals. He goes for the jump. He almost gets punished for it, but somehow he manages to get it. Worship falls again to these Nano Swarms, so powerful from a Batman.
Yeah, it's still a 4v4 scenario, but it doesn't make the case for NCG much stronger, considering the fact that they are on a lower buy. They've performed miracles before. Mark L, Hot Sauce, they are on a roll here. And Mid-Mathers, he does have a Phantom in his hand, but with 3 people looking at him and towards his angle, he's able to kill someone through the smoke. The Magician is gone. 1v2 right now. Still has the Sheriff open. Doesn't have a lot of utility. He's gonna push through. He kills the second to the last player on the board.
2 bullets.
Now he has to find someone.
Oh,
2 bullets,
no.
and Markel finishes this map 13-8. RNG, Rambutan ni Tatay, takes the first map of this series.
Look at him go. Mark L at the end telling his team, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. I got this. And Hydra Kid just chanting in the pit. Somehow, though, Mid Mathers finds through all that pressure, through all that smoke. But at the end of it, RNT does come out on top.
That was honestly scary. Yeah, the fact that it was just a low buy on the side of NCG, but and it boiled down to a 1v1. I thought this map was going to be a bit of an extended map, but at the end, it is RNT is able to is able to win this series with that 1v map. Sorry, I don't know why I said series map, and that 1v1 between Mark L and Mid Mathers.
And this time around, on Pearl, Hot Sauce redeeming himself, able to show why he's one of the OG players here, still in VCT, remaining their MVP for RNT. And NCG, on the other hand, they managed to put up a good fight, but not enough to close out the game. Ascent will be pivotal for them as they move on for the series, as we look at the highlights.
Yeah, honestly, this is, again, because of this win coming from Rambutan ni Tatay, this means that their Pearl curse has now officially ended here on Split 2. And they definitely indeed had a plan in mind as we again look at RNT worship here, pushing through main and just doing a lot of work.
Yeah, they're not the best under the water, but slowly but surely they are learning to finally get their first
enemy
win on the
remaining.
Pearl, their first map win in general for the VCTPH split number 2. And this learning curve is part of that early momentum, which has slowly trickled from that little, little movement and might even snowball eventually, because they look like they're having an explosive start, which a lot of people expected this roster to have.
Yeah, the fact that they had to adjust it so much. The Magician with one of the highlights. I think the 2 highlights in this particular map was definitely a Hot Sauce's 4K. And as well as Le Magician. Again, there's so many 1v4, 1v5 scenarios that we're seeing here on the side of RNT. And I mean, one consolation prize that I suppose that we could give for NCG is that they were winning a lot of these thrifty rounds against RNT and are still able to make it work, which is going to be very, very important coming into the next map on Ascent.
I feel like in general, though, they had very good and strong ideas. Execution-wise, sometimes you'd see those flashes of brilliance, but other than that, they didn't have the consistency that I think RNT brought in this Pearl game. Something that they've improved tremendously from their previous maps.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing a very steady growth for both of these teams, but I feel like RNT has been, the most apparent, because the fact that they were able to have this really good dynamic as a team despite the numerous, roster changes that they had to go through since the very beginning of qualifying to VCT Split 2. And now when we look at week number 4, they were able to get their first win against ZOL Esports. And now with the pressure being extra, because again, these 2 teams are currently in the bottom 2 of the standings. Whoever doesn't make it out of the bottom 2 will sadly not be able to make it to playoffs. So knowing with all of these factors in mind that they're performing really well, is honestly just a testament to the growth of RNT as a team.
I mean, they've slowly but surely have started to improve, that's for sure. But overall, the strategy and depth that I think that they have gotten with this slightly altered roster, stepping in with those 2 additional players, has really shifted the dynamic overall to that more strategic play, which, in fairness, has been working out for them.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like because of the changes that they made with the rosters that they currently have, it feels like a more, what's the word? Because I feel like they still retained their fire, brute forcing their way through these sites, a very staple style of RNT. But with the addition of the 2 members that we're seeing right now, it feels like it's a more, less, would say probably less aggressive RNT. Oh. Yes.
Never mind.
What were you about to say, Fluffy?
Nothing. All good in the hood.
Gotcha. But because, again, RNT able to break the curse of this Pearl map, I remember you mentioned this, Fluffy. It was, what's the record? They picked Pearl 4 times, but unfortunately lost 4 times. But now, this is a very huge, difference as we look at RNT. But now for NCG, again, it's when we look at this team, they also are experiencing, what do you call this, adjustments when it comes to their roster. Because again, talked about them as a big salad bowl, a big salad mix of a roster. Because even though we see the word NCG, they've been here before in Split 1. It is a totally different roster where it is only Mid-Mathers, which is the retained member of the squad. And they've got what? Players coming from Puggers, coming from Action PH. So it's, again, there's a lot to adjust when we think about this kind of team when we look at NCG.
I mean, it's a lot of mix, that's for sure. But the fruit of the day seems to be Rambutan and Tatay, because that slow and steady improvement has not only paid off, but has really shown the capabilities of this team as someone that can prove themselves here in the proving grounds for VCT. On the side of NCG, though, I have to agree with you. They have a different roster, in a way, with the new pickup of the lineup outside of Mid-Mathers. But there's still a lot of potential and a lot of veterans here for that VCT stage. So I don't think it's necessarily just that really pushes the team dynamic thing. I also think a lot of it is just probably how they want to take map control, because we saw, I mean, we have the retrospect also, but we saw how them playing slower really worked out for them. But if they did this a couple rounds earlier here and there, it could have really helped them. So these small, not only the adjustment, but how quickly you do an adjustment is a great sign of a team.
Yeah, the fact that it was incredibly close again on a map such as Pearl, they were showing a lot of really good signs as a team when it comes to a roster that feels like it's a new, there's a lot of new things when we look at this team. So I feel like Ascent is going to be a bit tough, even though it is going to be an NCG pick. When we look at the record, I know we're already talking about the second map. I know we're very excited for the second. But it feels like also RNT is a team that feels comfortable when we look at that map as well. They've won, actually, Ascent a couple of times already in Split 2.
I mean, Ascent, I think one thing that RNT is good at simplifying the game. And speak of simplifying the game, moving on to the basic map, the first map of Valorant, where everyone is generally fundamentally strong, is just a lot easier to play, because you think less about how you want to play the map and more about how you just want to move around your team to get that map control, not necessarily focusing on the gimmicky things or certain angles on the map. So I think it plays into their favor pretty well. But on the other side, still a lot of strong players for the side of NCG, but for sure the pressure will be on them.
Yeah, considering that, again, this is already week 4. We're pretty much already at the halfway mark of the regular season. And while again, we see a team that like NCG has yet to score a point, and that's the reason why the pressure is extra on them. They have to win this so that they can get to Haven, and therefore increase their chances in taking a point onto their scoreboard. And it's going to be, again, a lot of pressure, but to relieve ourselves or relieve a bit of pressure from the broadcast, I gotta ask you, what's your favorite fruit, Fluffy?
I don't know. I don't eat fruits. Not gonna lie.
What? Why not?
Bad?
Why don't you eat fruit?
I don't know. I feel so lazy to like peel fruits and then eat the fruit. It's
the easiest fruit to eat is banana.
Steps.
That's true. That's true. But you don't have to slice a banana. You can just like
I know someone that eats the banana like with the skin.
Huh?
Yeah. You just
what does it taste like? Is it a bitter?
I don't know. I've never tried it.
Me neither.
Yeah, but you know.
It's a weird texture. I can imagine it, but props to your friend who can eat the skin. That means I don't know what comes with the skin, but anyways.
Probably more nutrients, hopefully.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't know. I feel like I gotta Google that. Google a video or something. But anyways.
We're gonna learn a lot more about that as soon as we learn also a lot more about our current matchup. Because I think one thing that is very interesting with Ascent, though, is that NCG in general, all of their players have played that a lot of times. So more than just Ascent, when I step into the mind of NCG, I'm like, okay, how do I win this series, right? We have to win Ascent, but then we also have to win Haven. And statistically, we're not the best on Haven, and we just lost Pearl, which RNT is generally supposed to be better at. So how are we actually going to win?
Yeah.
And if they take a page from the book from RNT, you can just, ignore the statistics and prefer the magic and just try to go,
Yeah, just go for it. Just also fight chaos with chaos and be unpredictable. And I feel like it's one of those things, like how are you able to match up with the players on the opposite side? It's like you have to deal with Mark L. You have to deal with Hot Sauce, Le Magician. I feel like those are the things that they have to deal with, like a step-by-step process. And those three players in mind in particular, because of their Haven performance, or rather Pearl performance, it's like, what can you do against these players?
I think an interesting thing from RNT is that could be anyone, right? Sometimes you see Hot Sauce pop off. Sometimes it's just Eugene S going wild. Sometimes, I guess, Lester does something or Mark L does something. But,
I guess.
It's okay. But other than that, like, any of these players can really just have their own moment. So you don't really know who's going to heat up. But the one thing that you can guarantee is someone's going to do it.
Yeah. Honestly, every time Rambutan and Tatay, even though when we look at the record that they're struggling to get a point on the scoreboard, but at the same time, whenever you watch Rambutan and Tatay, you're always like, there's always going to be a highlight reel coming in. There's always, like, when we saw Pearl, there were instances of 1v4, 1v5s happening and them still getting a 4K or a 3K despite the stack of players, despite the odds not in their favor. And I feel like that's another like factor that NCG has to keep in mind every single time, like the highlight reel is coming. How do we shut these particular players down before it even happens?
I mean, there's a lot of different factors there. It's about punishing the mistakes, because RNT, they have that explosive power, but they're not necessarily the cleanest of teams sometimes. And whenever they misstep, you have to be always ready to really capitalize on this situation.
Oh yeah, that's true. They thrive from the chaos, from the mess, and that's why we see a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot, like some of instances where they're RNT pretty spread out. You can see them taking a solo approach. But of course, we're excited to talk more about this matchup. We're heading on over for a short break before we head on over to Ascent. Don't go away. We'll be right back. And we're back here over at Valorant Challengers Philippines Split 2. We're still going to be your casters in this series between RNT and NCG. Rico over here, joined by Fluffy02. I bet you guys can hear my dogs barking because they're very excited for this series. We're letting you guys know that we're available in other languages as well. You're watching the English broadcast, but we're also available at the Filipino broadcast. Head on over to YouTube and as well as on Facebook and makipagkulitan with them as well.
And of course, since it's almost dinner time, if you want to grab some food for yourself, don't forget that you can enjoy that free Grab delivery every day and get exclusive deals, especially when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on your free trial for your first month for this promotion.
That's right. If in the afternoon you're going for a coffee break, but now it is definitely, yes, almost dinner time. So make sure to grab some food. As you get to see, Fluffy is probably still drinking his coffee at 5 p.m. in the morning. I mean, evening.
Yep.
It's evening.
Our body clock is all over the place because we were so excited and we stayed up for this game because this is gonna might be actually the deciding map. If not, it will be Haven. But right now, we're going to be moving on to Ascent. Previously, you guys were watching the first map of RNT versus NCG on Pearl, which RNT did win 1-0. So now the pressure is very, very high for NCG because they need to take this map to start living in the series.
Yeah, not only that, living in the tournament as well, as we talked about the implications. I know there's still a couple of matches in place for the regular season, but at the same time, the pressure is building because NCG has yet to put a point on the board, and the bottom two at the regular season won't be able to make it into playoffs, and that's the reason why the pressure is building. But on the other hand, we've got Rambutan and Tatay. Their momentum has been building as well because look at them, they were able to win a match against ZOL Esports, grabbing them their first point in the tournament, and now it feels like they're still riding on with that wave.
I mean, both these teams kind of late bloomers in terms of the overall tournament, but we know the potential from the open qualifiers of the firepower as well as tactical expression that both of these teams really bring to the table. RNT, though, recently has found more success, as you mentioned, and speaking of the bottom two teams not going to be moving on, these are actually currently the bottom two teams. So RNT, they have a slight advantage in terms of overall positioning in the tournament. Will they be able to keep that up? Or will NCG start getting their momentum of their own? Because we know if there's anything about any team, NCG has always or almost always gone the distance in a lot of these maps.
Yeah, there is that record of having to go towards map 3, but despite the good performance in some of these like individual performances in the map, they have fallen short, I believe, up against MVP and as well as GameLab.Alpha. So hopefully this is going to be a very different scenario as we're heading on over to Agent Select on our current map of the second map is going to be Ascent.
Well, there goes the map. It is going to be Ascent, like you mentioned. RNT versus NCG, game number 2 for this split. Worship going to be locking in that KO. Very standard pick for Ascent in general. Nacague on the other side going to be picking it up as well. For Sentinels, though, it looks like a very similar matchup. The biggest difference right now is going to be in the controller. It's going to be the Astra versus the Omen on mid-mathers. Hydra Kid on the Astra, though, they provide that global presence. A lot of utility and combinations coming in because you have so much flexible uses for those stars. But mid-mathers does give the paranoia. And honestly, I think the TP is a bit undervalued. The Shrouded Step really gives you a bunch more utility, especially here in Ascent, where you can use it to get a lot of cheeky angles, and you can use it to do a lot of perceived pressure overall for the map.
That's true. We've seen this biggest difference recently as well on another series, and I'm so excited to see the dynamic, the difference of the controllers. We saw that, you know, as an Omen, there is a lot of more clutch potential if you're the only one left in a round. Well, versus an Astra, there's just a funnel of utility. It doesn't really matter where you are. There's just, if you have a lot of stars in hand, then there's a lot to give for your team, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest differences and dynamics that we're looking forward to in this map in particular, Ascent. We've seen RNT win this map against ZOL Esports recently, so not only are they riding the wave of a recent win, but also the recent win on this particular map.
And here we have the game already rolling. Early scans coming in from the teams, and NCG's Walk on Water is going to creep his way and lead the charge as him and Nacague pivot themselves to this mid side on the attacking side. Their teammates, though, already ready for the flank. They might have spotted Mark L, who's actually playing the Sova this time around, initiating his team, and because of that, he's going to fall back. They know that the mid is already compromised.
It's not the Ghosty boys much, only Hot Sauce, rather, is only on Pistol. Just investing so much more on the utility end of things, as we had to see a lot already onto the B site. But with mid being in full control on the side of NCG, seems to be a lot of options for them to maneuver around the map.
Just pausing and just trying to get a bit more map control. They push out Mark L, but after that recon dart, they just quickly rotate and take more control onto Tree. The paranoia is actually going to delay even more, but they don't expect the push coming in from both Walk on Water and Joms onto site. 3v5 right now, and it's a very clean take for the attacking side.
They're really good coming from NCG. It all started because of that mid control. They were very patient. And after that, it's just a matter of choice. Where would be the best angle to go from? And with now just up to Hot Sauce Market and Le Magician, literally the 3 players that we mentioned before we entered into this site. Can they make a miracle play is the biggest question here as the Recon Dart will push through. There's the Cloud Burst as you get to see Le Magician already at the bottom of this map. And Yanagi and a Batman will clean the slate. And now they win the pistol round.
R&D, you know them for how strong they are on their pistol rounds, but this time around, a very clean, flawless one from NCG. Able to really get that mid control, even on the pistols, just for the manpower. And the discipline that they have here in the post plant is just something that really stunted a lot of the pushes that the defenders wanted to do on that retake.
Yeah, it was so difficult for the rest of R&D to clear all of these corners. And at this point, it all started because of that mid control. They weren't antsy with their plays. Just waited it out. Let's see how NCG takes advantage of the rewards that they're gonna reap in round 2 from winning the pistol.
Similarly to the pistol, though, they're getting a lot of this mid presence, and the extremity is going to be in control of the defensive side as they push out A main. The pivotal point here on Chi will be the contact if they continue this push with Joms already ready there, and he also has the drone to safely guide his jet, but Mark L will already be there on the close angle, but Walk on Water manages to find Hydra Kid. The crossfire already broken. Finds another, but will they expect the double A main push? Worship tries to go for a peek, but Walk on Water hears us, gets his third, but does he know that Jet is still in wine? Le Magician has the Sheriff in hand, but the positioning. Crossfire with his teammate Hot Sauce, but they spot him out. He has no weapon, but it's not going to be enough. Mid Mathers lands the shot as Walk on Water gets the 4K. Another clean round from NCG. They lose 2 players, but that's so much value.
I was so worried there because yeah, you're right. They killed that 3 players on the same site, which meant that is there a possibility for a 4th player on towards A? Yes, big possibility, and that's why we saw that peak from Mid Mathers checking wine. Gotta love the discipline coming from NCG.
Somehow, the fundamentals of this map working in favor for NCG. It's now R&D's chance on their buy round to really make their mark on this map and hopefully get their first round. This time around, they know that they're fighting mid, so they go for that mid push, but because they're on that lower buy, instead the attackers pivot to take site straight, something they haven't done in the previous rounds.
Yeah, this is just a very swift execution on their end, but Hydra Kid finds Yanagi in the middle of this site, able to pick up the spike at least. I'm gonna plant on towards Generator, Walk on Water, able to get this really good gun for himself, gets the headshot, Mid Mathers gets the 3rd kill, and now it's a sweet execution rather. Whoa, Hot Sauce with a swing! That was rather quick, but Walk on Water again with a wall bang. Knows that he's stuck there with the spike now being planted with Hydra Kid only 25 HP. There's a limit to what you can do, but that's really quick reflexes from Hydra Kid. May not have a lot of stars in his bag, but he doesn't have a lot of time. He doesn't have a lot of open space to work with. Probably knows someone is there on Hell. He is gonna pre-fire, but Mid Mathers cleanly end this round.
NCG just look rock solid on the stacking side, able to really read the movements of R&D. They don't expect the early mid push for the first 2 rounds, and on the 3rd they change the pace and they just go for a side hit, and Walk on Water plays a pivotal role because he always manages to find one on the entry, get that space for his team, and without him I think it'll be a lot more difficult. They have to find a way for the defense to really deal with the pressure that Walk on Water brings while still being disciplined enough to hold majority of the map control that they need. The fundamentals though, they're going to be reduced because R&T's options are kind of low with the Sheriffs.
Yeah, this makes it difficult on their defense. The fact that again we put a highlight onto Walk on Waters here on this Ascent map. He's currently I believe 8-1-2. Very strong start for NCG.
Knife already used for worship though. Won't be able to spot this out. This wide paranoia is not going to catch on one of the players, but he does know that he's on hell. Walk on water. Ooh, uses the right click just to confirm the kill. Is able to find another as well with the Spectre. Trying to go for the third, but Mark L goes for the shutdown.
That's value, sir. Killed 2 before he's able to go down. The Magician only has the Sheriff in his hand. Doesn't have a dash. Gonna get spotted by this drone. He has to be forced away. 4v3 right now. I don't think RNT has access to any of the guns. Access to Walk on Water's body, rather. And at this point, with the spike now being planted, this is a very, very aggressive push. One's on open space onto Heaven. There's one there looking straight at you. That's gonna be Mid Mathers finding right target, even though Hot Sauce has complete utility. It's a bit difficult now against 4 people.
It's just so difficult. They feel like they're being choked out of their positioning because NCG refuses to do these unnecessary peeks, and now a Batman trying to close out the round gets Hot Sauce out of the equation. A 4th round for NCG, and the momentum is just not stopping for them. A great start, but also Walk on Water again doing hero time and just getting a lot of the space that they need. Yeah, he's shut down, but look at the damage he's done already.
Honestly, it's so nice to see him grow in this duelist role. The fact that, again, last split, when he was on Puggers, they weren't able to get very far in the tournament and sadly couldn't make it into playoffs. So seeing him shine in this new team with SR Nacague with a salad bowl of a mix, 10-2-2 now. And again, his entry has been has a lot of impact for NCG at the first 5 rounds of this game.
RNT, though, going to take a quick breather here with this tactical timeout. And it looks like, at least from the economy, if they're going to go with this, that Le Magician, Eugene S, is going to stick with that operator. Something that's really changed the pace in their previous games. Because when you look at Pearl, which was the map before this, it's kind of a similar story. They lost the first pistol, they tried to get some rounds, they lost pretty early. But the moment that Eugene S and Le Magician got that operator, everything changed. But this time, though, will it be enough to really funnel? You know, because unlike Pearl, which has that long angle, it's very difficult to find the most valuable op spots. Like, you can't just sit in one spot in a sense. You kind of have to move around. So if he has good timing, sure. But if he has bad timing, it's really hard to retake with the operator here in Ascent.
It's so difficult. Yeah, you're right. In this map in particular, there's just limited options in comparison to Pearl. And now the choice from the Magician to go guard mid instead with that op. One of the longest angles towards this spot. Markel
so
with a recon dart. He's able to spot 2, but the smoke is going to deny his vision for now. And as well as this important op, able to remove that nanostorm at least. But with the spike now being planted, 4 members actually in close proximity of each other. This builds into RNT's difficulty in entering through this site. Because again, with that op, let's see how far this will go. 4v5 at the moment. NCG doing a really very good job buying a lot of this time. Walk on water. Wallbangs. Mark L doesn't get the second kill as Hydra finds him for the trade. Batman, they didn't expect him to be in garage. Not at all. The Magician, though, able to get a kill. 1v2 now.
Winnable?
He may get another headshot. No. Will he yet do it? No. Mid Mathers denies that. And NCG, 5 times in a row, wins Ascent at the moment in the rounds.
RNT, man, they try to change the pace. They get that operator, but the value just isn't there. It becomes an expensive loan for them. Now they have to pay for it to go for this eco. This entry, though, from Walk on Water, sliding on top of the roof. Not something that Hot Sauce really expected because of that burst control. He thought Mark L would be able to hold it from that middle, but the recon dart was, you know, in his hand, so he's not able to go for the trade. Because he slid on the roof, it's just not an angle he can really go for. That, combined with the fact that he got suppressed as well, nothing to really contact for him. But this time, the contact gonna be made so early on mid. The Magician tries for some heroics and gets shut down early by NCG, finding 2, finding 3. And Hydra tries to salvage the situation, though.
It's a mid brawl here in round 6. Now it's a 2v4 scenario, and it looks pretty dicey on the side of RNT. We'll see. Hydra Kid is gonna make an attempt on flanking on this side of Mid Mathers is ready for him. Hydra will say the same thing as he's able to win that over. And now it's all up to Mark L at the same time. He's still guarding toward this site, trying to dodge this drone. Not sure how far he can go with this. He's able to not kill a Batman as Batman is able to swing in. And again, NCG, just really clean rounds, on and on and on.
able to not kill a Batman. Real. That is the truth. Mark L trying to solve a situation there, but when you start out like this mid-brawl, just going wide for NCG, the damage being done. I mean, on one hand, you do have the knives and just shares for the defensive side, so it's kind of fair to do something fairly aggressive. But without that long-range support to really help out the people who are trying to go for these peaks, no flash and recon darts everywhere, it's just not enough utility. But because of that, they do manage to save it for the operator. But like we mentioned earlier, if you're in the wrong place, the wrong time on this map, it's harder to rotate, and it seems like it's going to be an A hit, but the operator on B.
And that's the reason why we get to see the Magician right now quickly pivoting over towards A, possibly going to take a position towards Heaven to see Long. But right now, it is a slow push, just NCG baiting out a couple of utilities here and there.
Slowing the pace down to a crawl. NCG just making their way inch by inch onto this A site, but that allows the operator of Eugene S to hold from the heavens, and because of that, they might not expect this to come through. One advantage they have, though, is they do have the paranoia as well as the KO, which can provide a lot of these pop flashes, something you have to literally expect, but they play so long that they actually move back. The Magician moves all the way to A, but the hit is gonna be in A main.
And I feel like the reason for that is possibly because of the lockdown.
Oh, the
and
scan.
Now he's moving back. The scan. Hydra Kid has eyes on his entry point, and RNT is doing a lot of work here. Jom's already in the site. They don't know that this is happening. He's able to recover for the squad. 3 is all pretty much alive, and RNT is able to at least win this round.
He managed to find the round because somehow Hydra can just not detain. I don't even know that you can stand in that spot. I assumed you have to go all the way up, but he just finds the kill as they enter to the smoke, thinking that the site is going to be fully detained. And even though that they did lose a lot of players, they do manage to still keep that operator in their pocket, which means that they still have it in play this round. But it's still a long ways away for RNT to equalize the situation. They have to get the 5 rounds because, you know, right now 1-6, the lead is still heavily in favor for NCG. And speaking of NCG, looking at their economy, still pretty good. They also have a lot of ultimates. The biggest one, the Null Command.
Yeah, there's still a lot to catch up on for the side of RNT, needing to bridge that gap. And when we look at this op, you brought this up where whenever, at least when we looked at Pearl, when the Magician is able to get his hands on the op, it basically shifted gears towards RNT's favor. So perhaps there is a possibility that this may happen again.
I'm sure that RNT is hoping that that's going to be the case, but I think aside from the map being harder to rotate from, I know that they did play double initiator in the previous map, but then double initiator here with KO to remove the dash, as well as spot out the jet, as well as the scan and drone coming in from Sova. I think it's just a lot of ways on Ascent to push out an operator, unlike Pearl. So it might not be as effective unless Eugene S brings out a bunch of magic tricks.
There's the possibility of 9 HP. Ain't able to get the kill, and he's forced away. Now they know where the op is.
Oh man, 9 HP. Any cold breeze will just take him out there, especially with that operator in hand. But at least he can play that distance, as Mark L does manage to clear out a bunch of A main. But will he expect players to be outside A and just dodging the drone very, very slightly? He has a Hunter's Fury if they need to do it, but Nacague still can cancel that with an L command.
It's gonna be very easy, just as you said, with just a press of a button. And now the shift is actually towards B this time around, knowing that there is an op there. We'll see. They do have smokes unused just yet.
I like how they have Vivi attacking Odin, but there's the operator coming into play. Even though he's brought low, still finds value in one. Worship can be holding side. Oh, but a full flash coming in through. Will he get checked in time though? No, he'll be able to recover. Jumps into Nacague, throws a flash, but it's actually going to be in favor for Worship. Still holding side 4v2 with Joms. He has the Odin. The wall basket come through. Worship holding down the fort as Joms finally finds a trade, but this should be an easy kill for Mark L. Picking into that gun, and it's going to be Mark L on top, getting the round for RNT.
Crazy stuff from the side of RNT. Honestly, that KO versus KO there on the side. It's just too close. Worship in the end was able to sneak, to keep his position hidden. And I feel like that kill before the smoke came in from that op honestly was good value for them to funnel in and not confidently enter that site.
Oh, speaking of confidence, the confidence to just early peek this with the operator is just going to be great value if he finds it. 2 players on the opposite side already. KO looks like he's about to throw the flash as well as the recon to push him out. Oh, he misses the shot so slightly, and Walk on Water removes that operator from the equation. Teamwork coming into control mid is going to be great
honestly,
for NCG.
That's super good. Yeah, the double initiators doing their work for Walk on Water is a really deadly combo. And now they have mid control. Let's see, where do they pivot? Because Mark L playing quite close, but no one is exactly there to trade for him, knowing that there's 3 members. The drone's gonna spot him out. He has nowhere to go. And with that said, the teamwork from NCG, them using all of their utilities in their favor is just really nice to watch.
Very true. But now 3v5, RNT on the back foot. It's not a lot of things to work with. If they get the right read and they get the manpower crossfire set up on the site that they're gonna hit, they could still turn it around. But Min-Mathers still has the paranoia in his pocket. Jom still has the recon dart, and there goes. So there comes the combo, trying to get some value. Worship finds Killjoy though, which reroutes their attention back onto the A main, but they do lose site control because of that though.
30 seconds.
Yeah, there is going to be hot sauce, at least coming from Heaven. They still have to break down the door too, coming from short. But this plant over near generator towards long of A, it seems that NCG already has a prime position. 2 people under Heaven. That said, I think they know at least someone is there towards Hell. But it's so difficult because this crossfire is set up. Cosmic Divide utilized. That means they can use it as a shield, mini shield rather. Worship, 30 HP, destroys the recon darts, not expose their positioning. They know at least where it is planted. Walking Water. A lot of people are low. Jump, all he has to do is push through the Cosmic Divide. And with that, it is just like clockwork. NCG, again, all of these clean rounds on Ascent.
It just looks so stable. Even that high pressure situation, they use the Omen to do that weird dark cover. That way, they can still peek into Heaven because he's playing the right side. Even on these couple of rounds here, just using the Cosmic Divide to bait out the shot because he knows his teammates playing Hell. These small things really add up in the long run for that little bait and switch, which really draws their attention, and it's drawing RNT into these unfavorable situations for them. Still though, they still manage to still have an operator, so hopefully they still get it around, but it really is dependent on how they play around the macro side of things and if they get an opening pick.
And so far, the opening picks have been in Walk on Water's favor, having to work side by side with Joms and Yanagi every single time. Let's see if he can do it again. He is with his squad. A lot of pre-fire on towards the smoke. Min-Mathers, if he peeks this, there's 2 people going to be looking at him.
Well, it's not going to be a sight he'll want to see. Debating if he's going to go for the wide swing. He's creeping closer, but this is an operator. He's going to go for the paranoia, but will he actually creep close enough to get flash? I think he will. Gets pushed back already, but he has the shorty. Not sure if he heard the sound. Oh no, he swings into the eyes of Hydra Kid, and because of that, they're able to take aiming control as well as Tree taking that site yet again.
Really nice execution, but the thing is, NCG has to take note of the 2 people that are playing at long, but that's the thing, they already know that this is happening. Joms doing a double kill, incredibly strong, coming from this player. And now it's all up to Hydra and Le Magician, the 2 players playing at long, 1 operator. Will he be able to isolate these angles? It's so difficult. Can't spot out anyone here. One's playing very close, and Yanagi removes 1, and Hydra Kid. Very difficult situation for him. Finds the 1 player, finds Joms. He knows someone's playing around boxes. He's trying his best to do a spray transfer, but NCG still is able to come up on top.
Just so clean Valorant coming from NCG. I'm honestly impressed with how they look in this map compared to how they played recently on the World just before this. So it looks like they're so put together. No one has to peek if they have the advantage. If they do have to take a fight, they bait and switch each other. And these small things are really making the biggest difference here for the map. 8-2, only 2 rounds remain for this half, and RNT are struggling to find their 3rd.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why RNT is struggling so much. It's so difficult once the plant comes in.
Enemy
kill. Walk on Water! Casually walking on towards this site. And even using the Cloud Burst, she's creating chaos right now. Doing all the entry points, and Joms and Yanagi teaming up. And this is deja vu. Hydra Kid with only the sheriff, and the wall and the door rather is going to close slowly in his face. With that said, NCG, we can definitely call it a 9-2.
Definitely, I don't think there's enough time, even if the heroics come into play. And with Hydra Kid dropping with a sliver of HP, a Batman's gonna get an easy kill on this. Landing that headshot from that distance. 2-9. Will it be 2-10 or will the 9-3 curse activate? But look at Walk on Water. He just somehow manages to always get that first kill. And even when he's traded, 3 people are already marking where he can get traded from. So they get the instant value. Even if he dies, he still gets the space. You don't have to pop up necessarily as Jet, but just being able to have that no fear and confidence in your team that if you do fall, it's still worth something is great. But they now Walk on Water is not going to be that entry fragger because he has that operator in play for the attacking side.
Yeah, very, very aggressive. Relentless also has pulling out the knives. They know the operator is going to be there. It's going to be op versus op. Gravity Well
Get out of my way!
already initiated. Blade Storm also in response. With the Paranoia utilized, which forces Le Magician back. So far, no deaths. So far, op versus op. This is very scary for both teams.
Oh, for sure. There's so much utility they invested here, but there comes the first swing, takes out one. The Magician gets the trade, but the lockdowns are going to be placed. They use the Paranoia, the dart, the knife, everything early to get this control, so they really want to go for this hard hit, but the delays are going to be in place already. Hydra Kid able to find out what is this, a second dark cover actually falling onto place, just not allowing them to peek at all. They know that the safety, or they're most exposed from that side, so it's forcing the Magician to go around because of this smart smoke play.
Really, really good. The fact that as well, the lockdown into the Hunter's Fury gonna be right there to find that lockdown. And Midmathers and the Batman doing a lot of work here. Hot Sauce will return the favor, including Le Magician. And it's all up to Jumps here on Hell. 1v1 right now. He knows someone is there. Hot Sauce will he be able to do it? He needs to reload. He's only on a pistol right now. And it is Jumps at the end of the day with the shorty kill. Nicely done.
NCG avoid the 9-3 curse, pushing this all the way to 2-10. Not a great look for RNT right now, who pulled so much value on that first map, but here on the second, it looks like to be NCG's stomping ground. It's a clean place that they've had, especially they invested so much util to take this aiming control, and then because they knew that they got the door, normally you don't want to smoke out the whole heaven because they can jump out, but because they know that that's one of the weaknesses, they had players marking it already, allowing it to do that, and because of this 1v1, the shorty just proving so strong at this range. Unfortunately for them, they're slowly starting to crack under the pressure of NCG.
Yeah, honestly, like this NCG on Ascent, we gotta keep saying it. They're just so clean. And now with the switch, back to pistol rounds here. And now RNT has to do the attacking.
Well, bit of a different start for them. This time bringing out the 3 ghosts, play this long range, and they're gonna hit mid similar to what NCG tried to do, but this one Nebula is actually going to slow down their progress a lot. Now they're not sure if anyone has to clear the close right or close left, but in the defense side, it's actually going to be Omen and KO playing this A side.
Yeah, and 2 people gonna come from short. Whoa! He's able to see one there, Nacague rather. Using the cloud burst to get through the site. They still know that one player's there. They haven't really cleared that particular angle just yet. The door is about to be closed. And that spike now is being planted. And no one has fallen just yet. Nacague know that someone is still there in catwalk. He does! He does, and now he's forced to drop away. Hot Sauce with the headshots. Walk on Water. Eventually he's able to trade for the team, and now it's a 3v4 situation. Not looking good for the side of NCG, but they still have Walk on Water still alive. We know how crisp his shots can get, except for this particular situation. And a Batman is able to kill Hydra Kid at this point, and Worship is able to finish the job.
They get a very important round. They have the better buy moving on to the second round, and RNT starts to get their foothold back and tries to take more control of the map. But we know how aggressive this team is, and even the buys are aggressive. Going for the 3 rifles already, 2 Vandals in hand, Vandal and Phantom rather. But here, they're closing that door. He gave him the opportunity to pick that short player. Hot Sauce tried to fight for his life. He's able to find 1, but the value still in the hands of RNT with the quadruple rifles here. 2 Vandal, 1 Vandal, 1 Phantom, and both Bulldogs. They need to win this round.
The the pressure that Hot Sauce created on the previous round. Let's see if they're able to replicate that. I feel like they could, with just as you said, the gunpowder, the firepower. But remember, they're up against NCG. NCG loves the thrifty rounds. They are able to push through with the miracle plays, and I feel like that's also possible once more.
Mark L, though, this time around, playing a bit slower. He doesn't have the recon dart to work with, slowly ADSing into this wall for some reason, but it's going to be Le Magician creeping on the opposite side of the wall to try to make some space as Nacague gets contact. He only has the Sheriff in hand. He's going to flash himself to try to get some value, but at that range, 2 players marking with better rifles is going to be very difficult to do.
Yeah, RNT doing the similar style of earlier, having to have short control and then just funneling through, or rather seeping through the entire site. Now it's a very difficult round for NCG to win on not only on top of the buys that they have, but just because of the positioning that they have right now.
And here we have the discipline of RNT. Just holding the site, playing off contact of one another, but will they expect a triple flank from NCG? It's going to be Joms leading the charge, but Hydrokin already spots him out. There comes the first, there goes the second. And it's just like shooting ducks right here as Le Magician tries to go for an off angle, but he gets shut down. The one tap coming in from Walk on Water. We know how deadly he is. Can't even afford to swap weapons here. This might get timing. Goes for a spray though. We expect no more. The trade instantly coming. Worship finds one. And because of that, they're able to close out the round relatively safe. And they do still keep majority of the rifles on the board.
Yeah, 3 rifles, 3 out of 5. And Hydrokin just cleanly eliminates the people on the other side of NCG. And it's now 4-10. It is looking good on the side of RNT, honestly, but there's a lot of work to be done yet, as there's still a 6 score deficit.
Well, you know, slow and steady is the pace, and they just have to keep it up, do it round per round, and kill at a time, taking control segment by segment for the side of RNT. This time, Le Magician's going to peek early on to B, but it looks like on the opposite side, Joms is ready for that recon dart. Does he have anything to spam with? He does have the Odin.
Oh!
Early damage going to come out just to chip out a little, deciding not to use that recon. If they walk into him, it's going to be just so much firepower on the opposing end.
Yeah, hoping to use that recon dart once the site attack is confirmed. We've seen it many times. The recon dart, amidst the chaos, proven to be effective. And right now, it is a slow and steady start. There is a bunch of nano swarms. There is the turret for scouting, but the Cosmic Divide might give that go signal. As now the rest of the squad, RNT, they're pushing in slowly. It's actually just Le Magician on towards the site. They're stopped by the nano swarm here, and Walk on Water repositions instead. Jom steals first blood, and now a Batman is still in prime position, using the boxes to swing, but Worship will eliminate him. Spike is down, 2v2 right now. And the recon dart there, that's what we're talking about. He's actually sandwiched, he's pincered, he can't.
30 seconds left.
He wants to turn, but he knows someone's right there. He knows Mid Mathers is right there, but Hot Sauce, he's sneaking through. Spawn, he knows this angle. He's able to eliminate Joms, but Mid Mathers is right there for the crossfire. Now it's a 1v1 situation. Mark L has a spike, 44 HP, doesn't have utility. I don't know if he can win through just firepower. We've seen it before. Mark L, seen it before work, and that's how you do it. Mark L clutching for RNT.
Oh man, Mark L playing the dumbest angle of all time, holding something that nobody would expect, and because of that, he knows that he can play in the minds of his opponents. No one is dumb enough to stand here, but Mark L able to capitalize on the situation and land the frag.
Yeah, this one, yeah, you're right. No one's gonna expect that, definitely. So out in the open. And it paid off, Fluffy. It paid off.
Gotta subvert their expectations and play off. That way you can punish their mistakes, because RNT slowly gaining the momentum back. What started out as a huge deficit is almost halfway there. Or is actually halfway there.
Yikes. It is half. The Magician able to get first blood, as Joms is the only one there. He gets the double kill, actually, and Walk on Water with a knife as a response. That still doesn't change the fact that it's a 4v3. Walk on Water, will he find another kill? He's able to reposition at least, and the dark cover is going to shield him to reposition farther away into close quarters. And right now, RNT, where will they go?
Where will they go indeed? They get slowed down here on the A push. So NCG, they're using a bit of their control here. Very cheeky way to jiggle peek this as well, because he has the knives. He can fire accurately if he sees the heads of the opponents. Looks like they're going to stick around that A side though. At least to leave one player as the rest of them try to contest mid. But Omen is on the opposite side if they do go for this A split. Now it seems like they're deciding to just double back, but you know, 3v4, you have the rifles, you might as well just make contact, but instead they're just trying to be extra patient.
It's very difficult. We've seen it before. NCG winning through Thrifties. Now they're gonna peek with their entire squad. 29 HP on the walk on water, unable to get a kill. Worship denies that. And as we get to see, Mid-Mathers playing around the smoke. He's gonna push through, and he's able to eliminate the one at doors. 3v1, all up to a Batman now, pushing through Heaven. A bit difficult as Hot Sauce finds him, and 6 to 10 right now for RNT. It's looking like they're slowly creeping in.
The aggression we know that RNT is made for has really come into fruition here on the attacking side. Able to punish a lot of the mistakes that we saw. That are, you know, RNT, they really have the firepower, and NCG, they have the control. So you'd think that on the defense they'd play as well as the attack, but somehow RNT's raw aggression just pushes through any immovable object and trying to be the unstoppable force of themselves.
Yeah, honestly, it's so difficult. Like, we saw Walk on Water's Johns and Yanagi combination, but it's so difficult when you're not the one dictating the pace of the game, as we get to see them Magician already flying across the map. A Batman forced to retreat onto Hell, but Hot Sauce just denies that. Mid-Mathers, again, being able to watch Catwalk is a very important point, but with the spike now being planted, NCG, what can you do now with post-plant positioning already in the bag? With that said, 3 people gonna come from Heaven, actually, from NCG, out in the open here. You know someone's at Hell. Now he's slowly getting, Magician slowly dying from the Molly as Hot Sauce kills Yanagi. And slowly but surely, NCG's numbers whittling down as they decide to just save and go away from the site.
I mean, it's a lot of pressure for them. They're forced back all the way to CT side, and because of that, I think they're just gonna keep the save alive, keep the economy in, because there's nothing else they can use from RNT's pressure. But Mark L's not gonna stop for the hunt. Gets one, the Hunter hunting, but gets shut down by Walk on Water. The value that they have from this save is turned around as they managed to get so much. The aggression, a bit over-eager here for RNT. They secure the round, but not the economy.
Dude, honestly, if NCG is given an opportunity to basically do what they did, I feel like you have the triad, which is Walk on Waters, Joms, and as well as Yanagi. We keep seeing them just perform as a trio of a unit, and when that happens here, I guess the difference is Mid-Mathers was the one instead. But at the end of the day, they're still able to make this save work. And now, a little bit of a damage on the economy. Let's see how fast RNT will be able to play this time around. Again, Magician just casually walking over to the site. Recon Dart will not spot anyone, but Walk on Water is able to deal first blood against Hot Sauce.
Oh, that removes the Sentinel out of the equation. The Batman still has his ultimate as well if they go for this plant. So with the door still there, still trying to get one, but how is that even happening? Yanagi, a Batman, Walk on Water, finding value. The operator coming into play. Paranoia doesn't land, but the shot of Hydro Kid does. But with that recon, it's gonna get spotted out. Tries to get the second somehow in the air, but Mid-Mathers still goes for the clean shutdown. NCG finally stepping back, getting their own momentum back into action, because they increased that gap that RNT has been successfully, in fairness, closing for a while.
Yeah, it feels like they figured out the execution style that RNT is going to do. It's always going to be the Magician playing very aggressively. Possibly the team's going to play a bit far back. And NCG was just very patient about it and expecting the right players to peak at the right time.
Small adjustments though, just like having the operator as well as the Odin, they're just so difficult to deal with from an attacking perspective. B main's gonna be almost impossible because of that Odin, which now is put up in short, and you have that long coverage from Walk on Water, who looks like he's about to early peak on this top mid, which is where one of the attacking players will be running into. Will Eugene expect this though? Oh, the smokes can actually save him, push him back. The Nebula doing so much work for him on mid.
Timing. Perfect. Unfortunate for Walk on Water there. And now it's a bit of a slow pace this time around. I think this is a better approach, considering that NCG feels like they're always ready for the Magician to just strike in.
And Walk on Water, though, repositions himself to take this A control. He can even play off the turret contact if he needs to. And it looks like it's a strategy smelled out by RNT as they are shifting towards that B side, which in my opinion is the weaker side. They only have a couple pieces of util to work with. The Omen Flash, of course, is going to be huge. But Nacague as well as Omen have to play so close because majority of not only the util but the weaponry is still on A.
Yeah, I think that's the difficult part. The setup isn't going to be there. The Killjoy setup isn't going to be there. And they all have to play off of their smokes or mollies. But they decided to pivot. There's 30 seconds on the clock. Have to run away very far.
They still have time to go through it, but it's going to be very
30 seconds
close.
left.
They can't afford to just walk into this. I think their plan is to have their Astra walk in, but Hydra Kid might not expect this operator. Here comes the Cloud. Oh, and the shot whiffs. Able to find one though. Eugene S lands the frag. The Haunting Spirit come in, removes Mark L from the equation, but Hot Sauce takes out a Batman as well. They managed to get the plant down. That's the most important thing. Wolf to detain, but oh no, it's just free for Joms. Hot Sauce not detained though, able to find one 2v2. How will this go?
That's the question right there. There's the turret. Still, Hot Sauce very wary of anyone's going to be coming from catwalk or from mid. Still doesn't have information where the rest are. This is a lot of space to diffuse. I think Hot Sauce does have eyes. Problem is, there's a bunch of smokes right there. Hydra Kid playing from long and wine.
Oh,
and
no.
Hydra Kid, oh dear, Mid-Mathers in the end wins that 1v2 and Nacague is able to defuse.
They had the post set up correctly. They had the star on it. Hot Sauce had the contact as well. Brought out the turret if needed. But this lockdown just proved so pivotal in stopping a lot of their plans in the scrap. Just removing a lot of their crossfires. And even though they tried at the end, it's just a great play from Mid-Mathers. Able to secure that 1v2. Get the 1v1s actually that he needed. And because of that, just get overwhelmed to protect his teammate.
And now we're close. Close, NCG. Already at match point. They feel. Whoa! That timing though. The Magician unfortunately doesn't have the Blade Storm. Exactly can't pull
Oh,
it. Nice
man!
Drums with a spray down. A cross short is just very, very difficult to deal with.
You expect the Odin player to normally be playing that B side, but here he is on short, peeking the long range with the Odin, getting a spray down off of the recon, and Mid-Mathers going to play the cheeky angle up to logs. They still have the manpower, they still have the util, and they still have that operator, which guards the entirety of mid, allows their KJ and Sova to just hold for the defense on A. So they can just play this beautiful crossfire. Even if they get flashed here, if one of them anti-flashes here, they can just go for the punish. It's a very smart play, especially with 50 seconds on the clock.
And we saw Mid-Mathers and Nacague work hand in hand as well. And Walk on Water is still very stable onto mid to make sure that he spots out any sort of funny business, any rotation from this angle, but decides to hide from the drone. That means they still have to keep the guessing game on board.
Oh, this is going to be a huge suppress.
Oh, dear.
Removes one player. There was the first one. His teammate was smoking though, but he turns around. Mid-Mathers able to find more value, but now that's still 2v3. Oh, the operator coming into play. It's all up to Hot Sauce. Trying to go for his life. He has the spike, so he can go for the plant, but with all these players already coming close, the drone's going to spot him out as well. This entire thing is wall bangable. He's getting shipped down, and there comes the operator. There goes the Odin, and there goes the second map for RNT versus NCG. We go for the map 3.
Crazy, crazy stuff, Fluffy. Look how chill they look after winning the second map. Now it's 1-1 in the series, and now they're going into Haven. And honestly, NCG had complete control over the first half of that entire map. But then RNT started to pick it up a little bit. But at the end of the day, it feels like they've read the RNT's movements, especially on attack.
In RNT, they had those moments where they were doing so well, but that heat retention was just so hard to keep up with. They somehow slowed down, cooled off a bit, and they got capitalized on because NCG, especially during the first half, was playing so solid. The amount of rounds they had as leeway, quote unquote, to kind of let go of was just so huge because they had that 2-10 start to work with. But RNT making it close still, but moving on to Haven soon, it's going to be very difficult for NCG statistically, but you know, RNT has proven that statistics don't always matter.
Yeah, there could be a plan in mind. There could be improvements done behind the scenes coming into this map, especially that you did mention that it feels like NCG are having a bit of trouble over to our third map. But let's take a look at once more this scoreboard, 13-7. Walk on Waters again. I feel like on the very first instance of the map, he was doing a lot on entry.
Honestly, his ability to just find the picks that he needs, he just seems to always be in the right place on the right time. And if he's not, his team is just ready to trade him as well. So all those things combined really allows him to really win a lot of these first duels. And individually as a player, having that early momentum, turning into a 5v4, getting that early map advantage as we look at the highlights is just so great. He even commits using the right click there to take out Worship on Hell. These small things just to secure the first kill is what really starts off the round so well.
Yeah, like I really enjoyed watching the first half because we saw the value of the double initiator paired with Walk on Water. I feel like he really, what do you call this? He used the skills of the double initiator players to the utmost potential, and that's the reason why they had a very strong attack.
Very strong is one way to put it. It looks very dominating, especially because of how they were playing together. But the operator, even on attack and then defense for Walk on Water, also was just as good. Look at the shots coming in from him, getting the value kills. The Odin spray down from Joms through the detain. That was the moment that really sealed the deal for them, as this small play set up his teammates to later on secure that round.
It feels like they were prepared for any sort of configuration, whatever sort of post-plant that RNT had in mind for the second half. Felt like NCG only had to see a couple of rounds before figuring out what would be the best way to approach it. And of course, we've got delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. I'm honestly not surprised. It is NCG's Walk on Water.
If you guys don't want to walk into any of those restaurants and just want to have it delivered, don't forget that you can use your code here on the screen and subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't forget, because you can get that free first month.
And yeah, there we go. Walk on Water being the MVP and being the one who's able to deliver the win for the squad. But of course, we're going into Haven. And seeing the performance now, it feels like both teams had their momentum shifted, had a lot of, what do you call this? Highlights from Pearl. And now into Ascent. And it feels like now the question mark, there's a big question mark on still, like, I don't know who's going to win this series, Fluffy.
Well, hopefully, I think a lot of people are supporting RNT, but NCG just looking so solid. Stats-wise, we mentioned it a couple of times. It's not the best map coming into it for Haven, but we will still see that after our short break.
Yep, don't go away, everyone. We're heading on over to Haven after this short break. we're back over here at VCTPH Split 2. We're still in the middle of a very intense series between RNT, Rambutan Tatay versus SR Nacague. We'll be your casters. Once more, Rico over here, joined by Fluffy02. And just to let you guys know, we're currently available in another language as well. You're watching the English broadcast, but we're also available over at the Filipino broadcast. You can watch them over at YouTube and as well as on Facebook.
And if you're as hungry for a Game 3 as us, don't forget that you can enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to that Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on your free trial for your first month with this promotion.
Very, very important, as we are already in map number 3. I bet you guys are hungry, and I bet you guys are also looking forward to the second series we have today. But let's focus on the very first series. It's currently 1-1. We've got RNT winning the very first map of the day, undoing their curse on Pearl. But on the other hand, it is Ascent, NCG's victory and mastery over this particular map. So now we're moving over into Haven, being that map decider. And Fluffy, honestly, at this point, there's a big question mark because these two teams feels like they're equal in power.
They are pretty equal in power, and they're also, unfortunately, a bit equal in standing. So for both of these teams, being the bottom 2 overall for our VCT, it's going to be a challenge for both of them because in a way, it's a struggle for survival to make it out of that bottom 2 and secure their place as they move on further into the tournament. But it's a bit worrisome for NCG because NCG is playing into Haven, which statistically is not their best map. But RNT has shown us otherwise, that the stats don't always ring true, especially because both of these teams have shown so much improvement as we see in their last Ascent game. NCG going so strong when they play together.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like whenever, again, they assemble on the attacking side, if they assemble the triple triad of Walk on Water with Jumps and Yanagi, it feels like it's a very solid triad whenever they go for these sites on execution, but struggle a little bit on defense, at least for what we saw in Ascent, when they weren't able to dictate the pace of this triad. So hopefully we get to see a very different scenario when it comes to Haven and see if they're able to repeat the success that they've done on Ascent. But going over to RNT, it's still a very, very straightforward. It's all about that firepower. It's all about thriving in the chaos. And now when we take a look at the agent select, let's see what the approach is going to be.
Haven, a very familiar map for here on the VCTPH scene. Breach very popular and instantly picked for both teams. Yanagi hovering it, Worship locking it in. Hydra gonna go there as well and pick up that Astra in alongside Mark L and Hot Sauce and Eugene S with the Jet, the KJ as well as Sova. Very similar comp from both teams, playing the exact same mirror. So it's gonna be a change of strategy rather than agent difference for this one.
Yeah, that's true. Earlier it was an Omen versus an Astra difference, and now it's a big mirror, and it's going to be cliche to say that's going to be all up to execution, but I guess this enables the triad once more when we look at NCG as they're going for attack first. It is still a double initiator setup, and it is still Walk on Water shining through towards the scent. Will RNT do a similar style and definitely work on the triad that they are bringing into the table as well with the mirror that they have? And it's going to be Le Magician having to have a lot of pressure. But so far, it is going to be defense first on the side of RNT.
I think on Haven especially, a lot of people think of it as a slightly attacker favored map, and I think because it is 3 sites that is true, but also it's still not that difficult to hold if you have the correct setup. And I'm sure both of these teams have really practiced the fundamentals that they need to take control of this massive map. But for RNT, when they get on that attacking side, I think that's when they're going to really shine. I'm worried of how their defense will be, but conversely, for NCG, it seems like they always have some sort of strong defense as we move into game shortly to show how this game is going to start with a lot of window and mid control. Yet again, some theme from NCG, always taking the middle of whatever map they are very seriously. But the great flash coming out as well as that stun is going to give a Batman a kill somehow.
Yeah, still, at the end of the day, NCG is able to deny that despite being flashed. And now they pivot over towards C this time around. They know someone's on platform. Hydra is forced downwards. And with 3 HP, he's forced out of his position. But really good crossfire, though, coming from Worship at least. Now it's a 3v4. NCG still has the lead. Numbers advantage. They pivot closely still on towards Garage. And there you go. NCG winning the pistol round once more.
Oh, RNT somehow they just lose their player early, even though the entire opposing team peeking at the start of the round was stunned. They try to get it a bit early here because they have no util left on their breach, but there's just the man advantage with the Ghost, just too powerful for them to deal with. NCG strikes first and strikes hard.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like a really good flash on the side of RNT there on B. But at the end of the day, NCG able to push through. Now, with a better buy, let's see how RNT is able to slow this down.
RNT gonna start it off by reconning this A lobby, which at least gets them some value for where they are, but Hot Sauce playing so close off the turret contact might be able to spot a lot of these short players, which in fairness is where NCG is postured to play at. Will they expect them to take more control of this or back off? We don't know, because C seems very open if they can punish this Astra who's slowly running away. Oh, Hydra Kid just on the edge of the gravity well manages to escape.
Oh my gosh, that was too close. The Magician, though, already on towards the site, but the rest of NCG already in this juncture as the Magician lands 2 headshots. He won't get the third, but that's already a lot of value on the side of RNT. 4v2 makes it very difficult for NCG at this point. They have a lot of eyes on a lot of angles. Makes it a bit difficult. Hydra Kid, very low, using himself as a human ward, as a human distraction now for the squad. But with the utility that a Batman has, this narrows down the eyes and angles that they have to look. Once at spawn, kills Worship. Will he get the second? Is the biggest question. He's still pretty much very healthy, as the rest will try to jiggle P. Nacague will lose the duel against Hot Sauce, which again puts the Batman in a sandwich position. He wants to isolate all of these fights, and the jumping of Hydra Kid will not work out. And there you go, as Hot Sauce will be able to clutch for Rambutan Tatay.
He was just stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they do enough damage that Hot Sauce is able to close it out. They're able to win the anti-eco in a way, or anti-buy round. The second round of the game after that buy from the first round, and it's just so impactful because Le Magician started this out so well. If he doesn't land these 2 shots with the Sheriff, I don't think that would have been possible, and if Hot Sauce fell too early, I don't also think that it would have been a good chance for them, but thankfully the team just worked out for them, and the team worked out, you know, the fight you can see from RNT.
Yeah, still so sweaty. And yeah, you're right, it is definitely still a win for Rambutan Tatay, considering that Nacague and CG won the pistol round. Markel will do his magic once more, having to, again, dart lobby.
Get some info that way, or rather, info that it's clear. And Worship's going to be ready here on the A-Link. Pretty standard positioning for a breach. The Magician there to protect and play off any of this stunts. The Aftershock could come into play as it looks like the attackers are postured towards B side. But look at the amount of KJ utility onto B if they hit that front side. But there goes the KJ. Mid-Matters is able to find Hot Sauce.
And he's gone. Worship gets that other kill. Now it's a 4v4. Walk on water. Already pinging. Flashed. Able to dash away, and the smoke actually saves him. But now the question is, where will NCG go? They can pivot to C, but then the Larbot is there.
Still very slow round considering it's only 50 seconds remaining. There's so much more map control. Oh, he's gonna ignore the drone to get the frag. UGNS with the aggression. He's gonna be able to punish one, maybe even go for the repeat here. He does spot him out, but Nacague's too quick on the trigger, landing the Sheriff shots that they need. Even though they have the better buy, still some value from NCG already, but 30 seconds on the clock, not much room for error.
Left.
Yeah, honestly, NCG keeps doing this. Even at Pearl, even at Ascent, despite being on the lower buy, they're still able to create value. And Mark L, you know something's up, jumps his head. He might find the second. Still is able to peek, but Nacague landing a very clean shot on the Sheriff with 10 seconds on the clock. Pressure is building towards NCG, but they're able to put down the spike. And now Worship is not able to kill Nacague. And with a fault line, Hydra Kid is stunned. It's a 1v2 situation. A Batman and Nacague is not at a very healthy HP bar, but nonetheless, we have the numbers advantage. Look at this smoke, isolating the angles, but a Batman decides to run around this smoke, and Hydra Kid wins the 1v2 with the better gun, with the good setup, and that makes it a 2-1 rather, in favor of RNT.
RNT gets around, and clip it, chat, he says.
Clip
but
it!
NCG, they almost had that in the bag. Considering they were just on the Sheriffs, able to punish this aggression from RNT, and able to segment a lot of their defaults, just gave them so much value that after this fault line, they even committed the Rolling Thunder just to make sure that they got their round. But unfortunately, Hydra Kid just able to move past that smoke, get the timing and land the shots when they doubled up. A good idea, but failing in execution. So close.
Yeah, that's true. It was very, very close. Wanted to do a 2v1. But now RNT, they're looking pretty fly right now. Le Magician having the op onto sewers.
Ooh, and there goes the operator angle. What one dissipate means that he has to be careful of what angle he has to peek through now, just because of that one star. It's the advantage of having an Asher like this, but now he's holding too close. There's a lot of players ready to swing. He goes between the legs and he actually doesn't land the shot because of that. You're gonna get the KJ ultimate into play. Will he be able to peek this? There goes the flash as well to try to push him out. He's staying. Still has his flash available in case he gets one. He's not able to land a shot though, and that's gonna tick out. But somehow he gets the lockdown.
Wow, that's really good value there. They haven't died even. And therefore NCG still means that they can push through this plant. Look at that recon dart. Spots out 3 people. That's a lot of value, but that's the thing. How will you be able to get value? Only able to deal chip damage onto some members of NCG. And now they're primed in position for this post plant. There's 2 in hell. There's 2 in long. This feels like a foolproof round as the rest of RNT is going to come from this area. All of them flashes through. There's the crossfire. Yanagi doing a lot of work alongside Mid Mathers. And now RNT gets a second chance to attack this area, but it looks so dire, it looks so dicey as we take a look at RNT already moving away for the exit frags instead.
They find Mid Mathers to maybe get some consolation prize, but the round is already lost. At least they get to keep the operator and one of the Vandals. Hot Sauce gonna move and take that B side. That way he can hide from any aggression that NCG might find. But overall, 2-2, very equal score. And for NCG, they're managing to win a lot of the rounds. And the round that they do lose is coming pretty close. So just a little adjustments. And I think that this could be a good attacking half for them.
It has been a swing so far. But one thing that we saw in common, just as you said, it is NCG being very comfortable on this attacking end.
And this time around, gonna do a bit of the same thing. Mark L has the recon dart ready. Goes for the scan. He knows that the aggression's gonna come here on that A side. It's destroyed instantly. He knows multiple players are playing this lobby long angle, but will he expect Walk on Water to already have made it through this close? Already gonna send out the fault line to maybe get some help for his teammate, but it's not gonna be a lot of pressure from them. But this KJ is so close to a Batman. Will he get that timing though? They're just slowly peeking into each other. He's looking the wrong way, the right way, and Hot Sauce comes up on top.
And now it's a sandwich. At this point, Le Magician playing very close now. On towards this angle, gets spotted by the drone, but he does dash at least. Location has been revealed, but he's able to retreat on time. Walk on Water already on towards the site. There's the aftershock, pushing Walk on Water out of his position, but he still has eyes on Link. And there's the Rolling Thunder initiated by Worship. They're gonna go win. They're gonna go win. And Hydro Kid finds Joms. It's 1v1 scenario. It's all up to Walk on Waters to clutch this round for his team. 60 HP. Now the Hydro Kid and the wall bang is enough. And NCG wins this round once more.
Oh my god, that small angle. Walk on Wall, they're just able to find the frag. Get the timing. It started so well for RNT. They got this opening pick through Hot Sauce. They had the pincer already in play. But the fault line was just not enough. They committed the Rolling Thunder as well, but that just wasn't enough space for them to take the entire round. 2-3 now in favor for NCG. Sixth round of the game rather, and the Cosmic Divide for Mid Mathers is available.
And there is that Cosmic Divide, just as you said, going to be incredibly important. Feels like the attack is very swift and very confident. The Nano Swarm is going to slow them down.
Nano Swarm's going to halt the push here, but the drone is going to be able to just breeze through with the damage. Oh, gets shut down, trades itself for the turret. That's info lost for both teams, but space gained. As Le Magician gets the great angle, gets the first frag. Will he land the second? No, he won't go for the commit, but it's going to be Hot Sauce on the opposite side, getting frags to Batman, and Jom's going to be able to find 2. And now Worship stabilizing 2v2 right now. They have control of C-side, but they know where the spike is. They're playing so close. It gives an opportunity for Worship to drop down into that garage side and try to get better positioning with his teammate. Mark L already there for the crossfire. They have a star to work with. Mid Mathers, what can he do?
That's the question right here. They have all eyes on the spike. It's going to be very difficult to pick it up. They have a crossfire set up, even though separated by the smoke. Mid Mathers wins that 1v1, and now that's the second one peeking. And NCG at the end, a Batman is able to assist and kill. And they win this sixth round.
That one Nebula just breaking the crossfire off the garage. It started out so well. I thought he was going to be able to get the second frag, but it's actually a hot sauce that makes contact. Because of Le Magician's moves, though, it separates the team, but they're still able to refunnel themselves back onto the garage. This Nebula, I don't know, it forced them to just peek into them. Maybe you could have played on contact instead, but maybe you don't have to swing out that wide. There's a lot of maybes, but what did happen is NCG secures the round because of their discipline and, more importantly, patience.
Way that they are able to utilize all of those. Again, the abilities that they have. Walk on water. Woo! Gonna hide onto Cubby. Worship, good thing. Wasn't there for the timing on that peak.
The slow and steady start, though. Walk on Water has the knives. We know what he can do with it. He also has a Spectre as a backup plan. Trying to play a bit more aggressive and close. The alarm bot might startle him. But RNT looks very ready for any sort of push right now.
Yeah, this tension is building. Worship ready for that fault line. In case NCG pulls that trigger. Hot Sauce still in position. Has a lockdown. Can use it. Just in case. Again, NCG decides on where they can commit. B seems to be the option here, but they still haven't had enough information to actually pull through.
They're just slowly waiting it out. 40 seconds on the clock, though. Will they still be able to get some value out of this? A quick dash updraft into the heavens, and the recon dart's gonna help him get some more space. Mark L finds one, removes John from the equation. There goes a couple of the knives. He gets shut down eventually, but Le Magician's able to still find Walk on Water. Now it's 3v5, 3v4 rather. With all these sheriffs, it's just so hard.
Yeah, 3v1 right now. And Hydra Kid is the only one left with 29 HP with only a sheriff. I mean, he does have Cosmic Divide, but it's like, what can you do with just the tools and HP that you have? He's gonna be in sandwiched with this crossfire here, not knowing someone's on window. And Mid Mathers is prepared for this. And with that said, boom. Mid Mathers finishes the round.
Oh man, NCG showing their strengths again, the discipline, and the calls that they have to just not lose the losable rounds and try to make the most of everything. It's really paid off for them as they have started growing their lead already. 2-5. They have the Rolling Thunder now. They have the Hunter's Fury that can counter Hot Sauce's lockdown. A lot of these things can come into play, but the biggest change of pace yet again is that operator in the hands of Le Magician, Gines.
Very, very important. And where would the op reside? And it feels like V onto window is the option, but everyone's stacked onto C.
Oh man, the Nebula's gonna block off the vision back site. Not gonna have a lot of fight in it as Hydra Kid somehow manages to dodge the stun as well as make its way through the Nebula. This one smoke's actually gonna be very difficult for them to plant it, but it will still give them a clean plant. They haven't used the Rolling Thunder, so they can use that when they try to go for the retake, but they're gonna play the full post plan, which I don't know if that's the best plan because there's a Cosmic Divide the other side of things.
And there is an operator as well on the opposite side, but let's see if this flank, this pincer from NCG will actually pay off, because everyone's actually playing very, very long on NCG. You're right, the Cosmic Divide, the Nebula, this is going to be very difficult. Rolling Thunder used to stall for time as they are going to creep in closely across that Cosmic Divide, but the Gravity Well is going to make Mid Mathers stuck in the middle, out in the open. Hydra Kid's going to stick it, and there we go. RNT is going to win this round, and Walk on Water, unfortunately, the wraparound is not going to work out for them.
Man, we already saw how NCG really had that discipline, but somehow they decided, or for some reason, they decided to just back up onto C, knowing that they had that Cosmic Divide. We brought it up earlier in the broadcast how that is so pivotal on the retakes, and he's able to jump actually the Breach Ultimate.
Yeah, very clever move on the side of RNT. And I felt like, yeah, it was a very high risk, high reward. They planned on Walk on Waters to wrap around, enter Garage, and as well as use the Rolling Thunder for them to keep close or rock across that Cosmic Divide. But as we take a look at round number 9, let's see what the plan is in mind.
Able to find one. The Batman lands the kill on HydroKid. That's the controller down. That makes it very hard to do a lot of these retakes, but Mid-Matter still waits for stars to recharge.
It's very important. Batman finds the second kill again, just at the same area on long. Crazy stuff from this player. And now RNT has to fight in a deficit.
Still, ooh, the operator repositioning. Good to find one, but a Batman lands the shot instead. There goes Eugene S. They have the backside control now. Will they spot on Hot Sauce playing close? The recon dart's gonna expose him. The trade's coming in. A Batman finding 4 for himself, just going wild on this Killjoy.
That's a highlight. Is able to kill 2, keep that C open, and therefore it was just all up to again cleaning up. NCG, their attack is really, really effective.
Surprisingly, they have been doing super well put together. And I think this comes from a lot of the aspects we saw on the earlier map for Ascent, as NCG manages to just work themselves together and do a lot of damage when it needs to be done. This time around though, they know that their opponents are on that eco buy, and Walk on Water has an operator. If he's punished for this, it might be incredible, as Hot Sauce manages to find a Batman already to open up the round.
The flash is right there. Limagician playing very close on towards window. And Mid-Matter is cleaning slate here. Walk on Water with the very close proximity op kill. And again, it's just a very, very clean round. And you're right, Fluffy. Considering that this NCG is a new NCG with different players from different teams assembled from the very first split, they are now working as a cohesive unit.
They are working well together, that's for sure. The gap increasing every round in favor for NCG. 3-7, that secures the 7-5 half no matter which way this game goes, but I'm sure they're going to push for more. Hopefully the 9-3 standard. They have the Rolling Thunder for RNT though, so that can be difficult, as well as the operator this time for Le Magician.
See if they're able to get value off of that, because considering it feels like NCG has been avoiding the operator almost 100% of the time, and that's exactly what they're doing right now once more. RNT though is able to deal first blood, removing the duelist away from NCG.
They remove the duelist away. That's going to be difficult. The operator swapping into the hands of Joms as they try to make the most of it. With only 1 minute remaining, they still have a lot of time to pivot of where they want to go.
Yeah, they don't have information yet where the stack of members from NCG is going to be coming from. There is that turret to greet them right there, and that's why Hot Sauce remains on towards Garage and Worship. He has his Rolling Thunder ready for a possible execute from RNT, but you're right, it is, rather for NCG, but you're right, it is only less than a minute away, and NCG doesn't have the luxury of time.
Doesn't have the luxury of time, but there comes the stun already. 30 seconds though. Where do you go from here? The spike position for C, but they already have the pincer. They go for that, and it's GG because they already have one player deep onto C long and a couple players onto Garage. So maybe B is going to be the hit, but the firepower actually to come through as Hot Sauce goes wide. This is the operator though. He gets one. He knows there's a second player, but a third already wrap around him. HydroKid can be there to stop a lot of it. The Rolling Thunder is going to buy them enough time. If HydroKid lands the correct frag, it's over for the round. 4 seconds remaining. There's nothing much they can do in the cleanup for RNT. They force NCG to use their ultimates though, which is a lot of value as well.
Especially that this is the last round before the half, before the switch. And you're right, Walk on Waters, or actually Worship dealing first blood onto Walk on Water really diminished the chances of them comfortably entering the site.
Ooh, the spray downs from both teams.
Oh, it's difficult. A difficult round, but we'll see. As Cosmic Divide is available for Mid-Matters, but they still have to deal with Le Magician. Now, before it was 50-50. Where can they go? Where can the op go? But now with 3 sites on the line, the guessing game is going to be proven to be difficult as they eliminate Walk on Water once more. Again!
Ooh, the operator. The value though. Mid-Matters and Walk on Water out of the equation. Slowly but surely, NCG is finding their weakness as Mark L loses out from the trade, but they still get the space that they need.
3v4. Batman just trying to set up this flank, but it's going to be a Killjoy versus Killjoy. There's a tower on top of the boxes. He's going to lean closer towards Link instead, trying to clear as much corners as he can. This will possibly signal Hot Sauce to reposition instead. But the duality is that Batman is just trying to clear and create chaos while the rest of the members go towards A. Magician still having the up on towards Heaven makes it very, very difficult for them. But a nice sidestep from Yanagi makes him the winner against that duel between Magician. But the job is not over. 3v1, a Batman. And everybody falls down like dominoes. RNT takes this before the half, 5-7.
It's the best score they could have hoped for after NCG got that 7. They do secure it, and now you can see the attacking half coming in from RNT. We know them as that aggressive team, so we will show if that is actually their dream, because their dream is to win this map and secure their second win of VCT, or will it be NCG's first win overall?
So important to get that first win, because, or to get a score on the board, like not only because of the playoffs, but we've seen how clutch one match can get from last split, where they only had to win one game, and that they I believe that was Abaddon Abyss were able to get into playoffs. It's just so important to rake up as much wins as you can. And now 5-7, the switch is here. We remember NCG being very talented in winning all of these pistol rounds. We'll see if that's going to be the same case.
These pistol rounds normally do go their way, but the early aggression from both sides not really finding any kills. They do at least give the info to each other of where they could possibly be. The Magician choosing to back off here as they decide which site they're going to hit for their final execution. See site control already being scouted out by Hydra Kid, but it's going to be Mid Matters on the receiving end there, holding down the site and holding down the fort. And we know what he can do on these pistol rounds, especially on the Ashtray. So comfy playing this agent while a Batman secures B.
There's utility on the line. Oh, that jiggle peek. Oh, okay, everybody's there. I'm gonna back away, wait for my team, but at least this gives information already where the attack is gonna be coming from. The Magician, very playing close into enemy territory here. I don't think they're gonna expect this type of play, as the smoke will expire. Spike now planted out in the open. They have eyes on different directions. 3 people coming from NCG on Garage. But they gotta be swift. They gotta be fast. There's the dash activated, and Walk on Water creates space, but Hot Sauce is right there, and Markel with the kill. Mid Mathers doing a lot of work on towards Logs, and there we go. That's RNT being able to win through that as Worship was on platform.
I'm honestly surprised that Mid Matters held out for so long. Good for RNT to secure that round, but the fact that he was the first person on C, yet also one of the last few players alive, was just his resiliency and relentlessness to just not give up in these fights, because the fact that he just held for so long is insane.
Yeah, honestly, able to wrap around and be in different positions throughout that entire fight. But Worship, again, really good angle here. Having eyes on a lot of that entirety of that site. RNT again, let's see. With now the Bulldogs in hand and the Guardian. Let's see how they're able to make it work. And right now, Le Magician pushing closer and closer into Long. And this full stack from NCG might pay off, considering that, again, this was indeed NCG's approach, but the fault line will stun a lot of people on the side of RNT. Walk on Water unable to reach through this round, and the dash backwards is not going to help it. Nonetheless, Le Magician's going to make it work. Look at all of these angles. Yanagi, it's all up to him, and he peeks through that, and he's not able to get another kill. RNT definitely wins this round next. 7-7 now. It's all tied in as RNT is slowly catching up. They've managed to catch up rather. But when we look back into this play, the fault line onto Sewers and the stack onto NCG, or rather NCG stack onto Site A, makes it feel like they could have had a chance to actually win that round, win that thrifty miracle. But at the end of the day, it's still 7-7 and a bigger buy on the side of NCG. They have the lead with the firepower, and a Batman deals first blood. Mid Mathers playing quite close onto Garage, still has eyes on towards C. There is no turret, there is no contact play, but look at that! Woo! 21 HP ultimate matters. Still able to win that. Batman doing a 1v1 here. And NCG, look at this round. It's just so clean.
Hot Sauce, though, left alone, 1v5. It's all up to him. Gets tagged by the drone and he's pushed out as well. It's not a lot of options for him to spike. So deep in the crossfire. Surely set up the Nebula. Not going to even give him a chance to be dissipated away. He's using that rifle of only the Guardian as well. Very dire situation for him. He's facing everyone. Will he choose to save or will he just try? This time around, though, looks like he's going to try to make something out of it. So many players waiting for him, though. It's going to be extremely difficult. You're playing a Killjoy and you're stunned like that. He manages to find one. Almost lands the second, actually, but Joms closes it out.
Yeah, I really thought that was going to be a second kill, but yeah, they NCG still able to pick up or keep their operators. We take a look at the replay. It was complete chaos on this particular round, and at the end of the day, NCG only lost one person.
For the rest of it, though, looks like that gap has closed or is closing. One round separates both teams. 5 seconds still remain. Looks at the attackers posturing to go for a more default C hit. But the defenders, look at them, already 3 players on that C side.
Yeah, this is the best investment ever. Walk on water. Has the op slowly creeping in, seeing if there's anyone from long. They know someone's there. And there's the Blade Storm activated. But that's only the signal. It is a rotation still coming from RNT.
RNT, though, they get the signal, but no one really commits to any of these fights. Walk on Water's positioning with this operator will be pivotal, and he's just not really marking anything. He's just holding that B site as Eugene S creeps his way onto A. That means it's a late retake for the operator, not the best position that you'd want to have that rifle on, as they do have contact at least for A in case this push does arrive very soon.
And that's the question, right? The stars are there for the smoking out heaven. And Joms is ready for the recon dart to spot anyone out. There's the timing. Will they be able to get anything from this recon? Just a couple on towards long. Le Magician still very patient on this box, having eyes on heaven as there's 2 players right there. Now the smoke dissipates. He's forced away from that angle. And now the operator is in action. The spike has been planted already. They've only lost worship so far in this entire round. But the clock is ticking on the side of NCG. What can you do with a lot of stars, with a lot of smokes? You don't have a lot of angles for your
gets one.
But Joms decides to jump in entirely on towards that side. And NCG, despite the struggle at the very beginning, they take this round away.
They had such a slow retake, but somehow they managed to find the kills at the end. Just the planning, just drone it out, wait for the recon, wait for this piece of util, we'll play on our stun. And because of that, swinging together like this, they're able to still find the round. Even using Joms finding one as he baits to pull up some attention to allow his teammates to move out of that CT area.
It's just perfect execution. The teamwork is very, very clear, especially on that round. And now it's 79. NCG having Rolling Thunder and Blade Storm being very important for the 17th round.
Very important indeed. The gap growing again for NCG in favor of them also, but RNT is no slouch here on the attacking side, but stuck in that gravity well is the Magician trying to make a magic trick happen and pop out of that box, but it's going to be Joms on the other side. Will he expect this angle, though? It's pretty shallow, actually. No, he won't. The off angle coming in from Joms and the Bullet Storm raining by as Hot Sauce also gets one for himself.
It's 1 for 1 right now. And so far, they are able to keep Joms' life. The stack so far feels like RNT wants to go A. And there's one lurking Hot Sauce on towards mid.
Still, Joms repositions from what used to be long to the another angle as Walk on Water finds Hot Sauce. Oh, the spray coming from the Odin, the headshots. It just doesn't stop. The rain of bullets never ceases to fail as Hydra Kid gets tagged out. Sheriff in hand, but not much else to work with. Has to also get the spike, but he's for sure marked as they reposition to a different angle. Somehow, even though he has this massive weapon, is so nimble at finding places that are so difficult to expect.
I don't know why, but a random mechanic came into my head. Like, the heavier the gun, the harder, the more painful the fall damage should be. But I don't think that's gonna be Valorant anymore.
Real.
And now it's 7 to 10. Right now, NCG, honestly, they're doing. I feel like Joms here it feels like if there's hot sauce on the other side, it feels like he's the secret sauce of a SR Nacague. Every single time, he's just so reliable on these sites.
Just so reliable because there's so much that they can work with. And Rambutan and Tatay, they're gonna go for a tactical timeout. They have a lot of util to work with, and they have economy this round. They have the lockdown. They could possibly have the Rolling Thunder or Hunter's Fury, maybe even both if one gets the orb and plants or you get both orbs. But regardless, every team I think is going to be fighting for these orbs because even SR Nakage's side, they basically have all their ultimates as well, only missing the lockdown and Cosmic Divide by 1.
And they can, if they're able to win that round, the next round rather, that means they're closer and closer to match point. A possible snowball can happen if they manage their ultimates very well. And you're right, this round is going to be important, especially when it comes to the orbs.
Especially when it comes to the orbs, indeed. Looking like they're going to fight for the extremities here. But the defenders actually giving up a lot of that space in order to take short instead. But look at the combo, though.
Wow.
The early Hunter's Fury as well as that fault line to push off, walk on water. He misses the shot as well. He has no smokes to work with, no more cloud burst to burst out of. Because of that, they have to give so much of A, but the Odin is still staring down by the eyes of Joms, as well as the operator.
It's so scary because I see a star right there,
man.
and imagine the gravity well into the Odin, but it doesn't matter. Joms is still able to get a kill before the Cosmic Divide drops in. Now Hydra Kid with the plant, 4v5 right now. The Cosmic Divide is doing a lot of work to buy time and deny any vision from the operator. Everyone's going to be coming from the defender side. No wraparounds, but they haven't checked this corner. Markel! Wait a minute! No!
Oh, Markel!
Freaking way! And right now, Hydra Kid is able to get the kill. 2v1. One with the up.
Oh,
able to dash in,
no!
but it's the timing! Oh no! I can't watch. I'm gonna close my eyes, Fluffy.
Oh my god, he's walking on water, but he walks into the lockdown as well. Just dashes to his death as he gets detained, missing by just a couple milliseconds. But Mark L, though, came up huge with that play, just playing with the opponent's expectations here. They did expect him to play this close corner. Even after the first kill went through, just the pressure. There's so much to turn around, and somehow Mark L manages to find 3.
It's so difficult, yeah, because the Cosmic Divide had expired. They had to push through the Cosmic Divide, and then it expired, and they're out in the open. And Mark L just played that so well. But here comes the same combo again. The round has began, 8 to 10. It's getting really intense for both of these teams.
Intense is one way to put it, because 8 to 10. Double digits already for NCG. The gap might still be at 2, but they're creeping closer and closer to match point. The Batman still with the ultimate, but on the other side, Worship still has the Rolling Thunder if they need to burst out of this. But how do they deal with the operator? No Odin's in play, at least for them this time, so they might have a bit cleaner way of going for the entry, but still a lot of firepower from both teams. Playing is very slow.
Yeah, it's so intense right now. Like, they're trying to play off from the intensity, but the Rolling Thunder will break that off. Limagician already on towards the side. He's gonna cycle through the smoke, but he finds him instead. 1-for-1 still so far, and the lockdown unleashed by the defenders. But look at the smoke. There's just a teeny tiny vision, a sight. Unable to get the third kill. Hydra Kid finally is able to kill Yanagi. Walk on water. Gets it up kill. 2v3 right now. Looking really good for NCG as the spike hasn't been planted just yet. And Hot Sauce is in a tight position, but actually NCG, rather, Walk on Water decides to reposition instead. The spike will be planted right here. It's 1v3 right now. Hydra Kid, what are your options? You're out in the open. A Batman is right here. Hydra Kid gets the 1v2 for himself, but this crossfire will disallow any sort of clutch away from Hydra. And NCG is now 11-8.
Vid Mathers gets the timing off that late lurk to reflank that T side, but the CT side, though, with the operator in hand, just so fortified, even using the lockdown as essentially bait as this window of opportunity comes out for Yanagi to get one. These small things just adding up to secure NCG yet another round, which started with a 2-round gap, now to 3, and now 1 map to match point.
This is so intense. We head on over to a tech pause. We'll see now with looking at the economy for RNT. It feels like they have to really, really force a win, even buys, to take it into a possible 9-11. But it looks a bit dire on their end.
And look what they're going to have to deal with. NCG, they have the Cosmic. They almost have the Rolling Thunder if they get a couple more kills and maybe a few orbs. But more importantly, they have the Odin yet again on drums. And we know how powerful he is on this, as well as Walk on Water sticking with the Operator. Speaking of a lot of these things, Rambutan and Tatay, they don't have much to work with. They might have the Cosmic Divide soon enough, but the lower buy on their team, Hot Sauce, half armor Spectre. Mark L only has a half armor Stinger. 2 rifles, sure, but how will they play this during this tech pause? They really have to try to figure it out individually because teams are not allowed to talk to each other. But you can still calm yourself as individual player and just reset the mental because you need to start fighting back this round.
Yeah, there's definitely RNT having to force this with their economy, and just as you said, there's a bit on the short end of the stick when it comes to utility, I suppose. You've got Hot Sauce focusing more on his abilities than the gun, but Hydra Kid, it feels like, yes, I'm going all in on the shields, on the guns, but we'll see. Not possibly, we'll see if there's any bias on the stars here later on.
Later on, indeed. But how they buy, there's just so much to think about. How you're going to get the round, if it's worth investing in the current round. Are you going to play for 13? Are you going to play for 12? RNT is just stuck in a very difficult decision where they have to make a choice together as a team.
Yeah, the fact that Limb Magician, I mean, we have yet to see the final buys of RNT. So Limb Magician having to work with just the updraft and the dash with no smoke and just a pistol means that it's so badly needed to invest on orbs and kills to get the Blade Storm within the round is very important, but also a very tall order. And RNT, again, even though they're on the deficit, we've seen them pull off a couple of miracle plays, but at the same time, NCG feels like they're working on momentum that they've built since Ascent.
The Obs really likes this dragon. I just say.
There's a dragon?
Yeah.
I missed it.
That's called
I'm so
dragon.
focused on looking at the...
Oh, look, the limbo though. Oh.
Whoa,
Whoa.
whoa,
Making
whoa.
waves. That's some Pacific
Amazing.
League.
Yeah. Love it. I'm a bit late. I just got that. Making waves.
Hoggies.
Poggies.
Here we are in the technical process, not only observing the game, but a lot of the things on the map. There used to be a recon dart here that you could, it was very hard to see that scanned. Thankfully, they removed that. But there we go. With the fire and flames. Our observer playing with everything here on Haven.
I can't imagine. I don't think I've ever... I didn't know that, actually. A recon dart here. Can't imagine it's a bit difficult. Rather, unable to even destroy that.
Looks like we're going on another adventure here. So we go on the top. It looks like he's just looking at the B site. There's also a recon dart that bounced here before. Actually.
Oh! Is that a bell?
Yeah.
No, it's a pillar.
Yeah, I think it's a bell inside. Is it not? No, it can't be a pillar because there's nothing on top of B site.
That's true. It could be a bell. There's a panda. Is that a panda? Is that a red panda? Am I wrong?
Whoa.
It's my first full tour. Feels like there's a red panda.
Oh!
It was the bear. Never mind.
Other
It's the-
side.
It's the tacti bear. Whoops.
I see.
Honestly, it's the first time I've gotten the full tour of Haven.
It's the
I'm
bird's
having a
eye
lot of
view.
fun.
This is how you learn lineups. You learn the layout of every crack in the map. You figure out, does the recon dart fit here?
Makes me... I remember you were trying to... When Gecko came out, you were trying to figure out lineups. Did you have to do this entire process? Like this?
Yeah, but I was also kind of used to it because I make other lineups. But in general, you do notice these small things if you start staring at the sky long enough.
The clouds, the little concrete damage, the nails on metal bars.
I feel like I'm like a Hot Wheels going on a ride.
Or like some skateboard.
Voila, we're gonna go down.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Yo, too fast. Calm
I don't think
down.
you'd get fall damage from that, so it's all good. These are nice. I like these tours.
It's a Valorant cinematic game.
I know, right? Oh, where are we going?
Where are we going now? So we went from Dragon or Sea Orb to C to B. Now we're slowly, whoa, making up every step. There we go. Second. One more. Let's go. Whoa.
Nice. I felt the ops was like, we don't want to fly. We gotta manually. Oh, they changed their mind.
Ooh.
Oh. It's a player.
Is this
Hello.
Mr. Batman?
Yes, it's Mr. Batman. We're checking out the backpack.
It's got the
now.
nano swarms on both sides. Okay.
Cute.
Look at that knife,
It's like
though.
a fashion check. It's a drip check.
Yeah, got that fit check at the Champions Crown. Oh, whoa, whoa!
Oh, they moved. Oh. Okay. Cool. That's a potted plant. With no flowers, just leaves.
Taking this interesting tour. Going around the map as a whole. One day, we're gonna go all the way back to where we started on Dragon.
That's true. We're making that loop. We're pointing out all of the potted plants, the potted hanging plants in Long.
I should make that a call out. Potted plant. See?
Potted plant
Then
long
which one,
A.
though? Everyone's gonna look everywhere.
They're like 4 there. Gonna break through the barrier.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Whoa,
Yo,
whoa,
yo,
whoa.
yo, chill.
Oh my gosh.
I see.
Bumped into Jet. It's scary. I mean, it's such a horror game sometimes.
Holy. My heart sunk a bit.
You think it was clear, but no. It's going to be Le Magician as hey, here we go. That's the 20th round beginning, friends. And now it's
damn.
action-packed as an action-packed start at the very, very start.
Action-packed indeed, moving all the way through Long, making their way to the potted plant that we mentioned to take control of that as they take more space. The operator in hand, though. A lot of util being thrown out already here. The shot doesn't actually connect. The spray from Hydro Kid does, though, and he gets scanned out. No, the punish, the turret actually takes him out. Hot Sauce with another frag. It's 5v3 right now. The Odin still in the hand of Joms, but the full site control already for RNT.
Now here comes the post plant, boys. 50 HP on the Hot Sauce, but they have very good crossfire positioning, and mid matters will fall. And it's all up to Joms. What can he do with the Odin? Because there is a lot of eyes on him, but he lands the headshot. He's very precise with this Odin. So a lot of health. He has to reload now. He's having a little bit of fun here on this Odin. But with 3 members still left alive, it's very hard to drop in. Recon Dart already available. He's going to use that as the timing to peak. But Hot Sauce will finish the round 11-9 now.
Just like that. The score creeping closer and closer. The quick decisions from RNT, securing them at least the space that they need for this front side. It's one of the weaknesses I think that NCG really has to start dealing with is the initial entry.
Yeah, when RNT does it like super duper fast and super duper swift, it makes again the retake all much harder. And now NCG is on the lower buy of things.
They're on that lower buy, but they are a couple rounds ahead. Will they give RNT the chance of hitting double digits as well? That's the biggest question. They have the Cosmic Divide to work with. They could possibly play very close, and they're stacking onto the C side. This time, allowing them to actually creep close. They don't want to make the contact. That way they can play at that closer range. Le Magician slowly gonna segment the area. The flash comes through. The fault line not gonna connect them. Walk on Water finds one. And through platform finds another one as well. Very winnable for the Sheriff round. The Classics finding one another. It's now 2v3 and those Sheriffs become more deadly with Hot Sauce dropping to 56 HP. Worship doesn't have a flash to work with as well. No fault line. Only has the Aftershock right now. As the alarm bell coming back. The turret may be close, but the stun's gonna help Hot Sauce find one. But it's 1v2. They can upgrade their weapons if they need to. No util for Worship. And he has to get the spike still. The double swing coming in. Gets the first, but whiffs the second. The Batman gets them off the eco, pushing them to match point.
The waterfall peak was so worth. Batman came after Yanagi and is able to win through that match point. Was so close despite it being thrifty. That was just, this is what NCG does.
Oh my god, they just allowed them, goaded them into that seaside, which turned out to be a shooting ground for them, able to do the punish. And because of that, now they're in a difficult spot. Rambutan Tatay's economy is all over the place. Couple sheriffs here and there, couple rifles. Weirdly, they're not giving the rifles to the people with full armor. But other than that, like, it's still difficult either way you look at it.
I know. And it feels like they're always going to be paranoid about Walk on Water. Like, where is he going to be coming from? He played at platform earlier. Even though he's not on the op, he is still creating a lot of impact in these site defense.
Ooh, with Joms though, he has the Hunter's Fury to work with, so this could punish a lot of players. Dash already popped here for his teammate on that Jet Walk on Water. Trying to get more value. The drones spot out each other, but not much else.
You are divided!
But the Cosmic Divide, though, already being used. This gives the go signal for RNT to move towards B. That's exactly they're going for, but the turret will spot him out. The Hunter's Fury will follow through. But then, oh dear, it kills the Spike Handler. But at the end of the day, they're still able to get the Spike down. And Mid-Mathers sneakily eliminates Hot Sauce. They didn't even know what hit him. 3v5 looks very dicey on the side of RNT, but they're able to still get a kill. Batman narrows down the choices of Mark L at this point with only just the Sheriff, and Jumps will finish the job. And there we go. NCG wins this series against Rambutan Tatay.
RNT, they tried their best, and for both teams, they win the map that statistically they're worse on. And the one who comes up on top through all that whole BO3 is really NCG, showing their relentlessness and how they plowed through the series, came back on the second map, came back strong on the third as well, keeping their lead always. Winning a lot of these ecos, I think, also played a pivotal role.
Yeah, I felt like it started on Pearl, it arrived on Ascent, and it came full force here over at Haven. CG is absolutely a scary team. You cannot ever let your guard down on when it's them on the lower buy.
No matter what, they're always a threat. RNT, though, they tried so well. They came back, removing their curse on Pearl. And then on Ascent, they also had a great second half. Kind of faltered during the first half, but still, to NCG's credit, they just played that so well. And that momentum continued for that team up until this third map, allowing them to close it out. No short work because of all their plays. I think the Odin in both of the last two maps played a pivotal role somehow.
Yeah, I feel like jumps on that Odin is just so scary, especially when on defense. I felt like we saw that encounter first when we saw Ascent, and then it happened again. Just very precise on those initial shots. But as you take a look at the MVPs for both teams, it's actually the Sentinels, the Killjoys of both teams.
The Sentinel is very strong, especially because they're able to land the frags aside from just being able to use their utility. We look at the score, very similar with the first kills and first bloods from both teams, but NCG manages to scrap it on top because they're able to win a lot of these thrifty rounds that RNT just aren't able to convert.
Yeah, it's always, again, having to make sure that you don't lower your guard against NCG no matter what. If it's an eco, it's a full buy. And they, again, when it came to attack, both on Ascent and as well as on Haven, they were executing it beautifully and have managed to read RNT after the swap happens.
We take a look at the highlights here and we see on this map how explosive NCG can be, especially in a couple of these rounds. Hot Sauce for me and a Batman really holding their ground, but Joms was the player that really had a lot of impact in these past two maps, especially here on Haven. Overall, though, I think that NCG has improved a lot, and more importantly for both of these teams, since they're playing the same amount of games, and previously I think RNT just came off of their win. They both have their first win on VCT, which raised them up a bit, or makes them at least very close.
Actually, now that you brought it up, it is actually a triple tie now between them, Rambutan, RNT, NCG, and as well as ZOL Esports. Although they're not equal on the game's amount played at the moment, they are still they're still tied on the scoreboard. As we take a look at, of course, NCG, Joms is going to be delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
There you go, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Use that QR code on the side if you want to claim your free unlimited Grab promo for your first month. Of course, we were talking about how the games are going, and soon enough we will be seeing that game of ZOL that Rico was mentioning earlier as they will be playing, and it's going to be an exciting one because again, it's another thing that could possibly shake up the entire standings.
I know, I love how you mentioned standings, because when we look at the standings, it feels like there's the top 3, and then it feels like the rest are very close in proximity when it comes to scores. So I feel like Split 2 is just so intense. I wonder, I know we just reached the halfway into the regular season, but there's a lot to talk about, and I'm sure the panel has a lot to say as we're sending it over to the panel.
Nacague and syempre ang Rambutan ni Tatay. And finally, meron na ring match win ang SR Nacague after 4 or 5 na games talagang nilaro nila. Talagang nakita na rin tayo na pinakauna nilang win dito sa ating day. And Ray and HG, itong mapa na to, reverse sweep ang nangyari sa SR Nacague dito, HG.
Ang lala nun, dahil nakikita natin na overconfident na, nagkakaroon na ng ego picks dito ang players ng RNT. And I love how consistent WoW is, si Walk on Water. Lalo na't lagi siyang na-assist dito ni Hydra Kid.
Actually, napag-usapan natin kanina si Walk on Water na every time na mag-iinit siya, literal na sobrang magliliyab siya. Pero I would like to talk about Joms, di ba? Si Mr. Odin man, Ray. Napakainit with an Odin.
Ayun nga nakakagulat talaga si Joms every time na nakahawak talaga siya ng Odin. Alam mo na it will actually change yung game for the better. At nakakatuwa yung SR Nacague kasi usually kapag natatalo na sila, magiging domino effect na. But the way that they are actually playing right now, it's more constructed. Tapos si Walk on Water, it seems like he has his form already. Sobrang comfortable nila all in all. And even if may mga rounds na nagpo-fall pa rin sila, nakakahabol naman sila with the help of Abatman.
Like if ever na tulad ng sinabi mo na comfortability nga, diba? Nakita natin yan nung game number 1, medyo hindi na din talaga sila sinuwerte doon kasi nga nanalo din sa RND. Really thought it's gonna be a 2-0 scoreline. Pero pagdating ng Ascent and Haven, doon natin nakita yung reverse na nakuha nila. Yung comfortability nga na meron sila and kung kano sila consistent nga. And to the fact na si Abatman na medyo nahimik siya ng konti pero hopefully nakakabawi na siya dito HG kahit paano.
Ang maganda din sa ginawa kasi dito ng SR Nacague is sobrang hirap nilang i-shutdown nung attacking side nila dito here in Ascent. Sobrang lupit nila, Joms. Pagdating naman nila on the second half, sila yung defense na katulad nga na dito. Odin lang sa kalam 4 Joms at nakita mong hindi siya na-shutdown. Kahit ilang beses na dito nakikita or ilang beses na dito ng RNT na-anticipate kung sino ba ang nasa loob ng site, kung ano bang aatakihin nilang default na babantayan dito nila Abatman.
Well, ito dun sa ginagawa nga ni Joms actually napaka-big ballsy move nga nun kasi isipin mo, bakit ka papasok mo na Odin na alam mo naman na talagang detain na naman yung kalaban mo and wala ka nang gagawin kundi hanapin na lang sila, hampasin mo ng Odin lahat sila isa-isa at wala lang din talaga nagawa doon ang team ng RNT. Napag-usapan na nga natin kanina tayo nga HG, talagang RNT ang pinredict natin kasi nga yung day 8, yun yung simula nung pag-iingay nila yung win nila doon sa ZOL Esports. We really thought na didiretso lang nito, nakalaban nilang NCG pero hindi. Ray, ikaw ang nagwagi ngayon.
Siyempre, wala nang Ray curse ngayon. Pero kasi nakita ko ay map dito, alam ko that it might go into the hands of SR Nacague. But we have right now, kahit hindi Sunday, buhay na buhay pa rin si Walk on Water. And kita mo naman yung performance niya, especially nung Haven already. On the last 2 maps itself, sobrang grabe yung pagpa-pop off niya. At hindi lang to, sobrang hindi na siya yung parang highlight player, but but the impact itself, his first entries are really good. Tapos kita mo naman the way that he actually brings up yung team niya into the momentum itself. Good connection mula sa SR Nacague.
Yeah, actually dito sa SR nakakita lalo na kay Walk on Water. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi Walk on Water, Thursday ngayon. Thursday. So, ibig sabihin, uhaw siya. So, sino ang malakas pag uhaw? Siyempre, yung tubig. So, makikita talaga natin ngayon si Tropang Wow na nag-iingay talaga at mamaya literal na maiinom siya. Only water talaga, kumbaga. And, yun na nga, finally, nakita na natin ang panalo dito sa ating first series pa lang ng ating game. Isipin nyo guys, 7 o'clock na. First series pa lang. And meron pa naman tayo tayong second series later on. Pero before natin i-end tong series na to, meron ba kayong very, very last words? Simula tayo dito kay HG.
Well, ito na. Ang pagsisimula siguro ngayon ng SR Nacague, kailangan na nila ipagpatuloy dahil ilang linggo na lang ang natitira bago ang playoff. So I'm really happy to see na nakuha na nila yung first point nila dito ngayon.
Yeah, and to the fact na ang next match ng SR Nacague, syempre andyan ang ZOL, andyan ang Naos, na medyo masakit lang, pero hopefully makayanan nila. Sa tingin mo, kakayanan pa ba nila? Rachel?
Oo, Justin. Kakayanin talaga nila. Kasi nga, nandun yung form, nakikita natin. Pero syempre, kami ni HG, lilipat lang kami, magkakas pa kami. Justin, magkakas pa kami.
Sige. Ingat kayo. I mean, shoutout nyo nila ko.
Nagsasalita dito.
Kasi yung dati kasi sinoutout ko sila Taylor tsaka si Rojin eh. Pero yun nga, ladies and gentlemen, tapos sa ating game number 1, nanalo dito ang SR Nacague. Pero meron pa tayong game number 2, which is ito ang napakainit GameLab.Alpha kalaban ang ZOL Esports. Again, for the last time, kami nga pala ng panels for the day. Ako nga pala si Vil, kasama ko si Angelica and si Rachel. Kita-kits later.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs, it was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie falls. Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nano Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him, while the Oreo Stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hands, going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him! We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace!
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs, it was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman, though, will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague, on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Falls, Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hand. He's going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat, as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball X, it was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash, as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand, unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Though, where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Falls, Savvy, AK, and Nexi! No fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though, stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
he's so smart.
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi finds the 3K. Bit of that canteen control. Savvy 8K though burning because of Nana Swarm, and Mojer's there to get to already. Papi Chulo fights with him. Wild Oreo, stellar shooting at least.
NDG. Bulldog in his hand. He's going to be the guy to make contact with what? Oreo with a 4K for him. We saw Ja on pace to get the ace, but it could be Wild Oreo to make this happen. He's got that Nightfall to throw out. It wouldn't even be a bad suggestion to do so. That he does. Prowler to confirm where exactly Witson is. Taunt as well. Low HP. One shot to the head, even of all things, and the ace.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
On that flat as Nacague tries to chase down on the ball legs and was still reloading. He heard it, and he chased it. A Batman though will get pushed out, thinking that there was going to be a flash as Boogie is making absolutely good use of his ultimate. Nacague on the other hand unfortunately gets picked off, but it is pure mess, pure chaos right here, Ram, as the rest try to get the spike, try to use it. There's one flank coming in that they're not expecting, and that's what matters all the way through Link.
Where are you? Choms, you better check your back, otherwise you will die on camera just like that.
Okay, Boogie's heating up. Okay, Boogie's heating up. Boogie is just going supernova with the ace.
For the guiding light, if they are going to come towards that A, but it's really B that they want to hit on here. Counter lockdown from Nas with enough time to burn, but there's a bit of space towards that back hall for them to play in.
At least, but no Georgie Fall, Savvy AK and Nexi, no fear whatsoever, willing to put their hands up, down on the line, and Savvy AK eventually executed. All left out to Papi Chulo, but Drax will deny him. It looks scary with the transfer. Moving through 3, and it's Nexi though, waiting for this trio to come his way. Finds a shot onto it. It's got him right now, just in the center, in the heart. The wraparound is strong, provides a distraction. Papi Chulo though stands tall. Flanking right now here, Nico. He wants to go through the staircase, and Marky,
so
look behind
He's so
you.
smart.
He's coming in, and Papi.
What is up, ladies and gents, and we're back dito sa ating Day 9 ng VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Of course, very panel for today. My name is Phil, and kasama ko ngayon ang nagagapuan at gagandahang panelist for today, which is si Fluffy02 and syempre si Miss Riku. And of course, napanood natin yung game number 1 kanina, and syempre nakita natin na SR Nacague ang nanalo doon, and RND, better luck next life, and hopefully makabawi kayo sa mga susunod yung games. Pero ngayong araw na to, sa ating second series of the day, syempre, dito papasok ang GameLab.Alpha and of course, ZOL Esports. Pero bago natin i-intro itong dalawang teams na to, a big shoutouts muna sa ating mga sponsors. Syempre, nangunguna, this event is made possible by Riot Games and Mineski Philippines.
And of course, you can celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for your first month.
And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat. Wow, Tagalog na Tagalog.
Oo naman! Kaya yan!
Alam mo, pinapakinggan ko kayo, parang kinakabahan kayo. Chill lang kayo, di ba?
Hindi ah.
Kasi nga, ang sabi ko kay Rico tsaka kay Fluffy, alam kayo, chill lang kayo. I mean, tinanong ko nga sa kanila, kanina, ano yung pinaka-deep sa Tagalog word na pwede nyo sabihin? And later on, itatanong natin yan kung maaalala ko. Pero of course, diba, syempre, dito sa GameLab and of course, pagdating naman dito sa ZOL Esports, for me, medyo mainit na laban to. Pero before, anong masasabi mo dito sa matchup na to, Fluffy?
I think, like, sa specific na matchup, baka naman mahirapan yung ZOL kasi pag tinignan yung standings, andun sila sa potential bottom 3. And we saw in our previous match that how those two teams who were the bottom 2 had to kind of tie it up. So now it's ZOL's chance to really make their mark, or if not, they're going to be stuck in that bottom and no one wants to be there because it's almost towards the end. Halos wala nang matches for chances for that comeback.
Yeah, that's true. And syempre, if ever man na, kunyari, matalo man ng ZOL dito, at least ang score nila siguro mga 1-4, 1-5, something like that. And yung mga susunod nilang mga matches, kailangan nilang ipanalo yon. So if ever, kung gusto makabawi ng ZOL Esports or gusto nilang umangat ngayon sa bottom 3, bottom 2, kailangan nilang ipanalo itong mga match na to simula ngayon and sa mga susunod pa. How about you, Riku?
Para naman sa akin, I feel like si GameLab.Alpha, they're riding on a high considering na siguro yung recent matches nila, puro panalo except when they came up against Oasis Gaming. So feeling ko this is one of their doable matches dahil sa kanilang strength na ipakita nila during split 1. Di ba?
Wow. Sobrang matalinghaga.
Grabe kayo
ang aking kaibigan nandito ngayon sa pinakadulo. Pero yeah, lalo na sa GameLab.Alpha, Actually, back then, nung nakita ko itong GameLab.Alpha, parang, who are these people? Who are these kids? Tapos, ang lakas pala nila. Dumating pa sa point na nag-top 3 sila sa VCT at kitang-kita ko si Mr. Fluffy na kinakabahan kasi nga kalaban niya yung Oasis Gaming doon. Nag-5 games pa nga sila. At ang kasama pa ni Fluffy nun, si ikaw, Riku. And yun yung mga times na hindi ko talaga makakalimutan eh. Pero of course, para simulan itong series number 2 na to, uumpisahan muna natin sa ZOL Esports.
And here you have our first team, ZOL Esports. We have that roster, of course, of Josh F, Batman, Naru, Zin, and Senior Carl. This roster, formerly from NCG, in majority, they really have the potential to be one of the best teams. In the previous split, they did so well against the top teams. And this split, they're one of the few teams to take that Icebox map off of now. It's the first one to do it, actually. But moving forward, it seems like they had always that Game 3 series. They always managed to get a map, but they really struggle in closing out a lot of these games.
Yun nga I feel like they had a really good start sa tournament nung kinalaban nila yung Naos. Ang ganda ng beginning nila. Pero ngayon, it feels like they're falling off a little bit and now it's one of those things where they have to find their rhythm dun sa day 1 ng VCTPH. Kasi currently, nasa 6th place sila. 1-3 ang kanilang score ngayon. So, maraming hahabulin when it comes to the scoreboard.
Yeah, so they have a total of 7 games dito sa VCT Split 2. So, nakikita natin na 3 games pa yung kanilang mga ipapanalo. So, if ever lang naman nanalo sila, and we are really hoping na mangyari nga yun. And like what you've said, Ricky, diba, dun sa game nila against Naos, yung score nila dun is 1-2. Still in favor of Naos, pero winning against Naos is a big thing already. And to the fact na 1-2 rin sila against Oasis Gaming. So, yung mga top 1, top 2 sa ating leaderboard ngayon is nakakakuha pa rin sila ng win. To the fact na lahat ng games nila 1-2 nga. So, I'm really looking forward na mag 3 games na naman today. Pero siguro 2-0 pa it's gonna depend na rin talaga sa playstyle talaga ng GameLab.Alpha dito. Well, ang unang win lang nila is against MVP Esports. Score is 2-1. So at least meron na silang score or match to lean on sa mga susunod nilang series. And really can't wait what's gonna happen kasi nga ito na ang second team for the day, which is andito ang GameLab.Alpha.
Kung meron award na most improved team, ito yung GameLab.Alpha. Kung titingnan natin yung performance nila nung split 1, sila yung iisang team na galing from the open qualifiers dati at nakaabot ng top 4. They had the biggest growth last year and they were known to be a team na parang one-dimensional. Isa lang yung pag-atake nila whenever they would play Valorant in VCT. Pero it feels like nag-expand na yung mga choices, yung mga strats nila pagdating sa mga kanilang panalo. It used to be just Boogie and Folex being the combo duelist. Pero ngayon, iba na. Hindi mo na alam kung anong i-expect mo galing sa kanila.
I mean, one great thing about GameLab as well is, you're right, they really have proven themselves as one of the challengers here for VCT Split 2. And I think that comes no small part in the fact that they're just so put together in the team. They have that simple, effective strategy, but they do it so well. Even if it's just, let's entry together, they really always trade and manage to win up a lot of these duels and small fights.
And to the fact na nandito si Aeonix, diba? Nakita natin na sobrang solid na mga hard hitters ng GameLab.Alpha. Well, like you've said, dito si Folex and Boogie, if hindi sila online, don't worry kasi dito naman si Onyx. And with the mind of Owen Cute as well, ang tao na nagbuo sa team na to, really proving themselves, isa sila sa pinakamalakas nga na team dito sa Pilipinas. To the fact na nung una, hindi naman natin sila kilala. There are literally no namers back then. Ranked warriors, ranked demons kumbaga. But pagdating ng split 1, naging 3rd place sila. And papunta ngayon sa split 2, 2-1 yung score nila. Natalo nila si Nacague, natalo nila dito ang Rambutan ni Tatay. And pagdating na rin talaga dito sa kanilang 4th game of their matchup ngayon, it's just ang susunod sa linya nun is ZOL Esports. Pero dito ngayon sa GameLab.Alpha and pagdating nga sa side ng ZOL Esports, sa tingin nyo ba magiging 3 games tayo today or it's gonna be a really close one, Riku?
Honestly, knowing how these two teams play, feeling ko makakarating tayo ng Game 3. I feel like ganun talaga yung record nila itong dalawang to.
Actually, lalong-lalo na kay SR Nacague, I mean ZOL Esports rather. Kasi lahat ng game nila is 3 games talaga. So matatapos pa tayo dito ng 10:30 or 9 o'clock.
Yun.
Mr. Fluff.
Well, sana naman mga 2-0 sila. But you're right, it's hard to argue with the stats. Pag puro 3-map series talaga yung ZOL, at least consistent, I guess. But also, hopefully this time around though, they get to close it out because they really need to get some points on the board.
Okay, so napapansin natin dito ngayon sa side ng ZOL Esports kasi ganito lang naman. They're winning their first game, then nare-reverse sweep sila. Or nakaka-counter yung reverse sweep pagdating nga dito sa matches na ito. And really hoping na makita dito ang pinaka-solid na playstyle or matchup nga na lalong-lalo dito sa ZOL Esports kasi nga they really need all these wins para makapasok sa ating playoffs. Pero pagkatapos naman ng Team 1 and Team number 2 na nakikita natin ngayon, dito muna tayo sa ating head-to-head, which is makikita natin sino pa talaga ang pinaka-relentless dito sa dalawang team na to. Andito si FallX, which is ito ang minsan main duelist, minsan second fragger ng side ng GameLab.Alpha, and syempre ang pinakamasakit na lahat andito ngayon si Zend.
I think yung ang maganda dito sa head-to-head natin is meron silang parang contrasting growth. Nung nakita natin si FallX during the first split, siya yung again, secondary duelist or even the main duelist. Now it feels like the growth has led him to a switch to be more of that flex player kung anong kinakailangan sa composition. Ganun din naman kay Zind, pero it's more leaning towards a lot of the duelists on his team. So I like this interaction because the growth outside, when we look at the totality of this tournament, napakaganda tingnan ng kanilang growth.
I think for me, like Zind has always been that staple duelist. In general, it's always been consistent. And FallX, he's like a ranked demon, right? So he has those highlight plays, but sometimes the impact varies throughout game for game. When he shows up well, but when he doesn't, he can fall.
Yeah, actually yun yung gusto kong pag-usapan dito. Kung maganda ba yung gising ni Mr. FallX. Kasi nga minsan like kung ano sinabi ni Fluffy, is minsan, if ever gising siya, if ever maganda yung tutok niya, consistent yung tutok niya. Pero pag naunahan siya ng siguro kaba or kung ano man, doon nagsisimula na bumagsak yung mga players nga ng GameLab.Alpha. Pero pagdating naman dito sa ZOL Esports, sila yung napaka-super flexible team, di ba? I mean, if ever check nyo yung compositions nila, they have a lot of compositions per map. Iba-iba rin talaga yung sasabihin, iba-iba rin talaga yung nakikita natin na gamit nila. So for me, it's gonna be really difficult to say or to predict kung ano ba talaga yung role na gagamitin nila dito, Riku.
Alam mo, buti na lang di mo dinagdagan ng An. Kasi okay lang sa akin yung Ricky or Riku. Basta
Okay,
walang An.
Sige, Ricky Ann.
Fluff, ikaw na nga muna magsalita.
Ikaw nagsabi, pasa ko dyan. Okay, Riku, game.
Ito. Kasi, oo nga I feel like ZOL Esports has a lot of flexibility. And I feel like it also comes with the dynamic they have as a team. Kasi matagal na sila nagsasama. Ang biggest difference lang naman is Josh F being, I guess, him acquiring all of these 4 players alongside him. And nakita natin agad yung dynamic nila even during the open qualifiers. They really, I wouldn't say they breezed through it, but they had a very strong showing. Itong 4 players sa dynamic na to on top of Josh F. So feeling ko, I think that's the biggest difference. Especially Josh F plays sometimes, or most of the time rather, siya yung nasa initiator role.
Yeah. And pagdating naman dito sa ZOL Esports, di ba? Parang siyang SR Nacague. They still finding their best foot forward. And we're really hoping, Fluffy, na ito na yun. Ito na yung araw na yun.
I think the biggest difference really depends on what maps they end up choosing, because that's going to be the biggest factor. We've seen some of these teams do well and really pop off, especially for GameLab. So hopefully here in the map video, which we'll go to shortly, that we'll see the differences on what the battlefield they decide to choose on.
Yeah. And of course, pagdating naman dito sa mapa veto of the day, may kita natin kung ano ba yung mga pipiliin nilang mapa. Napag-usapan na natin yung data. Pagdating naman dito sa GameLab.Alpha, nakita na natin yung mga pwedeng gamitin nga ng mga players dito sa ZOL Esports. Pero ano ba yung gagamitin nila? Okay, Riku, I have a question. Bakit ayaw nila ng Fracture? Dito sa sa ZOL at sa GameLab, lagi nilang binaban to.
Oo nga, no? Tingnan nga natin kung makakita tayo ng Fracture. Kasi, teka lang, are you giving me a test? But for some reason...
No. Kasi, hindi.
For some reason, yung mindset ko, inaano ba ako ni Vil dito na baka nag-rotate na out yung Fracture? Test question ba to? Natakot ako bigla.
Hindi naman. Pero lagi nilang binaban nga yung side ng Fracture, di ba? 3 beses nang binan out ng GameLab.Alpha and 4 na beses nang binan na nga ng ZOL Esports. And to the fact na first and second yun yung ban nila. Pero ngayon mukhang magbabago na ata kasi ang first ban nilang dalawa is Haven and Lotus dito, Fluffy.
I'm surprised that none of the teams decided to ban Icebox actually, because it's one of the maps that really GameLab has really played well into. And for GameLab, I'm surprised that they didn't ban out Haven. I mean, they did ban out Haven, but I mean like, what do they call this? That they ban out Pearl, because it's kind of 50-50 for them at times.
Yeah.
Yun nga considering na Pearl, especially pagdating sa GameLab.Alpha, they didn't have the best of score against Oasis. Alam ko 3-13 yun. So, interesting that they want to have a second shot at this to be better.
Yeah, pagdating naman dito sa Pearl, at least nanalo dito ang side ng ZOL Esports against MVP, which is 13-3 nga ang score doon. Pagdating naman dito sa pagdating naman dito sa GameLab, rather, ang score nila is 1-1, which is ang pinili nila doon is yung Pearl nung kalaban nila ang SR Nacague, 39 score nila, and 330 naman yung score ng GameLab.Alpha nung kalaban nila ang Oasis Gaming. Pero, Fluff, ito na nga yung Icebox, sinasabi mo.
The Icebox thing, I mean, ZOL picking the map, they have a 50-50 win rate on it, but GameLab has never lost this map so far in Split 2. So it's something that they know that they're going to go into a challenge. But if anything, the games that ZOL did win was against Naus, and they were the best Icebox team of the previous split and arguably this split. So I think it's very possible that they bring the same firepower moving on.
Ascent ang next bomb naman ng GameLab.Alpha dito. Para nakikita natin, no? Yung mga OG maps, such as Haven, yung mga Ascent mo, ayaw na rin ata nilang laruin dito. So, it's all up to them if ever they're gonna pick Split or Fracture here, Rico.
Oo nga kasi ang nakikita na, Fracture nga yung kanilang approach, which is actually a very rare sight to see, considering that we're always going through the same usual, especially Pearl, Icebox, Innocent, and a little bit of Haven here and there. And I'm very interested to see this because Fracture is just so it gives a lot of options on the attacker side, which means na nakikita natin Glab actually picked attack. So, curious ako dito kung anong plano nila, considering kagaya ng sinabi mo, Vil, di ba? This isn't exactly what GameLab likes to play na mapa.
Actually, hindi lang yan. Pati yung ZOL Esports ayaw din nila kasi 4 na beses nilang binantong Fracture. So, ganun lang yun. I mean, medyo nakakagulat lang din talaga makita na hindi natin nakita ang Fracture pagdating nga sa na-veto nila na mapa and pinili nila dito ang Pearl Icebox and of course with the decider map dito ang Fracture. So, it's gonna be really interesting kung ano ba talaga yung magiging score natin dito sa dalawang teams na to. Nakita na nila, nakuha na nila yung mga sobrang comfortable na mapa nila, and pagdating dito sa Fracture, it's gonna be a big 50-50 sa akin kasi medyo matagal na nga nila hindi nalalaroan to, Fluff.
Well, there's only one answer there. Either they're really good or really bad on Fracture. That's why they're not keeping that in the pool. So hopefully for both teams, they're hiding their strats, they're trying to improve, and hopefully we get to that game 3, because if ZOL has anything to say about it, that pattern always persists.
So at least ngayon, makikita na natin if ever, ano ba talaga yung mga capabilities ng team na to, which is ang ZOL Esports and GameLab.Alpha here in Fracture. Really can't wait what's gonna happen. So, hindi na natin to patatagalin pa. Doon naman tayo sa pinakamahirap na yugto ng ating buhay, which is ang predictions. Well, for predictions, I mean, for me, probably it's gonna be GameLab.Alpha, knowing that these kids, medyo unpredictable pa rin naman sila eh. Pero dun sa tipong unpredictable nga, they're really prone to overheating as well. Pero hopefully, na gawa na nila ng solusyon yan. How about you, Fluff?
I think ZOL is one team that really has all the pieces. They did it last split, but for some reason, they're just not making it stick in this current split, which is why for me, I'd also have to agree and go with GameLab.Alpha. Especially for me and Rico, I think we casted most of their games for the first split. So we've seen them improve by a lot, and the team that they have today is way different from how they started out. And it can only go up from here.
Okay, looks like that makes us 3 na magvo-vote kay GameLab.Alpha dahil ako rin. Sa tingin ko, sila yung mananalo dito sa series na to. At dahil sa mga reasons na sinabi ni Fluffy and ni Vil, yung improvement talaga nila as a team and their performance back at Split, it's so crazy to me looking at the team that they were back in open qualifiers last Split. Tapos, nakaabot sila ng top 3, top 4 after the playoffs, having to deal with a lot of the top teams. Ang ganda ng performance nila, including ngayon sa Split na ito. And dahil, that's my answer.
Yeah, so we're gonna get to see if itong teams to, kung talagang GameLab.Alpha ba talaga mananalo or ZOL Esports, or pwede natin sabihin na panel pick curse ang mangyayari. Kasi at least ang saya pala dito as a host sa VCTPH. Well, it's my first time kasi na-host dito and nag-enjoy naman ako so far makasama kayo guys. Pero yun nga, without further ado, hindi na natin to patatagalin pa. It's gonna be the second series of the day. It's gonna be GameLab.Alpha versus ZOL Esports. So casters, take it away.
Well, guys, if revenge is a dish best served cold, is redemption a dish best served hot? Because, well, we're here to blaze it on quite a hot day and quite a hot series. And here we have it now, GameLab.Alpha versus ZOL Esports. But for today, to celebrate of all days, it will be me, Dax, alongside Black and Blue yet again for another series. And in this one, Nico, I'm really looking forward to how these two teams will effectively bounce back. Because we saw for GameLab.Alpha, they honestly disappointed a little bit versus Oasis Gaming. In the meantime, for ZOL Esports, they dropped the ball by the end versus Rambutan and Tatay and lost that series as well. Now it's their time to bounce back and lift themselves up even higher in the standings.
Well, yeah, but this matters a lot more, I think, here if you're ZOL, because the current standings right now do not see them good if they have any playoff hopes. 1-3 so far in the regular season. That's never really a good scoreline to be going forward with, but what's very curious to me, Dax, is looking at this map veto, it's almost seemed like instead of putting in the best map for either team, they went to opt with the worst map for either side and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, there's a few struggles right now, especially to what's happened in the recent past. And that's why we mentioned it, especially as we started this broadcast, right? You look at ZOL Esports, they picked up Icebox for the second map, and even though they did beat Naus in it, that's where they lost to Rambutan and Tatay after honestly falling on apart in terms of their economy again and again, trying to force a few situations. On the other hand, GameLab.Alpha, they go for Pearl, which is actually a pretty good ZOL Esports map. And this was a map that they were destroyed there by Oasis Gaming. And honestly, that series went the same way. So as of right now, it does feel like that there is a bit of a learning curve for both of these two teams just because they want to get back to a bit of a standard. And we know for both GameLab.Alpha as well as ZOL Esports, there's a lot more than meets the eye. These two teams can play even better than from what we've seen last time around.
Yeah, for sure. And that ZOL matchup as well versus Rambutan and Tatay the last time around, it was looking pretty well for them early on in the series, but it kind of came down to that heat retention thing, right? How long can they keep on going? How much cardio do they have in their fight? And it didn't seem like it stood up against the test of, well, the Tatays in that case. And I'm hoping for their sake, when they go up against a team here like GameLab, a team that we have seen really impress us last split around, right? They ended up in the third top spot. They can finally find, I guess, their footing a bit more, because for ZOL as a team, there really is a lot here to be said about what their potential can be. It just hasn't come into fruition so far. And to the same point of a while ago, we end up in Fracture, a map that neither of these teams have been successful in yet, and that's going to be our decider if we ever get to it.
Yeah, both sides have not played it at all this split. The last two times that GameLab.Alpha played it, last split was against Oasis and Naus, and they lost in it. So there's a lot that needs to be proven in this 3-map set. And right now, moving into Pearl, I do wonder what the game plan here for GameLab.Alpha is. Them picking this map up after getting, I'd say, exposed there by Oasis Gaming. Will they change it up? Because we've noticed there for GameLab.Alpha, they're on a very interesting composition, having that double duelist, having that single Gecko initiator. But when we saw it against Oasis, they were always stifled, even if they tried to push and duplicate. Do they have a different plan right now versus ZOL?
I mean, it could be that case, right? That's exactly what we kind of need to see. Give us, rather, a bit more to be witnessed when it comes to this ZOL team. But I want to look at GameLab now and where exactly they've placed themselves in the most recent standings of theirs. They're pretty good, and this is kind of, I guess, the evolution of what we were expecting coming from that stage number 1 into this. They have, you know, a bit more added to the roster here in terms of what they bring to the table. I think if you're GameLab right now, what your biggest, I think, focus should be isn't maybe necessarily evolving from what we've seen in the past few games, but rather refining on that, because we see some losses here that we think it maybe shouldn't have come the way that it did, like versus Oasis. Oasis are one of the best teams, yes, but we would expect that they would put up a bit more of a fight in that case. 13 to 3 and 13 to 5 as a loss versus Oasis. And you would think for arguably maybe the 3rd or 4th best team that we had coming from stage 1 into this one, you would think they put up more of a fight. So I want to see them refine a bit more instead of trying to evolve, because that evolving stage, it's done. They've moved on to new pieces with new pieces here to stage 2, but they have to keep on honing the blades that they've got.
Yeah, and exactly that, right? We always talked about Action PH and GameLab.Alpha to need to take that next step to really stand toe-to-toe with Naos and Oasis and kind of shake up the pecking order that we have here. Didn't work out last time for GameLab.Alpha. Might be time to re-solidify that foundation this time versus ZOL Esports. But now, talking about ZOL Esports itself, I think really in this series, if you look at the standings, this is gonna be a big win if they get this. Because if they move up to a 2-3 standing, that separates them from the 1-4 and 1-5 SR Nacague and RNT squads respectively, keep them in the top 6 in a safer manner. Because if they lose it, it allows RNT and SR Nacague to effectively have a single team to target to get that last slot up for grabs from the playoffs. So yeah, it's getting pretty exciting there at the very bottom. But to make that buffer happen, you need to get those wins, especially in the middle of the season, right? And that's what ZOL Esports is looking for, especially after what's happened last time around.
Yeah, and they were so close to making it happen last time around, weren't they? And I think, you know, coming from both losses, okay, from either side, from ZOL and here from GameLab, as you said, Redemption, how is it best served? I think it's best served red and dead as well. In a very smoky day here, I think, when guns all settled down, we got ourselves a standoff between who can, you know, finally gain that win after a tough loss, but they came in very different, I think, type of scenarios where ZOL super close to winning all 3 maps, really. They were very close to winning map number 2, map number 3 as well. It just didn't come to pass. It was closing it out, where in contrast to that, GameLab just could not get started in the first place. And we see that be a problem for a team like GameLab, who do rely a lot on that momentum. They're such a gung-ho heavy team that if they can't even get their guns out of the holster, you wonder what more is there from this team.
Yeah, it seems like there's differences in when these two squads peak. Here for ZOL Esports, they get some strong beginnings and they look to run away with it. It's closing it out where it struggles. That, like you mentioned, on the other hand, GameLab.Alpha, if they just don't have a presence at all, then they're not gonna find their footing whatsoever in that series. So let's see if there will be a bit more of that resilience from GameLab.Alpha. We'll see. We have the closeout factor there from ZOL Esports, and perhaps 2 players that we can kind of look into right now has to be a matchup between perhaps Boogie as well as Zind. Even though Boogie is a bit more of that flex player, he has always been that low-key star of GameLab.Alpha. And on the other hand, Zind put up such a heroic effort there versus Rambutan and Tatay. Maybe too much heroics for my own liking, especially since I was able to cast that game right. But at the same time, if they can put up some strong numbers, that can be the buffer that these two teams needs to put them at a higher level than their opponent.
You're saying you cheated on me? You casted the game without me, Dax?
You left me? What do you mean?
Who are you casting
with? No. You can't twist it on me. You left for redacted reasons, and you just never came back when you could.
Well, I'm here now, and isn't that the important thing? I think we're trying to get the game ready. Casters, start this. For the meantime, I'll forgive you, for it is...
Wow!
a holiday of peace and
Yes, that's
one
true.
of understanding.
No,
Yeah.
no. Aren't you the patron saint of this day, my friend?
What are you talking about? I am merely.
Oh wait. Next week is your birthday. My bad.
Yes.
It's not your birthday
Yes.
yet.
Yes.
No, we're
It
not
is
trying to
actually-
imply anything else.
You know what's funny, guys, is
Yeah.
that me, I,
Mhm.
B&B,
Yes.
Dax, right beside me here, the
That's
two-time
me.
cheater, and Raph as well, the good boy. We're all April babies. What does that
Yes.
say about us?
When are we going to have a party? Are we gonna have a party here on broadcast? I
Birds
have a
of the same feather.
better.
That's what I'd like to think.
No. I'm gonna stop your analogy. I'm thinking of. Do you want me to bring out like a cake right now? You know, I have
Oh.
candles and
Oh.
I have a happy birthday thing. You know what? Give me a
Really?
second. I'm gonna get it.
Okay, go get your happy birthday thing. And while we're doing that, I think we're gonna wait for the meantime to get this game started. I want to get started. It is
I
like
can't.
it's about dinner
can't-
time if you're from APAC, and we are looking at a quite delayed dessert for the meantime.
I can't
and
show
it-
this box.
You can't show
it's
the
not-
box.
Because it's not Valorant related. And
Okay.
not Riot. It's not Riot, so no. Here you go. Happy,
Happy
birthday!
Yay! Wow. You got
There you
cake.
go.
What type of cake? Let us know at least.
I got like. What's your favorite cake? Because for me, I got like 2 different cakes last
Wow.
week.
2
I got like
cakes.
a. Yeah, I don't know why.
Like a
I got 2
two-timer
cakes.
you are.
Okay. Well, I spread the love everywhere, and I got like a mango crepe cake and
Ooh,
a
I love that.
tiramisu. Yeah, dude,
Wow.
some fancy stuff.
Dude,
I thought
I like
I was gonna get like a Goldilocks chocolate cake, but yeah. Besides you liking those 2, what else? If you could pick a third cake.
I like the the campfire cake from Purple Ove.
You can say that, you know.
I can
We're
say
not
that
sponsored.
Purple Oven, right? Yeah. You
Yeah.
can order it as well on. We're sponsored,
Grab?
right? Grab, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm trying to make sure. I had a
Making
minor
sure.
blunder the other day.
Oh,
when it comes
really?
to- yes.
Oh.
But one we shall not mention.
Okay,
Uh,
don't worry. All
yeah.
good. All G.
I
Wait.
like cake.
You like cake? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna check it right now. So guys, if you have any time, you can message me so we can dox Black and Blue.
No.
And then you can send him a cake. Don't dox him. You know, I remember he had a story once where he was recognized in the grocery.
Shut up. Huh? What do you mean?
Yeah, right.
Not
You were
grocery?
recognized in your grocery or building, and you're like, is that Black
No,
and
it
Blue?
was the lobby of my
Of y-
apartment. I was like, now they know where I live. This is not good.
no.
But now you guys will know where we shall be playing because we're going to be starting this series off on Pearl, if I'm not mistaken, right? And we got
Yes.
the Agent Select right up here on you. Game Lab on the attacking side to start things off. It's all to defend.
Yeah, good podcast. There you go, guys. If you can Gcash Black and Blue's location, go ahead. Maybe send them a little birthday treat or 2. But let's get into the game as you mentioned. And look at the shift immediately for GameLab.Alpha. We called out the problems of the composition last time around with the double duelist. They go for the Sky solo initiator. They're gonna run the Sage as well. And in the meantime, it's ZOL Esports who picks up the Phoenix instead on Zin.
Well, this is kind of what we've come accustomed to, right? You see Pearl, you see Zind, you expect a Phoenix. And funnily enough, it was GameLab.Alpha who really liked to apply that Phoenix last time around, but they got Fallex here on this jet instead, the solo Sky. Something we've really seen a lot of prevalence, Dax, come into this stage. And at the start of the year, we were seeing that during lock-in, and we're seeing it even more so here now. A lot of times, though, it's accompanied with double controller. That's the whole point of playing that Sky. You get to cut up the sightlines, you flash in between the smokes, you know someone's there, but they're gonna run both single controller this time around with a Sage, and that's a very curious choice.
Yeah, it is the go-to composition here from the side of ZOL. So on the other hand, I'm looking at the shifts here for GameLab.Alpha, and since they're not running the Gecko anymore, this does put Aeonix back on that Killjoy duty. It's Dritch who moves over, I believe, to that Sage, and as we mentioned, Boogie moving over from one Flash Agent on the Phoenix to the Sky on the other to just be a bit more versatile. But with only the Astra in tow, we know how powerful the Astra can be, especially on the main angles, but at the same time, will you have enough coverage if you're running only that single controller? There's a lot of I'd say, burden more so on the side of GameLab.Alpha compared to ZOL, because ZOL has made this composition work time and time again in the regular season. But here we go now, straight into the game, and ZOL, pretty interesting right now, as there's some names that I haven't seen in a while.
Oh,
Oh,
you're very right.
hello.
This is not what I was expecting, but just to round it off, you got Zind, of course. Yes, yes. Naru. Oh, Netflix. Yes. Patman. Oh, and Kuya Yaoi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised, honestly, but sure. Well, we're gonna go with this right now. ZOL Esports with some, I'd say, familiar faces from especially open qualifier scenes. Zinda with the first kill, and Fallex will make the trade happen. Fallex still falling to the hand of Zin, and it seems like here for ZOL, they still have that A main control, the pivot position to keep the fight going. Boogie though fights back, catches Naru in response. 3v3 right now. Zin still holding the line, and ZOL Esports looking to be the attackers here. GameLab already on site. Black and blue.
Wondering here how they perform, opening on up, and Zen seems to absolutely deliver. Denies that the plant rather, due to the pressure being applied here. 2v2, they're both coming from main. It's going to be on the Onyx to keep him on back. He's going to be the first contact. Good damage done on the swing. They find the kill, and Netflix simply could not change the channel to his tune as GameLab opened up the round.
Man, GameLab.Alpha already set up, especially when they're able to navigate through an open angle, especially towards Art. But I'm honestly very surprised to see ZOL Esports just like this. It really just goes to show, if you're gonna have a shift this late into the season, you're gonna, I'd say, be on the back foot in terms of team chemistry. GameLab.Alpha, yes, the shift in the composition, but more so the roster that you're accustomed to. A Onyx always being that new addition that has worked out for them. And now they're gonna go towards main. The contact though from ZOL, very quickly on, guiding Lad. Fallex with the takedown.
Well, I have to wonder how this will work on though. These type of pushes, they are shut down immediately in this case by GameLab. Push on in, Fallex gets in. Oh, I thought he was gonna get the fourth there, but I'm wondering how they will perform, you know, as ZOL without the tried and true players that we've seen, or rather been accustomed to as of late, coming in from them last time around when they faced, was it Rambutan and Tatay? Yeah. Did a lot, rather had a lot more, I guess, players that we're kind of accustomed to seeing here, being Senior Carl, yes, being Josh F, but you pull in a different look into a game that really is crucial for them in terms of their standings. It's a curious choice.
Absolutely, and not only that, they shoot some roles right, because you have Netflix now stepping up to what Senior Carl used to play on the Astra. Patman moving over to Killjoy, which Josh F used to play, and then you continue on. Naru's gonna be on the Sky, it's Kuya Yaoi who's gonna be on the Sage, and ZOL Esports. Very, very interesting to see this kind of setup, but now they have the rifle. So let's move on from all the roster shifts. GameLab.Alpha doing a good job for the first 2 rounds to get the advantage into the game. Arto looking to be vying for Fallex, seeing that Trailblazer, but Zin has been racking up a few of those orbs, and now the run back early on for mid control. Triple stack, the curveball though to dissuade them, and the Onyx will be able to hold down the line and get rid of the ultimate.
Yeah, it's a good shutdown here coming in from GameLab to not allow Zin to simply assert himself that early in the game with a right back like that. Gives them a lot more confidence to continue the default that they love to play this early.
Yeah, and as it stands, Kuya Yaoi, wall cracks in front of him. It's GameLab.Alpha, slowly but surely looking to re-peek into main yet again. They've realized ZOL is so willing to play that close contact if ever. Slow orb though to allow him to get back towards the site. GameLab.Alpha still though putting themselves in a good position for the execute if ever.
Here comes out that execute you talked about, Dax. Floors will keep them at bay, going to make it much more difficult on the entry, and they're being stifled. Immediately shut down on these pushes here. Naru on the double. It doesn't seem to be much of a response off of the bonus from GameLab.
Onyx looking at, I'd say, a familiar name on the other side. Used to be part of ZOL Esports. Now he's part of GameLab.Alpha, and in that round, he's on the losing side. ZOL make the rifle round work. Very effective hold, and you saw it especially towards that A site, right? As long as they have that back site, they're gonna find a way to really stabilize against GameLab.Alpha. And that's been the weakness of GameLab.Alpha on this map, especially. If they can't get the site quickly enough, that's where the attack falls on apart. And with things like the slow orb, it's a very simple approach here for ZOL if they have somewhere to anchor on.
A nice attempt to try and rush their way in, but that's the beauty of the Sage. That really is what it gives you. Those slow orbs can simply stifle and halt the push, especially from a team like GameLab who love to press the issue, who love to hit their foot on the gas pedal. It's just not going to come this time around. Star is prepped here, and there's a lot for them to deal with on this entry, especially with Zin. They're prepped on the flash.
Yeah, GameLab.Alpha though, hurting a bit on the economy. Two of them with lesser buys, and instead the Blade Storm is what FallX relies on to imply his presence towards the halls. Now then, FallX with the takedown as Zin is stunned on up. Beyondix on the board as well. GameLab.Alpha, this is exactly what they need. Get the site, get the plant going, and just clean up house. Very convincing this time from GameLab.
Yeah, did not seem much of a problem at all here for GameLab on that attacking round. Good idea by Zin initially, to volley out that back hall just so he doesn't get pushed, but just even more timing here working out in their favor. GameLab, the Trailblazer, to take that back hall. And it a lot of times when the attacking side can take that back hall control away, the post plan is so much more difficult to win out against.
Absolutely, and GameLab.Alpha, that need for speed is what will bring them those wins right now. ZOL Esports, it's a difficult endeavor in the meantime to try and hold it down. But they have ways to do so. They have the Sage from Kuya Yaoi, have Zint on the Phoenix, so at least you can contend early, have a bit of backup plan with the swords or the curveballs if ever. With the presence applied towards halls, it's GameLab.Alpha just clearing out every other angle before anything else. Seekers though to now hunt down the members here of ZOL on site. Nateflix with a Bucky of all things. He's got it all for FallX, but G-Lab, they have the kill, they have the res, and now they have the plants.
Shoves the pipe in his face, and well, here's a hit. 3-1 in GameLab. They aren't done just yet. It's a good stifle, but because of the res, they're able to fight, and I'm surprised by just how much economy still ZOL has to fight in this case with. They got a full buy coming to this, although they lost a player. Another mistimed flash.
Crosses on through, and Owen Boogie already on the board. ZOL Esports still on the other side of the wall, but Boogie is now cracking heads, cracking skulls, and getting another one here for G-Lab.
Quick shutdown. The post plant here on that B long has been such a problem for ZOL. You'd expect it to be against the case, knowing that they have that Sage, knowing they have the barrier, to maybe put that up for that retake, but it's just not coming. And the back hall attempt here, it's trying to be anchored down by ZOL, just isn't effective yet.
Yeah, look at the timing. Boogie getting every single angle at the right instance that he wants. He was quick on the trade. He's able to flick back to check on the site, and ZOL Esports just no real presence without that back halls under their control. So it seems to be the Achilles heel right now of that B side. G-Lab though in the meantime now playing it a bit slow. Since ZOL's on the eco, they want to hunt down a few members early on.
Well, they hear that orb being taken, so they know there could be some prey lurking about. The hunters could be the hunted in this case, so rifles abound for GameLab. And ZOL, their biggest bet here right now is to try and stack on this, maybe find the pickoff. Oh, I think Boogie has been spied by Kuya Yaoi. Falls back instead.
Yeah, notices at least that here for the side of ZOL, they want to peek things out. G-Lab though, quick rotation towards B and everything will be gravy. Guiding Light confirming the locations here of ZOL. Just because of a single flash, this pulls everyone on the other side. Houdini done it. The hoodwink there, courtesy of Boogie, allows G-Lab to get that B site effectively for free. Look at FallX, now dash on in. The execute comes and the plant is quick here from Jack 2.
By the time the Bloodhounds of ZOL could sniff what was happening, it was too late. Plant goes down and full retake to come on in. Wonder if you're going to even try and attempt to get some kills here. Simply go down to the spike.
Turret already spots out the heaven, controlled here by ZOL. FallX with the first takedown onto Kuya Yaoi. Patman though does fight back. The numbers here from ZOL can't congregate towards the site, and they're all moving from the museum itself. Gravity Well though is the true start to watch out for, and no one on the board already. Halls though being taken here by Zin. Maybe can get the takedown, absolutely not. G-Lab now making it a 4-round lead.
Complete shutdown, and GameLab doing good here on the attacking side. But last time around on Pearl, we saw them on their attacking side as well. kind of be a bit more favored, even though it ended still, 9-3 in that first half and closed it out in 8-4. Their attacking side, while it is a bit better than their defense, it isn't statistically that much of a margin. 55% to the 53 on defend. And they're one of the teams that have been stable in terms of their statistical kind of results here on Pearl for GameLab, but it never really was something super advantageous. Yes, reliable, but sometimes you need those heights of heights that you'd see on, other maps for them, like on Icebox, where they just perform a lot better on the attack.
Yeah, it just really goes to show right now, right, that they're just making it work. That this on the side of GameLab.Alpha, I'm looking at their whole roster here, and it's really just the acclimation between the team. They know what exactly works for them. They have a very stable win condition, and it's a little bit more black and white compared to other teams, right? Wherein if they don't get that win con, that's where they struggle. But if they do set it up, they get that spike early, in this case on Pearl, then things are a lot more clear-cut for them. And on the other side, ZOL took that timeout because there is still that unfamiliarity. Netflix and Kuya Yawi, last time I really saw them was in the SR Dragons, the Sanguine Rebels Dragons, all the way back in the open qualifier, split 1. So perhaps that they're still having those growing pains, and it's not the best time in the middle of the season.
Oh, for sure. Could be a problem that can really continue to haunt them if you're not able to let that go. Patman here trying to wait behind the smoke. This contact is going to pull the rotation coming in from Netflix, who's looking to help on out, but the Trailblazer is right beside him and right behind him. Fallex goes down. It's a good shutdown here coming from Netflix.
And Netflix just hanging back and punishes Fallex, who was trying to predict a few of those early shots. In the meantime, though, Seekers now into play, all the way from the spawn side, and, well, the lockdown is the answer here from GameLab.Alpha. Here we go yet again. They're trying to buy a bit more space. Patman, though, refusing to give up that same kind of real estate. And the transition now from mid lane to connector. They're expecting here on the side of ZOL that this will be an A hit. And the resurrection actually fortified by the numbers. The Cosmic Divide to start things off. Dritch now setting up the wall, realizing that Link will be the bigger problem, and GLab getting the plant going.
Luckily, they have that Cosmic Divide to try and buy them a bit more space to counteract that lockdown here. But here comes in the retake. Graffiti has to be the first priority. They smoke on that, rather divide on out that A main to not let anyone chime on in the fight as Sin gets the one.
There we have it now. Spike isn't planted as of yet, and Dritch instead in close quarters gets that kill. Oh, and also on the board, but it's ZOL right now with sight control, with spike control, and with the handle on the round to boots. At least now, the recovery a bit more clear from ZOL.
Weren't even able to get that spike down in that case, and that could have been better if it was, but because they weren't able to, ZOL just had everything working out in their favor. Too much pressure there for GameLab, and those are two big ultimates used on their side without much really taken value-wise from it. At least they burn a bit of ZOL's ultimates, but it never really looked like it was theirs to take.
Yeah, exactly. Right, white. Black and or white. That's pretty much spike or no spike plant here for the side of GameLab.Alpha. They need to put that objective down if they want to get a few more rounds on this attacking side. And Kuya Yawi trying to scare us a little bit, but it's only a Marshall, and Fallex instead will get the takedown. Owen, though, already punishing Zid and his run back. They realize he's over onto the corner there, and the killer also contested. ZOL Esports playing danger close. Can they get out of it? That's the question. Naruto fighting through the blaze, waits for it to fall, and Fallex himself will go on down. At least from that, ZOL will get the takedown, but it's too suppressed of a location here, and there needs to be more pressure from ZOL. Instead, they lose Naru in that instance.
Yeah, they had very little way falling back in the safety there. He's able to get that kill, but ultimately nullified as the res comes on in. Sin somehow gets a double. One was that on the resing player. At least they're able to maybe try and equalize things up on a bit. Judge here in the hands of Netflix. It's going to be Patman to first chime in on the fight.
Oh, Patman strafing, but he'll fall on hand of Boogie. That's all Netflix now, and the Judge can't handle that kind of distance. A gamble there from ZOL, I'd say, and GLab doing well to punish them.
Well, he came out to pretty dicey moments there. Imagine if perhaps it was Netflix within that pillar, within that smoke there. To play close within it when the dash came in from Fallex could have been even more disastrous. They're honestly quite fortunate that they didn't take much more damage in that bout towards B-Long.
Yeah, but then again, I look at this part from Naru, right? Him trying to get the hell out of there. If you're not gonna have any other presence applied from the other sides of the map, then you're just gonna lose members for free. And ZOL Esports, they had a good plan at the start, but really, after GameLab was able to handle that initial bout, that's where it all fell apart for ZOL Esports. And now, even more so on the eco. A single Bucky here for Nateflix. He's done something with it before. This time around, Fallex shrugs it off and survives to get the kill on him instead. Boogie also thinking about putting that flash down to confirm whoever's on site. Trailblazer for the intel as well. But GameLab, this is the kind of setup that they want. Have a bit of that delay towards main. Keep an eye out on those flanks if ever. And then for the execute, getting through Dritch. Not the time to wall up, but Boogie at least to protect him. And from that point on, GameLab will get the round.
Came a bit awkward there. A few of them taken down low, but able to confirm it. Unfortunately here for ZOL, the shotguns just haven't been working out today. But GameLab, they're the ones pumping. Look at the economy they've built on up. They can lose a round or two here still and have more to buy up for a third if ever it does come to it. So for the rest of the half, GameLab are almost assuredly secure.
Yeah, GameLab.Alpha looking better on this first half already. Looking a lot better compared to their game versus Oasis, and some of the shifts right now that they've done to allow a bit more of their speed to come into fruition. And speaking of speed, Fallex looking to break the limits. Eventually, though, realizes that disengage is the right answer. Aeonix trying to creep up mid, just in case also someone wants to push forward. But as it stands, ZOL's telegraphing that A main is theirs for the taking.
Yeah, and just a perfect read coming from GameLab here, but Zind seems to have had himself a rougher day today. Just not finding the picks he wants, and also many awkward moments, many awkward flashes you see him throw. That's like the third one this game already. It's only the first half. As the push comes on in, Seekers identify them, but he still gets a kill. That's a good recovery here from them.
Yeah, just the Seekers not going away towards where Zind was at, and from that point on, false intel to give the advantage towards ZOL's favor. That's the gamble sometimes of using those Seekers too early on with too many members. On the opposite end, Owen though, different plan now, lurking towards mid, and Puyayawi sees him but misses the initial spray. Now then, contact has been applied, a bit of intel also to give here.
30 seconds left.
Checks out the spawn itself. Owen comes back from whence he came. The wall is there. Boogie the whip! A shot, and well, equalizes the odds to play the post plant.
And that's a bit more of the Boogie we've come to know. Knowing Cutie could have a great catch here, and that he does. Sliding down the lurk should give him an even better retake potential, but look at this, coming in from the behind, coming in from the flank. Boogie, he has to deal with this run it back and then some. Afterwards, Zin gets the kill for free, and that should be it. Owen Cutie, he is on the back of this site. He's gonna be pulled on back though. You're gonna find out where he is, and he's got a big task.
Now they know, and Owen, he has to try and line things up, but ZOL wisely staying away from one another. That run it back, giving Zin all the confidence in the world to just go for the duel itself. And now at least ZOL, they will get the round. But you check out a few of these instances, right? Things just worked out in favor, more so for ZOL. The catch towards the lurk itself. The Seekers not finding Zin there early. And from that point on, just a few awkward angles there for GameLab.Alpha, even though they got that spike planted. There was an attempt, and there was a chance thanks to Boogie. But now, it's ZOL at least trying to make this, as much as possible, a closer half.
That's a good kind of like pick-me-up round here. Coming from Zind to get himself back into the game after a few mishaps. That's exactly what you need from when you have a Phoenix, especially your only duelist. One that has to absolutely play hot, no puns intended, just to really get value out of it. And the Cosmic Divide on this B push is something that we've seen GameLab be successful in, but can they play against it now? Where there's a judge on the opposing side? Yes, they do. Great catch.
Well, they expect it, and now they see it. Trailblazer ultimate defined, but Catman eventually sneaking his way towards that angle in the halls. GameLab, though, deciding to disengage. ZOL is already on the site itself, and through the Cosmic Divide, the plant does go down. They didn't hear that initial spike plan, so at least Dritch can be able to get away with it. ZOL, though, realizing now where the eject is located, how this is going to be a post plant from the main angle itself, and the wall comes up instead. Zin trying to at least set things up a little bit more so, fights for his life, and will go for the 1-for-1 trade, make it 2-for-2 as Kuyawi in between all those walls, just sneaks the defuse and gets the round.
And what a defuse it came to as well. Great burn off of the Cosmic Divide. And you see there, by the time that GameLab are even able to attempt that plant, the Cosmic Divide is gone, and they just had a much more lackluster post plant because of that. ZOL doing a good job here of not allowing GameLab to simply be comfortable with these kind of executes.
And this was the problem for GameLab when they faced off against Oasis. We know Oasis is a squad that is so strong on rotating. ZOL Esports taking a page out of that playbook, getting on site with the full roster immediately. And GLab hesitated for a little too long in that instance. Now we hear, though, the Blade Storm out and about for FallX in the last round of the first half. Batman, though, with that early contact, loses his life after getting one. Netflix also another chance here to cross through the smoke. Surprises Boogie. The resurrection, though, giving the advantage back here to GLab. And I do wonder there for ZOL, was it worth it? Because they lose a lot of utility with Netflix and Fatman falling.
Yeah, those are your two biggest utility players that you've got, and they're the ones to try and play in those one-and-done rat positions. I'm not too sure about it just yet. Maybe if it was Zin, but they did the best they could to try and equalize the odds down. Now the retake's gonna have to come a lot cleaner than it could have been.
Yeah, difficult now. Naruto ready with a flash if ever. FallX trying to ring that bell and call them towards Falls. Oh, here we go again, though. Awkward wall set up. Naru eventually a full flash to beat out FallX, but Dritch is a 3K of his own. It's all up to Naru now in a 2v1 scenario. Tries to isolate, but he's found out instead by Owen. 4 and 8. That's the rounds here in the first half.
Nicely done here, coming in from GameLab. The Lees close it out as ZOL were starting to build a smaller run of their own. But you see here that because they were a lot more patient this time around before executing, they're able to make sure that the early attempts by ZOL to try and, you know, put a wrench in their spokes, those were quickly and easily dealt with. A lot more beneficial to their post plant in that case.
Yeah, it just goes to show here. Right now we're getting GameLab finding the advantage because they know what they have in store for the rest of the round, right? They burn the utility that they need early on. They keep what they have a little bit later. And ZOL, it does feel like that there are a few times where certain players are just trying to be a bit too ambitious when they have to think of the long game here. And it's now ZOL on the attacking side. Might suit them a bit better. Zin with the right spam. Bogey just created and shipped away from Art itself. And from that point on, well, ZOL has the advantage.
Now that hurts. A kill for free. One that you don't really have a chance of responding to. That's the type of pick that ZOL needed in that case. One that can go unanswered in a half like this when they're down on the attacking side. Great start off, and Patman gets another great pick here for ZOL.
And ZOL, one thing they're really good at are fighting those duels. That's why they were very ambitious there on the defending side. Here on the attack, peek them, and they'll just slay you where you stand. Wall sets up, and there you have Naru on the plant as well. B side, all for ZOL. A 5v3 even, coming in from Link, but immediately FallX falls. Batman just going rampant. A 3k already for the Killjoy. Dritch, the only one left spotted out here by Kuyawi. He's the one who decides to peek at the Trailblazer sick. Hands up, you're dead. Batman holding up Dritch at the museum, and well, it's a steal here for ZOL.
Good flashes there to check out that back hall and take immediate control. But ZOL just... the fact that they had the perfect read every time around, even expecting this push coming from Owen Cutie be long because they know that they're down a player here on GameLab, which means there's a bigger chance GameLab are going to push up. That's good intuition here from ZOL, and by the reason why, honestly, the biggest reason why they were able to come out to the pistol.
And now they're rewarded for their black and blue. Look at what Patman is rocking in the second round. He was just able to tap people down. Sure, why not? The Vandal and the full armor ready to go. This is a very early investment here for ZOL. If they can keep things ready steady, if they can keep things clean, then they should be set for a good amount of the half as Netflix begins it all with a kill on Boogie.
That's a good catch once more. Understanding here that GameLab on these type of rounds where they don't have the advantage, they're on an eco, love to push on up. For ZOL to expect that really points to them having a lot more intuition in the game than one might initially assume based on, you know, the performances here in the regular season. So this is a good sign for ZOL moving forward. Let's see how they play their anti-eco.
Yeah, ZOL, the recovery is absolutely important now as they were down in the first half. Curveball's gonna be into play. Zin just getting a bit more of that link control, and he finds a spray down on the ball like Subut. Dritch fearing for his life. Instead, gonna be chased after by Kuyawi. Ionix gets at least one gun off the table, but that's all that GLab will take. ZOL slowly but surely creeping their way back to the scoreline.
And they have a good chance of winning this bonus out tax because of how much they're able to save up from those 2 rounds. The fact that they have a Bulldog and 2 Vandals on their side, especially in a map like Pearl, can really make things a lot more favorable. Even a third, actually, as they buy up a second rifle here coming on Nateflix. Is he commit?
I think they had 2 normal rifles already.
They did, but at some point in the screen they had 3. So they sold them.
Come on. Stick with it. I want to see it. Stick with it. Who needs a bonus? Just keep buying. That's what any kind of ball will tell you. But GameLab.Alpha, they're ready with the rifles too. And look at their mid presence here. They realize that Nateflix has been watching out the lurk. That's why they lost the member early on. But they're chasing after him. Zin trying to just recover rather. No steps. Fallex instead with 2K. Boogie also fighting. And now in the end, with the aggression courtesy of GLab, it's a 2v2 scenario.
Yeah, and ZOL respond. You guys want to fight for the back line? Let's fight for the back line. And the dust settles. They're both at the 2-2. Just all the attention here from ZOL being put into shutting down that flank, which was a good idea, but luckily for Nateflix, he already had those stars to cross in, 2 stars actually, to cross there in from that shop and in from to the CT. So that gives him a lot more fighting capacity in that case. Now the 2v1 on the site. Dritch kind of has to wait for his teammate here.
Yeah, they split on up, trying to see which way ZOL would go. And now Patman even adding on the lockdown to this equation. He got those kills early on in the pistol. Allowed him to get that ultimate early. And now Patman would take down Kuyawi with a trade. And everything going in favor of ZOL Esports. Despite the roster swaps here, black and blue, ZOL looking pretty sharp still.
Yeah, that was a great lockdown as well. You had a bit of pressure a few seconds after you get the spike on down to effectively cut the amount of time you got to work with in half. And especially in a 2v2 like that, when the retake hasn't necessarily commenced, you know, to its fullest extent, that can just put so much more pressure on the defense. And you see the push here. The fact that they were able to isolate these fights, the fact that Boogie wasn't able to come in, you know, just a bit earlier to maybe shut that down, it gave ZOL a lot more favor in that bout.
Yeah, we've seen from ZOL though that they're actually outmaneuvering and outplaying GameLab.Alpha when it comes to the map itself. GameLab, they got that good first half because of their executes, because of how strong their site presence was. But when ZOL Esports would take some rounds, right, they know where they can stay, they know where it can go. And in that last round especially, they were able to bring Nateflix back into the fold and play together towards the club area and fight the flank that GLab had. So it's what's allowed ZOL Esports now to put themselves in a really good spot to tie up the scoreline, and especially at this eco state here, rifles versus pistols, it's GLab who has to hit some nutty shots if they want to keep this lead.
See if they're able to though. Eco about for GameLab. A bunch of pistols, a sheriff, marshal rather, here on reach. And they're going to gamble to stack that B site, but the A site for the most part that ZOL are going to be coming at. At least they got Fallex here, accompanied with Boogie, so the rotate can come a bit quicker, but ZOL, they're not too eager to commit knowing their stars in their way.
Yeah, and on such a hot day, we might be ready to run it back with the Phoenix yet again. One thing ZOL has in terms of their, I'd say, strategies on a map like this: feed those orbs, let Zin go once and then twice. Guiding Light Throne, trying to find a bit of that intel towards mid, but ZOL Esports staying away from that side of the map. GLab, this might tell them that B main is where they have to keep an eye out, and the stack already, plus the rotation, is looking sound here for the defense.
Well, might be sound, but how safe are they really in this case, knowing that Zin, he's got his run it back. They maybe shut this down. The push, immediately slapped away by Zin.
Such a quick shot, and now the Marshall picked up by Fallex instead. Aeonic though hit by the flash, and now the run it back is utilized. It's all about the side here for GameLab.Alpha, and towards the screens, Owen will at least shut down the first line of Zin. Kuyawi though playing entry instead, just running rampant to get to Zin now back for revenge, and it's all Aeonics left towards Link itself. ZOL has the sight, Aeonics able to pick up a rifle, but with only 21 HP, he might die too early on, and the Trailblazer will be sick on him. Such a feral bite from ZOL to tie up the scoreline.
He definitely does. And what a game here by ZOL in this half already. That run it back coming in from Zin just bought them all that they needed. That round was really because of him. Be able to push that backside there through that smoke, clear it out, forcing the Astra here as ZOL to fire, forcing out, you know, rather of GameLab, forcing Owen QD to have to give his position away because of that crossfire. If he did not have a run it back, it would have been a free kill to them, but GameLab here, they're the ones slipping so far, and it's looking pretty dire.
Yeah, and this time around, you gotta say that you have still ZOL confident on how they're gonna execute with this kind of composition. In the meantime, for GLab, they're just not as used to running this kind of setup compared to the double duelist that they had a little bit earlier on in this season. So growing pains this time here for GLab. Atman peeking towards main, towards Link itself, able to bait out the Nano Swarm too, and really here for ZOL, they effectively have around 2 lurks, and then they just transfer the main force from one side to the other and push within instead in a 4-1 split. And speaking of, art up controlled here by ZOL Esports, they're navigating their way towards that A side. Gravity well gonna be there. Kuyawi decides to be that first contact, and Rich instead, and Fallex with the takedown. Zin though fighting for his life. Bogey able to make the trade happen. Advantage now here for GLab as ZOL disengaged towards Link itself.
That was a great gravity well there to keep him at bay on that arc push, and allowed the defense here of GameLab to really settle. And because of that Sage barrier towards the right of the back side, it allowed him to simply focus down on that left side. But Kuyawi, he gets a double. The Kuya is not done to speak here, but Patman, he cannot find it on the Aeonics' GameLab. They might have given up the tie, but they're not going to give up the lead.
Absolutely. They finally find a foothold there towards the site. They realize if we can just try and bait them in closer quarters, we're going to have a better angle. And immediately, right, it started off in a 4v2 slate thanks to the angles taken there by GLab. I love the uptrap there from Fallex. One place that ZOL did not expect whatsoever. And even after a few heroics there from Kuyawi, it just wasn't enough for the round. So ZOL still just a grasp away from tying it up yet again. But GLab, they can fight, and they bring out the Optiboots.
And you see there the problem with having disguise your solo any sometimes. You saw Naru's flash. He was trying to flash that backside, but through the angle that you'd expect somebody to be, which was that right side there towards, you know, the pit. And because it just takes so long for that bird to get there in the first place, they weren't aware of the initial peak coming from Breach, and just so many things coming down to timing here, working out for GameLab in that last round. But look at the space and the control they've taken all the way deep here towards Belong.
And because of the early wall here from Dritch, he's gonna have some close encounters of the A-main kind if ZOL did actually push that. But instead, middle now vied for here by ZOL. Owen watching over the Link. Same case here for Aeonics. Both sides now looking to be crossed, and eventually it's Art here for ZOL Esports. Slowly but surely, Zin finding the better angle towards Aeonics and gets that first frag ongoing. The setup now clear. A side is the hit thanks to the stars. It will be Dritch now trying to reposition towards main. He's still a little bit wary if anyone's there in the first place. The guiding light gets the confirmation instead of where ZOL stationed. And now with the execute, Zin actually lifted on up to get a better angle towards Dugget. Especially if ever the plant comes, but Dritch interrupts it, and it's GameLab instead who set up a trap, play the timing well, and now we'll go for the execute. They all fall apart here for ZOL as GLab will stand tall with Patman the only one left to kill.
Well, difficult scenario here for Patman. Time ticking on down. He gets a second. Didn't even expect his crossfire to come on in. He does get the one. It came down so close. Dritch eventually shuts him down, but ZOL here kind of, I guess, mistakenly assuming that that A main would have been clear. When you go for a plant like that, you either have to smoke at that A main or commit your barrier towards blocking that A main plant angle. It just never came, and nobody ever addressed it. You have to take a bit more control if you're planning for art like that.
Absolutely, and you can see the hesitation there from GameLab to take main just because they immediately assumed that there was someone there in the first place. Once they realized, oh, there's no presence here, we can actually take this better angle. It allowed GameLab.Alpha to make a simple funnel for ZOL to just run into, and from that point on, it was just a double, even triple crossfire from time to time, courtesy of GameLab to keep this defensive lead going.
And that A site of theirs has been just such a problem for ZOL to take. GameLab's, really the way that they play their crossfire here from GameLab is very difficult to dismantle if you're ZOL, especially if you don't have, the ample amount of utility like having 2 controllers might give you, or 2 initiators, because they go for this Sage comp, which should arguably help you secure a bit more on the plant attempt itself than be, a bit more stressful in the post plant, but it's coming the opposite way where they have trouble to get that plant down sometimes because they just simply don't have the control they need.
Yeah, they see the sight lines, they see the finish line itself for that spike, but they can never just cross it the way they want. Instead now, a more simple approach perhaps is the answer. A main yet again here for ZOL, whether on the defense or the attack. They love to play this angle, and Dritch will have to disengage because of it. Puts up the wall, lifts himself up yet again to find an opportunistic angle. But after all that presence and all that noise, ZOL will back on away, or they might have to meet the operator on the other end.
Well, it's not necessarily one you'd love to say hello to. More like adios instead of the olas.
Wow, Spanish speaking?
No. Yes.
Arriba, andale, and perhaps a quicker approach here from ZOL because these slow peaks might kill them. With Folex at a better angle, the smoke out though is
blind.
The call here from ZOL, blinded on out. GameLab though in the meantime already holding down the doors with Aeonix, and Boogie's here in a position to help if ever. Folex gets one, but Naru finds out Boogie instead. Nateflix on the board as well, and that gives ZOL a few guns to work with as they move towards that B side. Cosmic Divide though gonna be the call. And look at where Owen's gonna go. Into back halls, he's gonna try to cross. Nateflix trying to go for a pre-fire too before anything else. But they'll run it back now, the call. It's all about clearing out towards the alleyway itself. Aeonix still so stable. Lockdown gonna be into play right now here from GLab. But a bit of fear to actually peek. Now they do from the hallway as soon as the detain detonates. The spike still planted. There we go with the defuse, but the gravity well will pull them in, and ZOL Esports this time setting up the trap that they want. Aeonix will not let go. He's halfway there. Can he stick it till the end? The smoke dissipates and Aeonix fights back, but he cannot kill them all. Close try there from Aeonix, but Naru will stand tall to give ZOL the round.
It came so close, and you can tell that the fact that they, tried to stick on the defuse the first time around there, Aeonix, they didn't even know that the gravity well was in place because it was within that smoke. The lockdown bought them the space they needed, but ultimately enough, they weren't able to do too much with it. It came down to the heroics once more. Here of Aeonix, it just couldn't work out in the end there for the retake. ZOL, that's a great response after really the timeout that they called.
Yeah, ZOL, they just love to play around that spike, whether on the attack or the defense. We've noticed how they position themselves accordingly with the right utility also, just to catch out their opponents. But ZOL this time around, here we go again with that main contest. Nateflix, better angle there, covering Zin, who was setting up the curveball. And from that point on, whether close or wide, it's ZOL with the takedowns. A-side right for the taking. An eco round here for GameLab.Alpha puts them in such a big predicament. And this site is now theirs for the taking here for ZOL.
Well, let's see how it works out for them. In this case, is 2v5 isn't the most hopeful situation to be, but maybe if you're in GameLab, looking at how low the economy here of ZOL are, if you can force them to have to reinvest in the next few rounds, and that could be a big thing. Patman, a quick catch-off, as he expects it to come. I don't see how Boogie can dance his way out of this.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight scoreline yet again, and now you can feel the burden on the weight of the shoulders here for GameLab.Alpha. How do they keep ZOL at bay? Since ZOL Esports, they're just so strong at controlling angles early. In GameLab.Alpha, they're desperate to need that firepower just to fight back. And you can see it here, right? ZOL, as soon as they had that plan with Sage, to throw out the flash and contest that main angle. The other angle is taken here by ZOL to prevent that early predicament from happening. It really just goes to show that that's where they're in sync to protect and I'd say enable their duelists to move in.
Well, you can never really trust those angles. If anything I've learned from wrestling, never trust a man named Angle. And
But
if
he's
you're
a
game
gold medalist.
yeah, but he's also a heel.
Well, he's pretty old now.
He is pretty old. I don't know these new people. as
That's
much.
true. Apparently, they're all related to The Rock one way or the other. But
Yeah.
since
They're all extended family.
yeah, everyone is. I don't even know actually.
The Pebble.
Samoan or the Pebble and the Boulder. That's
Boulder.
an Avatar thing. Yeah, but anyway, Valorant's happening. Zol's gonna get on site, and Zin already with a takedown on the fall. Lex to begin with 5v4 immediately, and this here for Zol is just them watching out for any other angle GameLab can play, and especially here from Connector Dritch coming in just to die. The Seekers also to get that ankle. Boogie's gonna get spotted immediately, and even from Secret, Patman's right in front of him in dugout. Zol playing very aggressively on where they can push out and where they can station, and from that point on, it's now Zol taking the lead.
Look how fluid Zol were there on their post plant. Instead of, anchoring down and holding down the lane, they push out proactively first towards that dugout and CT as a unit, and then they pull back, and then they all push together towards that art. And to have that fluidity, like Bruce Lee, be like water.
Wax on, wax off.
You've ever waxed yourself, Dex?
I don't know if I can tell that story on broadcast. Because,
Or have you
yes, I
ever-
remember...
Has
Yes,
any
I
part
have.
of your body have gotten waxed?
Yes! The part
Wow.
that you're thinking of. It was pretty wild.
Oh
Not gonna
my
lie. Yeah.
Have a-
I told you... I remember telling you this story
Bit of a mohawk.
once.
Right,
Yes,
right.
sir. Yes, sir. Well, if that was Brazil, this is Pearl. And here we go again towards ZOL Esports. Dude, they love Aiming. Just as
Vamos.
much as I love that wax session. Vamos indeed.
Vamos! Here for Zol. No matter which way they go, it should be the right way, because, they have all the weapons they got. It's going to be the A site anyways. Run it back, and they love to use this to secure, against these eco rounds, because they know in these anti-ecos, rather GameLab, they love to play cheeky, so have that run it back, to have that safety net, helps them secure these type of anti-ecos they've got.
Yeah, you have a sacrificial lamb that will just come back to you on the third day itself. And speaking of, now Zin looking around towards main. They all realize that GLab is coming in from the CT side. And now ZOL Esports pointing their guns at them. Patman on the board. Patman with another one. Dritch will at least stop his rampage. But now ZOL have worked together to put themselves on match points.
Mind you guys, this half started 8-4. But ZOL, as we see, on the favorite attacking side anyways, here on Pearl, able to convert, able to make sure their post plants are secured even more so than what we saw from GameLab a while ago. And I love the way that they're playing, these type of rounds to make sure that it isn't going to be one that GameLab can simply cheek their way or rat their way into making these rounds more painful. So GameLab, they've got the res, which means they've got to risk the run, but the question is, where and when do you take it?
Hasn't that been the question so far this game? Where should GameLab.Alpha be stationed in the first place? Because ZOL Esports, as soon as they realize that with that early main presence, that can just be their anchor point to actually push towards the site. It has been very successful for them, but here, and perhaps what could be the last round of this game, ZOL will change up the pace and play for that middle instead. Wait for the default, try to punish GameLab.Alpha. But wisely enough on the defense, they're hanging back instead to wait for ZOL to come at them.
Burb says yes, they're here. Boogie pulls back instead, but that's a good smoke. At least a good dissipation of it. Potentially allow him to reposition there if ever they came closer, but it doesn't come. Trailblazer will confirm even more suspicion. At least confirm that the sky is there, the Astra is there, but you can see that the pings here coming from ZOL, they're planning kind of a late lurk into this B link as the B hit push comes.
And, well, the GameLab.Alpha needs to keep tabs on that as
30
much as
seconds
possible because ZOL will look for the execute towards that B site already. The wall is set up, though, and the slow orbs there, too. Guiding Light right now to open up the site just a little bit. There we have the wall from Kuyawi as well to protect him on the plant, and the segment itself stays strong, and Zind instead will get the takedown. Owen falls, and ZOL now with the advantage. They're going for the backhole's control in such a multiple force, and eventually it's ZOL who gets the trades going their favor. Aeonix, the only one left in a 1v3 slate, and well, Netflix will find him immediately here in the tunnel itself. Can ZOL handle this? Yes, they do. New roster, and no problems. The first map goes ZOL's favor.
Well, fresh legs and fresh ideas certainly do benefit this ZOL team out, especially looking at how map number 1 went. Oh, very nicely done. I didn't even know they had a bootcamp like that, but looking pretty sleek, pretty fun, and it's nice to see a team like this, perform, because you can see just based on how they are, where they are, both, in this stage, both in their experience, and both as well, including, bootcamp wise and everything. This is kind of like the dream, right? The team, they band together, they're trying to make it into VCT. They took down arguably one of the most dangerous teams in our regular season.
Absolutely, and GameLab.Alpha, they've rethink their plan towards Pearl, but it just doesn't seem to be enough on the defense. There's so many things to work on that second half compared to the solid executes they had in the first. And it really was just them lacking, I'd say, ways to contest the way that they want to in the first place. We see from GameLab.Alpha, they love to run an aggressive defense, and with the composition that they have right now, it just doesn't seem to suit them the way that they would like in the first place. On the other hand, ZOL, what a big step up there in the second half, especially knowing the fact that they've struggled to close out some of these games black and blue all throughout the season. And this time around, it felt like there's a lot more surety in the pushes. There was a lot more confidence in the calls, and eventually ZOL Esports was able to chip away at that lead, take it away from GameLab.Alpha, and win the game in succession.
And I think this map is a very good kind of case in point from what I was talking about when it comes to GameLab a while ago, where you don't really need to see too much innovation from this team. They just gotta refine what they're good at right now, because you can't really divert too much midway through a season, and that's what we see here. They go away from the double duelist comp, the Jet plus Phoenix and Gecko composition we saw last time around. And my suggestion would have been, maybe change that Gecko out, which we saw here with the Sky worked out pretty well. But then instead they put in the Sage, they give him different ideas, give us different ideas that didn't really seem too cohesive, at least on their defensive side. And I would have thought that if they stuck with kind of like the Jet plus Phoenix and then swap that Gecko out for something a bit more, I guess, all-encompassing in terms of a utility, in terms of an initiator, it could have worked on out better here for, GameLab.
Yeah, it felt like a half measure here taken by GameLab, and for me, I honestly think that if they're gonna run something like this, maybe they should just go for a double controller setup instead with the speed that they had. But delivering the win here with Grab Unlimited, it was of course Patman there from the side of ZOL Esports. Well played there by ZOL Esports. Overall, that second half really was just a big impression made, that even with the squad making some of these shifts, I do believe Netflix has been around the roster. Was he part of the coaching staff or whatnot? But then you add in Azul Kuyawi, that there were going to be struggles at the very start of the game, and it did rear its ugly head early on. But later into the matchup, later on into some of these rounds, it felt a lot more cohesive. The roles themselves were still relatively there. The composition, meaning the game plan, was still sound. It worked out the way that ZOL Esports wanted to do in the first place, and they pretty much wrapped it up neatly. Instead, there were more questions than answers there from GameLab.Alpha in the second half, because what's tried and tested seems to work here for G-Lab, but when it comes down to something completely different, that's where the struggles do come up.
Yeah, we see a lot of miscohesion coming from the opposing side from GameLab, although they were one swing maybe from winning this game on out, so even though they lose it, it was pretty close in the end. We'll see if we're able to come back here on Icebox, the map pick of ZOL, when we return after this break.
With some new members on the field, ZOL looking pretty zoned in to take that first map. But now as we're moving into our second map, which is Icebox, do we get ZOL keeping it cool and calm to wrap up the series, or will GameLab.Alpha heat up instead to bring us to a decider? We'll find out very soon as we are back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH. I'm Daxter with Black and Blue, and the day of all days, we continue with the series of ZOL Esports versus GameLab.Alpha. But there are a few questions that do need to be answered right now into the second map here, Black and Blue, and I think we can honestly talk about GameLab.Alpha first and foremost with how they played that on Pearl. When things were familiar, everything was sound. When things looked wonky, when things looked very uncomfortable, that's when it all fell apart. So moving into, I'd say, such a more stable map like Icebox, do you think GameLab.Alpha can really bounce back this time around?
I mean, it's definitely possible. You look at the previous outings here of GameLab.Alpha, and it's one to be concerned about if you're ZOL. Like, it might be the map pick of ZOL, and ZOL, to be fair, have gotten really close to some very impressive teams in the past year like Naos, but GameLab, they're able to beat SR Nacague, Rambutan, Tatay, Oasis, and Actual all in a row. So far, they are on a 4-win streak here against some of the best teams we have in the regular season, and that's never a comforting thing to come up against, especially for arguably newer team like ZOL, but we did see them beat Naos on a 13-11. They came pretty close to beating GameLab.Alpha the last time around.
Yeah, well, the thing is, for ZOL Esports, this is where they did have those struggles against Rambutan and Tatay in closing things out. And it was such an incredible game wherein Zin just took command of, I'd say, the first half immediately, having more kills than there were rounds at one point. But coming into the later parts, there felt like there was so much pressure there on ZOL to wrap it up. There was so much weight on the shoulders to play aggressively, and then Rambutan and Tatay was able to read that. Has ZOL learned their lesson? I do feel like even with the new additions that they have, it might help them out. Yes, Senior Carl and Josh F, incredible players, extreme firepower. But knowing Netflix as well as Kuya Yawi, those names do bring a bit more stability. I have heard Netflix does do more things behind the scenes rather than being part of these rosters right now. So maybe that's just what the side of ZOL needs, right? Especially in the battlefield. Someone to tell them, guys, calm down. Let's do a different plan, and let's try to figure out how things are gonna go.
Yeah, and I think the same question is true for both of us, where we're wondering, do they swap Senior Carl and Josh F back in here for ZOL, or are they gonna keep, Netflix and what was it we saw a while ago?
Kuyawi.
Kuyawi there,
yeah.
coming on in once more. When was the last time we even saw Kuyawi compete like in the regular season?
Split one. I remember they were part of the broadcast because they were near the end of open qualifiers. It was the Sanguine Rebel Dragons between both Kuyawi as well as Netflix. So we saw them for 2 days and it didn't work out for them, unfortunately. But guys, we're gonna work our ways now into Agent Select, and I'm looking at the names first here for ZOL Esports, and you do still have Kuyawi and Netflix in this roster. On the other hand, GameLab.Alpha, recently they've been playing a very core composition, the usual standard that we get on Icebox. You're gonna get that Killjoy, you're gonna be getting that Sage, and I really wouldn't be surprised to see, well, the same old comp that GameLab.Alpha runs here in the first place. But look at what's interesting here for ZOL. This is more even blast from the past. Once upon a time, when you didn't want to play that Sage, you played that Reyna instead, and it's ZOL with a double duelist to just go for the hard hits in this time around.
Well, I like the confidence, and that's the really only big change here, right? You got Boogie on that Sage, and you got Kuyawi on the Reyna. And funnily enough, you'd expect Boogie to be the person to pull out that Reyna in this case, but no. For ZOL to be pulling this out in the confidence pick on map number 2 when they got this up, it's a big risk for them to do. And we see a lot of times that teams without that Sage, they're gonna have to play a bit more aggressive to get more map control on their plant in the first place. Like on B, you're gonna expect a lot of snowmans to be taken, and on the A site as well, a lot more active within the site.
Well, that was my criticism last time around for ZOL, that they were playing too aggressive, just it didn't work. So they answered in a completely different manner here. They're gonna be running that right now. We did see that chat. Interesting enough, there's an Aster right now on the thing, but we'll confirm it once we get into the broadcast, right? Once we get into the game. But if they are running that double duelist, it's another way to solve the woes that they had last time around. And especially because that if they want to play those angles as tightly and as contested as possible, honestly, the Reyna, you always have to perform. You always have to frag on out. But one thing it enables you is to play a very, very aggressive angle and dismiss the hell out of there so you don't get traded. So if that's the confidence that ZOL Esports is bringing to the table, especially that they do have a map to give in essence in this best of 3, then I am all for it. And here we have it. It is double duelist here for ZOL on the attack.
Well, let's see how it works on out. I want to see that aggressiveness and decisiveness here from ZOL, knowing the composition they pull on out. And yes, Vipers on either side, no Astras. Let's be confirmed of that. The opening push here towards that mid here from ZOL. Now, initially good, but it's been kind of slowed down by GameLab.
Yeah, GameLab.Alpha also putting presence towards mid, and Zind now at 8 HP. Since you're not running the Sage, you're on your own there. Zind drops down just to die in front of Dritch. GameLab.Alpha instead with some good mid control that you don't see too often on a map like this. ZOL has to back on away and play it slowly towards the site instead.
Well, let's see on the push here coming in. As the wall drops, they're going to be alerted to the presence here of ZOL. We're looking to push on in. Fallex has a good position here to maybe get one and then dash back out to that back site. Nateflix, he's going to be the first one to make that contact here towards that maze. Dart removed immediately, but he still gets the one. Could find a second. Kuyawi good on the follow-up. You're trying to take that back site, but there's so much here from GameLab. But look at Nateflix.
Everyone was paying attention to Kuyawi for good reason, and the triple kill comes his way too. New additions coming up with big kills. ZOL gets a pistol because of it.
What a push here. And that was looking pretty dangerous here for ZOL on that initial push, right? Not able to really get much contact going their way. Fallex getting the shutdown there on the push. I think it was from Patman or Naru. And still, in the end, they're able to strong arm their way into the win. And that's really what you have to do sometimes. Look at there. Yowie just ducking underneath the shots of Fallex.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Kuyawi was the focus of attention. And since everyone was looking for him, it allowed Nateflix to just slip on by and get the opportunistic angle to get to ZOL now with all the confidence and the firepower in the world. And they're just punishing GameLab.Alpha, who's running straight at them. And they're getting bulldozed right now here on the defense. Matman yet again with a triple kill early on into the game. The Rich, the only one left, but this is such a confident look here from ZOL Esports. And if they're gonna double down in what they know and love, might as well go ham with it. Sin with the final takedown, 2-0 now for ZOL.
Well, ZOL, for sure, stand tall in their attempts to do, rounds like this. Simply overrun the opposition, and look at their bonus. Triple Bulldog, and 2 Vandals, rather. So, this is one they can easily convert, especially if GameLab are isolated and if ZOL really want to use their numbers to their advantage.
Look, ZOL has a lot of confidence playing on Icebox. They beat Naos of all teams here in such a close regard, 13-11. So knowing that they effectively have beaten the defending champions at their best map once, that's enough for them to just keep on going and keep all the other teams guessing on where they're gonna station. And look at them go, Kuya Yawi already in the kitchen. Looking pretty Chef Yawi this time. But in the meantime, Ionix a better read, hanging back towards the spawn itself. Patman though, the first frag comes his way on the lurk, and this pulls so much of the GameLab attention towards ZOL instead, who's just lying in wait.
Good shutdown here coming from ZOL on these pushes and on the flank. Kuya Yawi. You never expect the Reyna to be the one lurking there, but that he is. Boogie and Fall X down, all under lonesome. And ZOL are just looking so confident, Dax.
Yeah. If you're running Jet Reyna, you better damn sure that you are in the first place. Duel after duel, kill after kill, and Kuya Yawi on the hunt. Even Boogie though trying to find a better angle and is able to at least catch out Fatman in this regard. Another one bites the dust as Naru will fall to the hand of Boogie. But effectively, with the positions that ZOL have, this will keep GameLab.Alpha at bay. Bonus round is ZOL's for the taking, and they're looking to run away with this half here.
Well, at least they're able to get some picks going their way here on the exit, but That's all I can really hope for. And while we have some time to talk about this, I googled what Aeonix means. And
Yes?
what the name Aeonix.
Okay.
The name Aeonix evokes perseverance, easiness, and loyalty.
Okay, we know the drill.
And the last one, considering he's going up against his former team, I'm not too sure.
Where the hell did you get that?
The internet.
What are you doing?
The World Wide Web.
What are you doing while I'm casting this game? Why do you have time to search the word Aeonix? And I search it myself and it's even spelled the different way. It's spelled with an I instead of
With
a
an
Y.
I.
So apparently if Black and Blue ever gets a kid, its name will be Aeonix and Red or something like that. Sure, colors of the wind and whatnot, and finally the wind speaks in favor of Fall X to get that takedown. Disengage towards yellow, the scan comes on in, but GameLab will at least be able to get away with it. Naru desperate to try and find the takedown. Here we have Fall X though, still happy to contest early on. Aeonix instead, the man to watch out for. The name says it all. 2 kills to persevere. The Guardian taps. Netflix finds Boogie instead, but Fall X is still in a better angle. 4v2 and GameLab keeping ZOL at bay.
Okay, finally here, a shutdown coming from GameLab. Not to allow ZOL to simply strong arm their way into a round like this. Shot guard connects there. Gives himself away though, and Netflix able to find his way an opening and gets a third on Fall X.
Netflix does it again. Something to watch out for is how he's able to isolate these angles. And now Owen and Dritch left by Lonesome here on the opposite end of the site. They're just waiting now for ZOL to come at them. If ever they do plant here towards B, GameLab is waiting, so ZOL can consider the rotate if ever. They don't have the intel yet that this is a double up here from GameLab. Spike now, faked out by Patman. He's pushing forward alongside Netflix. The toxic screen in the way, and Owen will find the crossing Nate. Patman, can he do it in the 1v2? Immediate kill onto one, but the trade is even quicker. GameLab getting on the board there.
Imagine if he made that flick connect. Came down so close though. Mind you, that was, what was it, a 5v3 at some point? And they still were able to make it work on out here almost in the end. Netflix, his slot in, back into, the playing field here, has given ZOL a different look, but one I arguably really like. I'm not saying he's better, than other players like Josh F or Senior Carl, because those two have proven themselves in the past, but I just like the difference in, I guess, approach ZOL are giving us right now.
Yeah, I think the timing especially is giving ZOL better looks at better times. This time around though, ZOL will go for the A hit. They also have the lockdown now into play. Dritch just scouting out every single aspect, even towards Belt. And it will tag down the opposing Jet instead. They still have to respect the lockdown now into play. ZOL should be able to get the site. And not only that, here Black and Blue, the Viper Spit gonna be into play, plus the Empress, Kuya Yaoi, waiting for opportunity.
Here comes on in that plant right. Not much of a contest put up here by GameLab. So they know they don't have the utility to do so. And because he's arena with the Empress, he can simply get out of harm's way. A second follow-up here from Kuya Yaoi.
Yeah, Big Brother watching and killing ZOL Esports, finding the frags all across the map. And yet again, Kuya Yaoi calls attention, and ZOL, with the rest of them, will stand in salute. 4-1 now here, Black and Blue.
This is like when you try and, strong arm your elder brother.
Yes.
Or whoever you consider as a Kuya figure. You're like, hey, let's play basketball. I bet I could beat you. And he goes easy on you for a bit, then shows up and shows exactly why you're the little brother in this case.
Exactly, or when he pretends that he's fighting you in a fighting game, but it's actually the AI with your controller unplugged. There you have it, ZOL Esports now. The strong arm is looking pretty mighty, and they want to continue on with Kuya Yaoi. One more kill for good measure. Boogie goes down early on. The Sage can't find the value whatsoever, and because of that, GameLab.Alpha on the lesser by even, struggling now to imply that presence. Fall X perhaps a bit of ambition towards the maze, towards the pipe. He's slowly peeking. The hesitation is there, but Netflix will decide for him. And now ZOL moving towards the side. 2 looking to try and contest. It's Dritch at least with the takedown. Naru will make the trade happen here by the screens. We still got Aeonix. Zind looking for the cross. Doesn't check out the left side. Luckily, the talking screen was there. Aeonix instead peeking. And now the plant comes down.
Okay, good damage done here, though, by the defense on GameLab for this eco. They've gotten the 2. A third would be really worth at this point. But I don't know if you're going to expect this off angle coming from Patman, especially with Nateflix finding him on out and getting that damage on in early. You know where he is. The swing here, okay, connects from Owen QD. But from up above, Patman just strikes down below quite comedically. That's ZOL for the 5th.
The flying Patman strikes yet again, and out of nowhere, it's ZOL Esports now with a handful of rounds under their belt.
I got something for this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Batman.
Adam West will be proud there. But exactly that, right? ZOL Esports, they just come out of every single angle. Come out from the walls, come out from the high ground, come out from the sky, out of nowhere. It's just that aggression that we expect from them. And now, with Kuya Yawi and Batman really stepping up for the frags, there's a lot less pressure on Zin to perform like a monster. It's been the case for many of the Icebox maps here for ZOL Esports. But it does feel like there's a lot more of a relaxed state. They're just hitting the shots, winning those duels, and inspiring a lot of confidence. Still though, Hunter's Fury is the call. Looking for the tags, but Kuya Yawi just wisely dodging past it. Some fleet footwork to stay alive there.
Yeah, just all he found was nil there. Nothing really to go their way. On that initial attempt, could have been better used to try and make the plan a bit more difficult here. Kuya Yawi makes that contact, but he can fall back. He comes out to double leer, take the initial front side control, but the back is what they're concerned with. And what a shutdown here from GameLab as ZOL immediately kept at bay.
Yeah, GameLab.Alpha timing that right, waiting out some of those leaders before peeking, catching out the initial entryways of ZOL Esports, and Nateflix instead looking for another opportunity to strike. Finds Rich already there, crossing towards the box, and Boogie instead will pick up those kills along the way. An eco race to boot, and it's GameLab.Alpha now getting another scoreline here.
Nicely done here from GameLab.Alpha. You're keeping these runs by ZOL at least somewhat modest, but you're going to need a bit more. It is a defensive side, the less favored side here on Icebox. And we saw a while ago that the team that was able to end on that favored side on attack on Pearl, they were the ones able to close on out. So this could still be, GameLab in the game. We're very early in the half only still. If they're able to use this lockdown, especially if they get Naru out first and have his Hunter's Fury removed off the round, then it could be GameLab finally getting themselves another round in a row.
Yeah, both sides are stronger on the attacking side rather than the defense. So GameLab.Alpha, if they can mitigate the damage done here by ZOL, it will still give them a chance in the second half itself. And especially if ZOL's running the double duelist, right? You want your attacking side to be the one to give you at least a foundation moving forward. B, though, looking to be hit. A Onyx scaring them off with the nano swarms. From that point on, ZOL rotating away from that B site. They're looking for Patman to find another lurk kill early on.
Well, they're crawling towards this A site now as the rotate does come on in from ZOL. No real pressure given up yet, but because they're guessing, you're not going to see that rotate come in early. You're playing this default 3-1-1 that we see a lot of teams kind of, I guess, divert to when given a lack of information. Because of that Aldro not finding anything, you can see the defense rotating now and adjusting to a read that they're quite wrong in.
Yeah, there you have it again. GameLab.Alpha struggling to find the right side at the right time, but at least they have the backside still held together here by Boogie. Naru planting it down, Boogie finding Zin early on, and Folix wins against Kuya Yawi. Exactly what GameLab.Alpha needed to put themselves towards the site. 4v2 retake now. A possible stance here from GameLab.Alpha to slowly creep on by. But speaking of the creep himself, Nateflix yet again.
Oh, it's big.
The snake trying to slither in, but found out by Aeonix instead. Hunted down like prey. GameLab.Alpha making it 4v2, timing everything from Batman. Eventually, he's able to just get the takedowns that they need. The detain connects, but Folix will just defuse instead. And from that point on, GameLab.Alpha will take the round.
Oh my goodness. How close that round came. And look at the lurk there coming in. It could have been it. But Nateflix just not able to get the timing here. And then Patman on this swing. Incredible effort, but the lockdown just bought them all the space that they needed And because of that, Naru wasn't even anywhere near close to denying the defuse.
Yeah, I do wonder what Naru was initially shooting at. We saw on the kill feed he got the takedown with the Hunter's Fury. But was he trying to go for the lockdown itself first and decided to go for the kill? Anyway, he was in the space that you mentioned to actually help out, and GameLab.Alpha got away with that round. They still have to be wary though, because ZOL Esports has been able to get the outduel so far. Lockdown now into play here for ZOL. They execute coming A site's way.
Yeah, a bit of a, I think, miscommunication there. Misjudgment of what to do with that Hunter's Fury. They paid the price, but they have another shot at it this time around. FallX once more takes on Kuyawi.
Oh, that's exactly what they need. Win those 1v1s, especially for your duelists. More and more now. GameLab.Alpha heating on up to try and get this game a bit closer. Spike though planted, and now time ticking. GameLab.Alpha need to prove themselves here on the retake. Nateflix only has a shorty here for ZOL, and the Viper spit instead. Gonna be the plan for GameLab. Provide that cover, set things up well, especially with Boogie. Speaking of, wants to fight Zindo with the takedown. FallX right now getting another one, and Naru the transfer unreal to get the 2k that he needs. Dritch on the defuse, and it's Nateflix instead with the kill itself. ZOL putting the resources towards the spike, and they're gonna get rewarded for it. The shorty surprise at the end. ZOL with the round.
And they finally get it on their second attempt there towards that A site. And that's feels bad there for Kuyawi. He had the angle, he got the dink off of it. But this Viper's bit just being such a big problem for the retake to work against. And due to that, you know, ZOL just finally had the control that was taken away from them due to the lockdown a while ago.
I mean, Nateflix again and again, always the most opportunistic player we've seen on this server. That was Owen's own Viper's Pit, and GameLab.Alpha thought they were safe. ZOL found the angles both inside and out to get the takedowns. Lear though into play, and FallX has had enough because he's been winning against Kuyawi. He's gonna be ambitious to try and go for the takedown, but Kuyawi will get the trade back onto Owen instead. No Viper here, no smorts to work with for GameLab.Alpha on an eco state. A hero bulldog sure for Dritch, but the real hero right now is FallX looking to pop off. Wants to fight versus Nateflix, finds him, but the blades don't connect.
No, they don't find it, at least not as of the moment just yet. ZOL,
Recalling my bot.
on these type of rounds, we've seen them be very successful in converting against the eco on Pearl. And Icebox could be more of the same. They got the Empress, but not really something called for as of the moment. Well, the timing here is going to be crucial for Patman if he goes ahead of this or if he waits for the opportunity. He waits, but it still goes FallX's way.
Oh, the running blades, of course, a lot more accurate, and FallX with a takedown. Now then, Aeonix given a gun there, hopping on around like a bunny. FallX so hasty, and he wants to go for more. Spike though planted in 3v4 slot. The firepower now enabled here for GameLab.Alpha, and Boogie also with a takedown. Dash on in yet again. FallX trying to go for the fight. Still has a blade to work with. Nateflix running out of bullets and running out of life. It's all up now to Naru to fight one back, but he cannot handle the numbers barreling down his way. GameLab.Alpha will themselves to this round here.
Yeah, great response from GameLab.Alpha. I cannot believe that Patman still lost that fight there. But the blades, you can see that coming crucial there for FallX. He gets the opening pick, and then this crucial one as well. As the timing almost worked out against them. GameLab able to retrieve what they worked so hard for, and to get 4 rounds here, pretty good for them.
Yeah, just really goes to show for GameLab.Alpha, firepower is still always available in spades. And we've been talking about how for FallX, he just needs to get his confidence back. So he just needs to get that heat going, and especially with the wins from Kuyawi, it let him just say, screw it,
yeah,
I'm going towards belt, and got that takedown. Maybe we'll see more from GameLab.Alpha, especially now they have their economy back in, I'd say, a better spot here.
We're gonna have to find out for ourselves if it even turns out that way in the first place. We've seen difficult positions of this type of scenario be dismantled by ZOL. They have a crossfire here, but they have more bodies to throw at them than the 2 of GameLab currently on the site. Aeonix and Dritch. You can see Dritch there, ready for the recon, but will it even go towards where he's expecting? The push out from mid to get the catch off the flank. Patman gets out in the FallX, the trades come on in, and they do equalize.
Yeah, Yeah, that wasn't a Rico Dart, that was a Hunter's Fury, and now Dritch with a takedown off the Netflix, just lobbing it anyway, anticipating Kuyawi though, a bit more ready with Toxic Screen going down, but no one's ready for the off angle, which Boogie takes instead. 2v1, all left now to Naru. Can he actually do anything in this instance? Has a few shock darts to work with, but Boogie and Owen trying to play off one another. Naru sprays down one, goes for the fake, but this time around doesn't expect Boogie to be there on his left side. GameLab.Alpha 1 away from tying up the half.
5-6. GameLab.Alpha on a streak of their own to come back into it. Boogie 1 away from that res. Hunter's Fury as well here from Dreech, and that mid push. Initially there, yes, caught out by Patman, but it still gave them, the amount of space that they needed to be able to make a round like this work on out. They come on back to it. Naru with an attempt that just never came to pass. Here comes on out though, the Viper's Pit once more, which we saw be a problem for GameLabs' retake a while ago on the A site.
And honestly, if you're playing double duelists, you need to make these trades go in your favor. You can't just be going for those 1-for-1s if you don't have the utility later on for the post plant. And if you can't even make it to the plant in the first place, the staying power of GameLab.Alpha has helped them out. It's just a small difference, right, between the Sage and the Reyna in terms of the composition. But really for ZOL Esports, they put such an all-in predicaments in this roster. They can't afford to lose members just like that. What a tap from FallX, already destroying Netflix from this half. And another one bites the dust. Kuyawi dies, and FallX is back, baby. Can he continue on? Patman trying to do the same thing here versus Owen. Gets scanned on out. ZOL desperate to find the duels, but GameLab.Alpha has the handle on it.
Big picks going seemingly unanswered here for GameLab. And Boogie just shuts down Zin. It's all on the Naru with a Bulldog. Gets the one, but he's done. No real chance. 6-6 in GameLab. They tie things up here. And to lose Netflix, who we're talking about, his Viper's Pit is going to be crucial for the post plant later on. To a simple pick like that, nobody on the belt with him as well. That just completely shut down every attempt. You lose your smokes, you're gone.
Like, what else do you have here for ZOL Esports after just saying go kill, right? You need to rely on Netflix to make those kind of plays, but if he's gone early, then ZOL Esports barely has anything left behind them. Now we get a side swap, and in all honesty, GameLab.Alpha put themselves in a good spot here, Black and Blue, tying up the scoreline, knowing that they're better on the attacking side rather than the defense. It speaks volumes of now how comfortable they can be coming into the second half.
Oh yeah, this is definitely looking like a very possible map number 3 for GameLab to force. I like this push though. Zind got a good weapon in hand in that Sheriff. Good for the one though before ultimately shut down. And that's what we're talking about, Dax. You have that double duelist comp for the trades. They're going GameLabs' way.
And Boogie also realizing, hey, I have someone inside here with the Poison Cloud, right? Might as well check it out and get that takedown. 4v3, and it's ZOL Esports who has been separated away from that B site. It's the orange take here from GameLab.Alpha. Kuyawi trying to hug the wall. Just try and get rid of a bit of those spaces. And there you have it now. Boogie falls. ZOL Esports having a bit of that mid control too. Kuyawi popping off, finds two, looks for a third, and eventually gets it versus FallX. Stritch though fighting on back. Second floor is the call here for GameLab.Alpha, and the better ground will be the better spot to get that takedown. Now the advantage is in GameLab.Alpha's favor.
Kuyawi is really low there too, but still, what an effort they're able to put on out. And he's absolutely performing, but the thing is, on the double duelist, you gotta need both of them to get themselves going. And Zin, he gets the one pick off there, but we just haven't seen him really perform yet on the attacking half, especially in the latter part of that attacking half to get them the rounds that they needed. And it's GameLab now who've completely taken over this game momentum-wise and also on the scoreboard.
GameLab.Alpha proving that they just need one single duelist and they have the rest of the roster who can frag out as well. I love the fact that they also tried to take as much space as possible, having those better angles, realizing where ZOL can come from. And especially that second floor. It was just basically the backstab that they were waiting for at the very end. ZOL, though, in the meantime, now that they have the eco state, they still want to play aggressive here, Black and Blue. And I don't fault them for it. They're running double duelist anyway. Might as well try to make those plays. Zind even crossing through towards the spawn, and it's GameLab instead, moving towards that B site as they execute towards yellow and more so.
Well, Aeonix executes Zind in this case. Not looking the right way. Turret. The one way for the turret in his favor. Fallex taking some damage there, but they still have a good grasp of the situation. ZOL, the only real threat they have in this case really is trying to maybe tap the defuse and pull them in, but as Netflix goes down, it's making it much more difficult to win on out. Yawi drops the only sheriff that they had. Batman's still able to get the one, but yeah, this is GameLab really overrunning them on this round. They retrieve the rifle, and GameLab continue with their lead.
Yeah, and GameLab.Alpha just expects the push by now. ZOL Esports, they might try to change things up on the defense here with the rifles, but I do wonder what else can they really do besides try to frag out with the Jet and the Reyna. There's a reason why many teams have gotten away from this kind of composition, because what does it really entail you besides killing, right? Then it needs to be both Kuyayawi and Zin getting those takedowns. Zin a while ago, there was no pressure on him, but now it does feel like he's underperforming compared to his other outings on this map. Timeout now, though, called by GameLab.Alpha because they know that if they win this round, they will have such a good handle for the rest of them.
Well, they have a firm grasp of the situation for the meantime. The way that they've been playing here, GameLab, have been in stark contrast to how ZOL have been lately, especially on Pearl a while ago. And yeah, I think the big crux of it is that ZOL, they just cannot win these fights that they have to win, especially with the double duelists. You gotta get those trades out working out in your favor when the dust settles, but that just doesn't come true.
And ZOL, it's pretty much do or die time by this point. If you have the rifles, you better be damn sure that you can get a bit of value from it. GameLab.Alpha, though, in the meantime, they are going to treat it a bit like a bonus. 2 sheriffs into play. Only the single real rifle here for Fallex as Ionix has the Bulldog. And they're going to try to play it slow. First plan here for GameLab.Alpha. Punish anyone who does become a bit too ambitious. But ZOL have put their aggressive forces towards that A site instead. This allows GameLab.Alpha to navigate towards B and relative safely.
You like that punishment, I bet. I like to see it. From ZOL. Finally.
Not my kind of thing.
Really now?
Yes, sir.
I know who to ask.
You know to ask. He's on the other side usually. But anyway, GameLab.Alpha.
GameLab.
They planted, that's for sure.
They have a Bulldog, they have the Vandal, they have guns, but can they have the round?
That's a good question. Well, the snake bites there thrown immediately by Netflix and Zind to start things off strong with that takedown. Boogie, though, trying to play the cubby. Already spotted out by Naru. Absolutely crowded there. As ZOL now all the way towards the spike. Defuse duty here for Netflix. Owen, though, finding 2, finding 3. Opportunity here from GameLab.Alpha. Out of nowhere, Owen gets the takedowns. And now, this is a chance here for GameLab to just strike at the heart of ZOL. This is a round that they need to win even more so to keep on going. The bonus goes the way of GameLab.
Incredible here coming from GameLab. And Owen Cutie to find those 3 back to back to back. Gave them the extra mile to close out the round, and then you saw that nano swarm being thrown in from Ionix on the flank, just securing the round. No way Patman could get the defuse off in that case. GameLab here really, I guess, bringing us more of what we expect from the team that has played together longer as a team.
They just look comfortable, and that's exactly what's happening right now. If GLab knows what they're doing, they're gonna do it well. Executes on point, but Kuyayawi finds the frag on the Fallex. In the meantime, Owen now with the trade. And GameLab.Alpha, they're just trying to clear out whatever is close because they will have that resurrect anyway. Netflix with a Bucky in hand. Hasn't been spotted out on the site as of yet. As GameLab.Alpha look to barrel him down through the ropes. He will go Poison Cloud yet again to just cover his intentions. And now in the maze, there might be... Oh, trigger discipline? Oh no, the second shot and the second kill. Netflix, how do you get value with the Bucky? In the end, the security guard falls and GameLab.Alpha make it to double digits.
That was awkward. It seemed like, okay, he'd assuredly get 1, and then it seemed like he'd assuredly get none, and then he somehow came away with 2. So, nicely done on the attempt there, but ZOL, they have to make their stand. The operator coming out from Zind. Now, sometimes it might not be too, I guess, something you're recommendable to pull out the up when you're not performing well. But who knows? Maybe this is exactly what ZOL need. Maybe this is what Zind is going to pop off with this in this case, and that has to be the case. It just, I don't even know if that opportunity is going to come because GameLab, they're going the other way.
Yeah, and GameLab.Alpha is just so prepared for anyone playing aggressive. A few jiggle peeks here and there from Batman, keeping him at bay. Bogey so close to punishing it with his life, and Ionix also topped up right now. GameLab.Alpha, they can trade like that since they have that Sage. We saw the res value last round. We see the heal right now, keeping Ionix topped up. And instead, ZOL, they pop the Empress to just try and find a few more heads on the upstand. Will Kuyawi cross it though? That's the question. The wall gonna be there in the way, but it cracks so early on thanks to the fire rate here provided by ZOL. GameLab instead having to back off right now. They're playing towards yellow and just waiting for opportunity yet again to come at their doorstep.
Oh, an opportunity comes knocking. Let's see how ZOL respond, and that response is to go the other way. They have the complete wrong read on the situation here, Dax. They think it's a fake.
Oh no, they're overthinking it, and Netflix the only one who sees a reason right now. Holding it down. ZOL have put their forces on the opposite side of the map. Hunter's Fury though the call. And now this is the go signal here for GameLab.Alpha. Netflix desperate to try and stop that plan. But instead, ZOL right now do answer back with Naru's Hunter's Fury as well. A good start though for GameLab.Alpha as they get two immediately. The Viper Spit in the way as well. Zoen right now setting up his own arena. And this is such a strong look here from GameLab.Alpha. They have just been rampaging so far. Zindo looks for an answer versus Fall X. The scan comes on in. Owen still relatively safe over onto the corner. And GameLab.Alpha yet again. A pair of kills forces Zind away. Save the operator for another round. Do they get the punish though? That's the question. Zind instead with the exit himself. Boogie wants to get this kill though. Wants to get that gun. Baits out the shot, and here in the hut, Boogie will bid him goodbye. A triple kill for the Sage and another round for GameLab.Alpha.
GameLab 11-6, doubling it things here over ZOL, who have just not even been able to get a single round on this. As you said, Dax, they're overthinking it. The one true believer there, Netflix, was actually lucky to get away with his life because of all the pressure being applied onto him. The scan, Hunter's Fury, the spam through the smoke. Still comes out of it alive, but ultimately, GameLab just had every advantage in the round. And ZOL on the defense once more, kind of like what we were seeing a while ago in Pearl. The team that does have that favored side on the second half, they're the ones who look much more primed to close it out.
If we call this favored, I'd say the more biased round, honestly, the biased side. Look at that. 5 rounds in a row for GameLab.Alpha on the second. 8 if you include that first half. They haven't dropped a single round on the attacking side because they just look so comfortable. They understand what ZOL Esports can only really do in this kind of situation, and they're happy to play it out against them. Again, I remember way back when against Buggers, they were trying to force that contact in the first split, and they were punished for it. This time around, it seems a little bit more meticulous, a bit more responsible, but it's still that GameLab.Alpha flavor that we know and love that allows them to win these rounds in such a contact-heavy fashion.
I mean, this is the pattern we've seen from ZOL and Icebox in the past. 58% win rate on attack compared to the 39 on defend. That's a big disparity. You can see the full brunt effects of that. So knowing that, the way that this has been picked for GameLab, smart decision, all things considered. Leave this one on open. The A side hit here is all once more just at the mercy of GameLab.
And there you have it, GameLab.Alpha yet again just writing the script and reading off it. Already 2 down. The Blade Storm here from Zid just trying to find a bit of an impact, but ZOL Esports, they've run out of money effectively. They need to get some kills and fast. Kuyawi finally finds a bit of a Hail Mary kill there. Zind also, similar fashion. It's all left to the duelist in the 3v2 scenario. Cloudburstone over Maze. Rich though, able to hold down the line to get the takedown. Does he get a second one? Not gonna happen. Kuyawi using his soul for the heal on up. But since it's cover, it actually just breaks. 67 HP left for Kuyawi, running out of time as well. The tap is there, and the burn comes his way. A Ionix with a setup, and it's GameLab.Alpha knocking it out of the park.
Dude, GameLab.Alpha look absolutely primed here. They're pumped up. Just not a single mistake to be punished by ZOL in the first place. We saw them try to pull out the op, but sometimes it's not even about what you attempt to do, but more about if you're even given the opportunity to do that. Because, you know, GameLab went the other way, the big, I guess, kind of idea here by ZOL to pull out that op simply wasn't even given the opportunity in and of itself to be as effective as it could be to swing the momentum back in his half towards their way.
Yeah, well, the Blade Storm's out and GameLab.Alpha looking to just bring in the final finishing touches to this half. Will they end this map with a perfect second half? We'll find out as the Viper Spit will keep them at bay. What a desperate buy situation though for ZOL Esports, is forcing whatever they can. A Guardian, a Judge, and a few rifles to boot. Let's see what they can do now, as the GameLab will go for B-side instead.
Well, we saw a while ago that Viper's Pit was a problem for them when GameLab were on the defense, trying to retake on the post plan, so they want to have nothing to do with it. The swing here, perfect from Kuya Yaoi. Good for the one, but the follow-up from Fallex, not to let it go unchecked.
Yeah, the only one who can really chase that Reyna down in those situations will be the Jet, and Fallex just pushing as deep as he can to get that kill. Zindo stabilizing on the second floor, puts ZOL at least in a fighting chance. Naru also on the board, the lockdown's there ready to detonate, and will it catch anyone? That's the question. Dritch playing still by yellow. It's a 1v3, all left to him. Luckily for him, Netflix only does have a Judge in hand, so he might be the one on defuse duty. The rest of the team instead keeping an eye out on the angles. Toxic Train in the way. Naru already looking to try and stick it, but let's go now. Netflix, that's close enough to make that Judge actually have value. And ZOL will survive to fight another round here.
Hold on desperately, direly, but at least decisively in that round. They did use up quite a bit of ultimates in it though. Viper's Pit lockdown already dispensed, and one could argue maybe the lockdown in hindsight not as needed, but at the very least they give them a fighting chance. It's GameLab here who have the res to throw out in this round, something that, you know, ZOL just simply do not have in their toolbox because of this double duelist composition that they've got, and because they are running a double duelist, a lot of their attempts here in the defense are simply going to be to try and push out.
Yeah, and with the res right, GameLab.Alpha happy to play for the trade itself. Look at them go as ZOL Esports, also a similar fashion to play aggressively. But as soon as that belt control was seized by GameLab.Alpha, it's in instead playing towards pipes and finds Aeonix while in cover. So good start here for ZOL. Maybe GameLab can go for the Resurrection, but in that timing, Zind will find another takedown. A good call there to push at the right chance. Zindo hungry for even more despite the low HP state, waiting for someone to peek from belt. Fallex though will find him instead. It's 4v4 after everything is said and done.
Why is he peeking? He's already found his 2, brought to a 5v4, and now things have been equalized. Now their man advantage simply erased, and it gives GameLab an opportunity here to try and take this round. The swing though, great shutdown by Netflix and Patman holding down the back of the site. The high-low a bit too difficult for GameLab to deal with. Boogie spotted out. ZOL bringing it close.
And ZOL, when they have that backside, yet again, it proves wonders for them. You can see that they just stack on up with the angles. They find GameLab.Alpha coming at their way. And Zind there trying to be the hero yet again of ZOL Esports. Found his 2, as you mentioned, a bit ambitious with such a low HP state on the third. But whatever it takes to keep ZOL alive, they have contact and they have ways to stabilize behind it.
Let's see if they've truly stabilized or they're still trying to find their footing, slipping, but staying upright at the very least. ZOL here. They win this round. They're going to force GameLab into an eco, and that could be the start of the real momentum swing that they've been looking for this entire half.
I mean, ZOL's just buying up. They have no real choice anyway. They have the money to work with. They have at least the Empress available for Kuya Yaoi if he wants to go on the rampage, but he will be silenced so early on by Boogie. Such a heavy force here from GameLab.Alpha, and with the B site looking up for grabs, that's where they're gonna go. Plant goes down, Boogie in cover, and it's ZOL now who has to race off for the retake.
Yeah, way too expected there, Kuya Yaoi. He's been playing that position a few rounds now. GameLab, they're just simply aware of it. 4v5 retake. No Viper Spit this time, which helped them out a while ago. And because of the utility that GameLab still have here, it's going to be difficult. The swings, though, working out their way, able to equalize it down 3-3, 2-3.
Yeah, the retake though, the frags coming in from ZOL yet again with the flank, as you mentioned, as time is running on out. Aeonix trying to play with nanoswarms. Owen yet again finding opportunity, and look at the peak from Aeonix, finds the angle. It's all left to Netflix though, and Owen on the other side, he knows where to shoot, and they know this map is theirs. GameLab.Alpha take it 13-8 after a commanding second half.
And that was a comeback that certainly could have been it here, coming in from that ZOL, especially if you're able to get this round. It would have sent GameLab into a eco state, but simply enough, that flank once more coming in here from GameLab, absolutely crucial and perfectly timed.
And GameLab.Alpha exploiting every bit of weakness on the ZOL Esports composition. We saw it online for ZOL early on into the game, and we saw it also a bit awake near the end of the map itself, but it was honestly first too little too late, and second too reliant on the frags going their way. It was some good shooting there from ZOL, but even better overall from GameLab.Alpha, and we saw it a lot there. As soon as Volex got that confidence, he was just being able to open up these kind of sites. When they had the resurrection, or when they have some heals available, they're happy to go for those kind of trades because they know they'll come ahead from it. And really for GameLab.Alpha, that's the evolution we've been looking for, just threat assessment and some wiser decisions with comfortable compositions.
Yeah, and also, coming in from really ZOL, they go with this double duelist composition, but we never really see them heat up the way that they need to with this comp. Zind could not really get himself midway through the game, much going, only early in the game and then later throughout the stages of it. And then you see as well here with the Reyna on Kuya Yawi, just also not necessarily, I guess, continuing that performance throughout the game. And it's a very difficult thing to perform throughout the entire game that way. They have to play at such a high level, and to make it work out, it requires a bit more, I guess, cohesiveness that they just didn't have.
Yeah, it's a tough ask, honestly. Just the consistency of fragging out again and again. You really are putting too much weight on the shoulders of the entry itself, and we saw it there from ZOL Esports. On the attacking side, it worked early on because they had the hot hand and they had the momentum. But as soon as we saw the tipping point of GameLab.Alpha being able to hold on the site with the likes of Dritch and Boogie, with X just punishing Kuya Yawi a bit earlier than usual, that was just enough for GameLab.Alpha to build that confidence and build up really the momentum to just frag out with the best of them. And from that point on, especially coming into the second half, with that stage into play and the numbers that they want to barrel on down, they can just make the trades work. They can go for the reds, they can go for the heal, as we mentioned, and we saw on the attacking side, they just look so comfortable in it. This comfort is really what has been the problem for GameLab.Alpha, but it's no problem this time, as X was there also delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. If it's something familiar to GameLab.Alpha, you know it's gonna stick and you know it's gonna work for them.
Well, GameLab here, unlimitedly keeping the train rolling. We've got another map for you guys. Fracture is where the dust will settle, and as we talked about a while ago, we haven't seen either of these teams play Fracture in this stage so far. ZOL, no real record on it, and GameLab, not the most convincing one. So when we do go on a Fracture, it's going to be a pretty, I think, split decision, and especially if you're GameLab now, how do you continue this, especially against a team that you haven't really had information before on when it comes to how they play their Fracture in the first place?
Yeah, even Yui trying to get into the action. What's up, Lil Cat? But I understand, right? You look in Fracture itself, when has GameLab.Alpha or ZOL Esports really played this split? It's such an interesting map to allow in the first place. But guys, allow us to take a bit of a break because we still have a decider to go on. You are tuning on to VCTPH, and we'll be right back in just a bit. If these guys want to keep fighting, we'll give them another round to go on.
Yeah.
We are back here, ladies and gentlemen. The decider coming away of ZOL Esports versus GameLab.Alpha. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue, and come on, we've seen these two squads just want to basically punch each other in the face, shoot each other as much as possible, and find that contact, especially in that second map. But in the end, the experience of GameLab.Alpha on their comp as a roster, and I'd say the learned lessons they had from split number 1, helping them out there on Icebox to force out this third map. But now, all of that is off the table for both GameLab.Alpha and ZOL Esports are Black and Blue, because Fracture is effectively no man's land for both of them.
Yeah, exactly. And if you guys want to fight, then Fracture is one of the best places to do it. So you can be on the attacking side, go for the push. You can do it on the defense as well. And when we go on to it, as you said, no man's land, no real information, and how these two teams could potentially be playing this map coming into this stage, I think this is a very big risk for both teams to be taking. That's an even bigger one for GameLab, especially knowing that there's literally zero information on how ZOL play this. And I'm wondering why ZOL even let this in the first place. It only tells to me that there has to be, I guess, some hidden idea here that they're looking to pull out against a difficult opponent.
Yeah, but I'd say the same case for GameLab.Alpha. The fact that this is let through is already such an interesting warning sign to begin with. And I look back at the draft, since GameLab.Alpha in the second ban they removed Ascent, it was honestly on ZOL to put a map that GameLab.Alpha hasn't played as of yet in the rotation. It was either Fracture or Split. It could have been ZOL banning out Split. So Fracture is there. So at least there is a bit of tape to work with for GameLab.Alpha that they played, yes, last split against both Naos and Oasis Gaming, but it just wasn't convincing whatsoever. So really right now, given the fact that neither side have played this yet, that clean slate, it's gonna be such a big proving ground for both GameLab.Alpha and ZOL Esports.
Well, I think ZOL have a bit more to prove here. As you said, right, for them to leave this on in definitely kind of suggests that there might be something in store coming from their side. But man, I just really think that even though ZOL were able to bring this, to map number 3, because of maybe their lackluster performance on map number 2, I think this is more of GameLab not really waking up just yet during map number 1. Slow start for them, and then coming into map number 2 is when they finally find their footing. And map number 3, I think, is going to be more of a continuation of what we saw a bit from that GameLab side, but also kind of like a reawakening of ZOL into the series.
Hey, we talked about this backstage, but I'm going to disagree with you in terms of the reasoning. I do feel like GameLab.Alpha is something I've mentioned is just the comfort in the compositions. And we saw that on Icebox, but we didn't see that on Pearl. And now that we're moving into Fracture, the last 2 times that GameLab.Alpha played Fracture, it was a different comp versus Oasis. It was a different comp versus Naos. So I really wonder, what are they planning? What are they going to bring to the table? And in that kind of instance, with that kind of, I'd say, shaky foundation and questions abound for GameLab.Alpha, that's where I feel like ZOL Esports can really bounce back into the series despite struggling there in the second half of Icebox, because we've seen the firepower, we've seen also that they are relatively stable with Netflix and Kuyayawi still in the roster, but at the same time, the decisions themselves do feel a bit more sound from ZOL Esports. We didn't agree with the decision to bring out a second duelist on Icebox, and they were punished for it, but at least they commit on what they want to do.
Yeah, if there's anybody that we'd expect, to pull out the double duelist there, it would have been GameLabs in this case. And I'm looking at them, and kind of to your point a while ago, is also harping back to mine at the start of the series, where we're not maybe necessarily looking for too much innovation coming in from GameLab.Alpha in terms of, different diverse compositions, off-meta choices and stuff like that. No, just refine what they got, stay in their comfort, and then improve on that, because as you said, Icebox, comfort picks, it works out. Pearl, not their comfort, doesn't work on out. And Fracture, I think, is a map that is, I think, far away from their comfort than most of these others are. So I'm very curious to see, what exactly they pulling out. Are we going to get kind of like the same comp we saw versus Oasis, or the same comp we got versus Naos, or more of a hybrid between both of that, and I'm not too sure what the right answer would be right now if you're GameLab.
And perhaps it really goes back to what they want to do on a map like this. We notice how GameLab.Alpha, both on Pearl and on Icebox, they do have that hard hit segment where they strong arm, especially early on from the main angles. Here on Fracture, you can kind of do the same thing. If you just want to go in towards the side, you can do so, but you might be funneled by the defense itself. And now with GameLab.Alpha attacking first and foremost, I'm looking to see what they're gonna bring here. Raise abound for both Zint and Fall X, though. We got some fades as well, and it will be effectively a mirror matchup with only the Sentinels a bit different. It's Cypher versus Killjoy, and Black and Blue, we played a Fracture a bunch personally. I know that you have different cases for both Sentinels, so what's up with the Cypher? What's up with the Killjoy right now?
Killjoy, reliable, always. He'll keep you in check. But the Cypher has that outplay potential, has that possible information gathering, and has kind of like a very wide scope of influence that he can have, because he can be in the opposite side. He can dodge whatever utility is hit on the site and still play within and be effective and help those agents out within it. So I'm really wondering here if the active choice as well for them to go with this Fade plus Breach is an accompaniment here really for ZOL, and if it's a specific choice that they've made throughout this series, rather because of this series against GameLab.
And ZOL Esports, since they're running the Cypher here, you can expect those tripwires and a single setup perhaps to be a strong anchor position on this defense that they're going to begin with. And on the other hand, since GameLab.Alpha isn't running something like the KO, any kind of setup that ZOL wants to do in the first place, they can stabilize around it for the rotation if ever. So that's what the Cypher brings to the table. On the other hand, you know, the Killjoy, it's the usual. It's the lockdown. You know what it's going to do. You know how it's going to force everyone really off. And by this point, it just has to go down to a matter of execution. But from what I see, really for GameLab.Alpha, there are a few question marks in terms of how well they're going to be playing those initiators. We don't see that kind of setup way too often from them. And it really relies on both Boogie and Dritch doing what needs to be done. And especially given the fact that this is the first time we see them with Ionix on this map. They're now going to push from Arcade. Look for that tower control to begin with.
Well, here comes that push that we were looking to see how effective it will be coming in from this GameLab squad. Both of them going with this Fade plus Breach. In retaliation, you can see him trying to shoot out any utility on that side, on the trips. The nade's going to secure him. No, it's actually going to be Zin's own hand.
Yeah, and Patman also on the board. ZOL was just waiting for GameLab to get there in the first place. Naru also in position, and ZOL, they understand that they can play the distance anyway. They even prevent the spike from going down, and instead it's GameLab.Alpha falling apart at the seams. ZOL fight back immediately and already get the pistol going in their favor.
That's why you pick that Cypher. You just see it there, stopping him, making sure the tripwire will keep them in place for that push. Works both ways, either coming from B main or from that flank. Gives them the information they need and stop the plant off of that as well. A lot of times on that Killjoy, yes, Nano Swarms will force you off of the plant, but the tripwire might even secure you a kill with it.
Yeah, it's just such a nuisance to deal with, and Batman, he's gonna have such a mighty time here on the defense with many setups possible to begin with. Kuya Yaoi throwing out the hunt. Does he find out that this is gonna be dish control here from GameLab.Alpha? Batman though, dueling against Ionix, the only one with a Sheriff right now. The rest of G-Lab actually on a full eco as they head towards A. But look at ZOL being very active around the map here, Black and Blue. Ionix, he's just getting hampered by both sides. The turret giving him effectively false info. Now ZOL knows that G-Lab is on site. Kuyawi with spray down, takes down Fall X. Spike's planted, but from this point on, it's just ZOL Esports cleaning up house.
Yeah, no real fight that GameLab can put up in this case. Dreech up on top, simply taken down. And ZOL, the fact that they went for that, that pincer early on there towards the bridge, trying down the only real weapon that GameLab had in Ionix and Sheriff, really is, I think, a tone setter early in this game that we're not gonna let what happened to us on Icebox get to our heads.
Yeah, just goes to show there's a bit of that mental resilience right now for ZOL Esports. They're gonna continue on now with a possible bonus here in this map. You look at GameLab.Alpha though, rifles are out, but we haven't really seen much of a convincing state from them. ZOL has let GameLab.Alpha into spots that they want, and GLab, well, they're gonna need to try and change things up. One lurk towards A. There is the flank available from Arcade, but it's a B hit looking to be possible here from GLab.
See where GameLab go with this. Towards that B site, yes. Trips here, though. Placed for that Arcade instead. Nothing to really fend him off from the tower. And because of that, Fallex is simply able to overrun Patman on O and QD on the shutdown on Netflix as well.
Yeah, they have the firepower now, and GameLab.Alpha have the confidence too. They've said enough about the space that we can take. We'll just grab it by our own hands. And even the tower itself contested. Drichto still prepared for Zin to be going for that contact. Naru also finding Aeonix, and ZOL able to equalize those numbers. But the positions themselves, ZOL realizing, okay, main is where GLab are stationed. Boogie throwing at the Prowler and does lead to a takedown. Zin with an effort to try and get the Z-Fuse going. The volley hurting him just a little bit, buying time. And Boogie will make the space and make it through to get the round. So GLab with the rifle buy, they will at least win it, but it was a bit costly for them.
Yeah, good damage done here by ZOL. Just not the right read on where the setups would be here for Patman. Maybe had something a bit more committed towards the front of that site, then could have been the shutdown off of that push in from Fallex. Because you saw Fallex there, he was taken down immediately, quite low to this 20 HP. A bit more help would have done him on in and would have maybe changed the outcome of the bonus.
Yeah, will ZOL Esports put a few more forces anchored onto the site, or do they play the distance that they did into the pistol? It really just seems like what door is open here for GameLab.Alpha, and is it open by their own hands, or is it because of ZOL's machinations? Zindo, a good start already towards Fallex, and one thing ZOL is doing though is they're minimizing the angles here for GLab. They take control of the north itself, and GameLab has to back away from the tunnel here.
Because of that, they have a good read. That GameLab are probably going to divert towards that A position, towards the A site instead. You can see here, Patman, he can leave the site entirely and still have his utility up for the catch. That single cam covers the entirety of the B site, and this is what that cipher gives you in value.
Yeah, and ZOL can just go for the retake if ever, since they have the man advantage, with Patman still keeping an eye out towards B himself. They hear the fault line coming the way of A, and Naru will answer back with his own fault line there. Aftershock though, trying to scare off Kuya Yaoi. Zin letting the showstopper rip, but Dredge will find Zin despite the smoke in the way. Nightfall now the call here from GameLab.Alpha, and Boogie in that silence will find a takedown. Kuya Yaoi though, 1 and 2 immediately erase. Where do even those transfers come from? And Aeonix, the only one left. Can he even make it through to the other side? Yet again, the sky smoke now hampering his vision. ZOL is just so prepared for this push anyway. Crossfire looking to be set. Netflix and Kuya Yaoi trying to find the markers, but Aeonix! No way indeed! How the hell does he win them both? But in the end, GameLab tie it up.
He went with the widest of swings here and simply shook off, I guess, the crosshair placement there of Kuya Yaoi. And what an insane flick, and then ended up in an awkward position where you don't really have a clean angle on him if you're, you know, Naru, or was it Netflix there in that case in the end. GameLab, I cannot believe they come out with that round. It was a good stifle from ZOL initially. They had the full line prepared. They had the Honda on above as well when the push came, but just heroics here. Incredible from Aeonix.
Yeah, ZOL Esports might be kicking themselves after that one. They had the position, but it just didn't work out. They also realized though here for GameLab that Netflix is trying to cross through the smoke. A nice spray down to get that takedown. ZOL now falling on apart after that last round. In GameLab.Alpha, you can feel it there. There's a bit more of confidence now moving forward.
Well, see how exactly they're able to rectify those type of mistakes that we saw a while ago. ZOL here, nade on out with a fault line. Gets damaged, but could not confirm the kill off of it.
There's ZOL Esports backing on the way now towards Link yet again. They do still have the Nightfall if ever can utilize it toward the site, but with Fallex now finding Zin, it's looking very tired here for ZOL. No heroics for the defense. It's GameLab stable onto the objective, and it's GLab also with the lead taken.
GameLab take the lead here, as he did say, but ZOL, they're putting up a good fight on these eco rounds, and They've definitely have had the lead for a bit here. If just not for that clutch again from Aeonix a while ago. And he has come alive in this game. Gets the one, but his mere presence there from Arcade just is exactly what they needed in that case. Because they have to deal with Arcade first, it allows the swing from the rest of the post plant to, just catapult on them.
And the pace of this game now completely defined by GameLab. After what's happened so far, they're happy to play towards Arcade and even consider that push. A gamble here for ZOL though on the eco. A hero guardian for Xin. But instead now, GameLab rotate towards that A site where it does seem to be a lot more clear. Patman around the area, sure, but doesn't really matter. GameLab, if they execute right here, right now, this is their site for the taking.
ZOL eco state once more. Try and stop this push. It's going to be difficult. Aeonix opens up the round once again. The retake from ZOL here. They don't have much control. CT is theirs. They've got the sand that they're trying to cheekily fight for, but Boogie will shut down Patman on that attempt. And Folex, he has a fight here for him to win. Xin good for the one. Netflix on the trade.
Yeah, the ego's coming the way of, well, ZOL at least getting a few takedowns there, but GameLab.Alpha hunting them down bit by bit. Every single angle ZOL can come from. Seems like GameLab has the read, the flash even better, and Owen will get that final blow. From that point on, GameLab now just running through these rounds relatively quickly.
Yeah, just overrunning them. Firepower here in their sake. And as you said, 4 rounds in a row. Nightfall, Rolling Thunder available. Netflix as well has that orbital strike, and compare all just GameLab, who also have almost everything, and they're all pretty high impact. And if you're GameLab, this is the perfect time to have it, because you want to use it when the opposing side does as well, so that you both can kind of just reset yourselves in ult economy. And if you come out on top, then you're gonna have more ults to fight with.
Yeah, GameLab.Alpha, they're just picking up a few more of those orbs. We know on Fracture, there's double the amount of orbs you can actually take, and if they even bring Boogie towards Dish, that's a full set there, Black and Blue. Gotta catch them all. A different kind of setup, but GameLab.Alpha, now they're moving here where Patman has a few more traps and tricks to work with.
Oh, Patman, he has to stay on this. If he lets go of this camera, they find it. They know where it is. They're aware. Here comes out the Rolling Thunder with that showstopper to come on in. They take the side control. Tripwire triggered, but nobody really ready to spam through it.
Yeah, ultimate bonanza there from GameLab.Alpha. You can see the Rolling Thunder to their left, the Nightfall to their right, and the showstopper for the full clear. Lockdown now into play. GameLab.Alpha just all inning in the round like this, and this forces ZOL to respond in kind. Even the orbital strike. GameLab throwing everything they can at ZOL Esports, and now it leads to a 2-for-1 trade. The flank from Sans from Aeonix, even as ZOL Esports make their way towards the site, but Nathan will find them anyway. Folex, the timing is off, and Xin will get the takedown. Boogie with a trade. Owen's there too. It's 1v1 now. After everything is said and done, it's ZOL who still stands tall and proud. GLab threw everything they could, but ZOL survived and weathered that storm.
I mean, ZOL, they threw a lot as well in return. Orbital for counter, as well as I think they threw out the Rolling Thunder here in retaliation coming on in. No, they didn't. So it was the Nightfall instead that they did throw on out. So there was more thrown out by GameLab, yes, but ultimately enough. More gained here by ZOL as they take that round still. And just, what a clutch coming in from Yao. It's becoming really kind of like a hero fest for either of these teams to have a clutcher out in the end.
Yeah, this match is so unpredictable because someone somehow, some way can just win it for the opposing team, right? No matter the advantage, it seems like it's still doable here for both ZOL and GLab. And I still can't believe that GameLab worked so hard to get all those ultimates, rotated around the map to feed it to Boogie, and they still unfortunately lost it. This time around though, gonna just try to keep it simple and move towards that A site. That Cypher setup though still a problem. Batman in position and realizes someone's by the boxes there immediately. Will this call the rotate for ZOL? They're already starting to do it as of right now.
Let's see. That cage will keep him at bay. It's gonna split them apart, but even with Batman's focus there towards the Sands, they still come out on top with the kill. He has the Rolling Thunder Naru to throw for this retake, but the fight, it's going everything's way towards GameLab and Boogie especially.
Triple kill already for Boogie, and he wants to go for more. The ace is a possibility, but Ionix actually getting one of those takedowns there. GameLab.Alpha though, no ultimates, no problem. It's easier for them.
Very true. I mean, the thing is too, a while ago, that with the 4 ultimates that they had, they burned the 2 high impact ones, especially that Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper early for a site that was pretty much free for them to take anyways. And that got 2 of that off the board. They still had the lockdown, yes, and the orbital strike for the post plant, but what does it matter when, you know, ZOL can rectify and remove that with an orbital strike of their own?
Yeah, well, this time around they just got the frags, and this forces ZOL Esports to go for the timeout. It's been quite a haze, really, in this series, and I don't blame ZOL for going for that timeout right now, because they were like, guys, we got all the ultimates, we still won the round. This is gonna be a cakewalk, and then suddenly they get triple killed there by Boogie. In this instance, though, I do wonder, what else can ZOL do here to stop GameLab.Alpha and their push? GLab is doing some really good timings, especially against the Cypher. They're trying to catch Batman off guard, put themselves in a better spot, and one thing that GameLab has been able to do is flush out ZOL Esports towards the site, take a lot more space, and make sure that their spike plant is a bit safer than usual.
Well, we're seeing a lot of times that, you know, Batman setups on that Cypher, they're not necessarily placed in a position that somebody on that defense is ready to capitalize off. Yes, the tripwire will get the trip, but who's there to spam the trip after the fact? Who's there to get the kill?
Yeah, makes sense, right? If you're not gonna play off it, might as well just set it up elsewhere. It's intel there for ZOL, but it's not enough in terms of the staying power. And now GameLab.Alpha, B site looking to be the call this time around. ZOL though, putting all their forces already here. They are on an eco state anyway. Kuya Yaoi holding close, especially in that peak just takes a little too long. Not enough jiggle to that dance. GameLab.Alpha with the first frag. Namelix though, yet again, a smoke criminal trying to find a bit of an angle. Classic shots though, not potent enough to get that takedown, and GameLab now move towards A.
Unfortunate there, maybe with a Sheriff that found the pick off of it, but it does send the defense rotating here towards that A in expectation of GameLab's A hit instead. The right idea. They have the Showstopper as well as that Rolling Thunder. If they can get them to bunch up after the stun, who knows what Zin can do.
Indeed, Zin is in a position at least to try and hold close. He has a Showstopper as well, and now the fault line into play as he called. It will be the action here from ZOL, but it still gets absolutely nothing. Instead, Fallex gets everything going in his favor. Batman now with a Cyber Cage to disengage, but Boogie has no fear and pushes him to the grave. It's GameLab now burying ZOL one more time.
I can't believe that he did not get that kill anyways. I think he got the low HP off of him. He tagged him down to 1, but not the kill off of that close here coming from it. How does he even stay alive in that case? Just misfortune here happening for ZOL, but can stop the bleeding here soon. It is an attacker favorite map, heavily on Fracture. We've been saying that, you know, for this entire series, but even more so on a map like Fracture.
They're attacking sided teams. Let's just stop it there. And in the meantime, the stats don't really matter. This is their true first foray into Fracture, and it's GameLab now who is ahead by 3. They go for that tower control. ZOL, though, happy to give it up. This worked a while ago on the pistol, but they might be a bit more dicey now with the rifles. Batman low, but Batman gets to take down Zind. Also the same case as he gets the flank going from the arcade. The Prowler also knows Riches is nearby. He's completely concussed. Can't even handle the push itself. GameLab, though, do fight back and frag back. A Ionix there with a classic in hand, but in the end, it's ZOL who will prevent the spike plant and get the round.
A good shutdown here from ZOL. There's a swift take coming from GameLab towards that arcade. You had the side control, but right in the nick of time, that defense, it rotates around and it gets a flank off as well. The fact that Zind was able to come from that arcade and also kind of like cut down the main power position that GameLab had on their attacking side, it gave him a lot more space for that retake to work towards that Jenny side.
And ZOL Esports, they picked up the pace and they picked up the round. Can they do so yet again? Aggression is the call for both sides. And you can see it there. He now looking to be a bit more contested towards the hallway. GLab, though, a different plan. They have stationed Boogie into the underpass. He's ready with the Nightfall if ever. And not only that, Ionix gonna set up the lockdown too.
Oh, ZOL looking to give it up instead. They know they have no way of denying this. Have some traps within the site. Maybe play off of dodge at Nightfall, but it pushes them even further back. Tripwires are getting a catch, but once again, see nobody really at the ready, and partly due to that lockdown that they had a while ago to deny it.
Yeah, 2 ultimates to push them all the way back, headed towards that A site. No matter with the tripwire, GameLab with the station and with the plant, but Patman, the beginning starts here with Boogie going down. We hear the Rolling Thunder too, but Patman finds a second one on the board. Nateflix also with the kill. It's ZOL now with the advantage. And what can GameLab.Alpha do right now? Owen though, look at the frag out. He gets the volley too, and he has the orbital strike. The tandem though, staying stable even in the tower. Look at that. The console is ready. A single button for victory, but they don't even need it. ZOL will evacuate, and GameLab will take this win.
What a 4v2 here coming in from GameLab. He had the molly perfectly timed, and when it would come, even with the the neural theft here from Patman, just stayed in place because he knew he had that lineup. He's not going to get pushed anytime soon. And when it did come to the push, he gets to spam through the smoke. The molly follows up on the second. And very, very crucially as well, Dreech is able to fend off the push on towards tower. Because he was alive, it had so much more intent here. Split the attention of ZOL, and then the orbital strike as well to cap it off if it ever did come to it. GameLab, what a post-plant hold.
Yeah, exactly that. Since Dreech was alive, Owen wasn't forced to use that orbital strike at any given time. And now ZOL, they felt the pressure of GameLab.Alpha. GameLab making so much space for themselves. And this time around, ZOL will try to use that space to get a bit more of control of any flankers, if ever. But Ionix is already regrouped with the rest of the team. A-site instead ripe for the taking here.
Yeah, nothing to really stop them from taking this A site right now. The plant should go down without much of a hitch. They have that orbital, but I think they're going to try and save it for the retake instead. And how do they use it is the question. They have that Nightfall. They can use it to maybe try and deny the immediate close angles here off of A main, but that will still leave the deep to be spammed.
Yeah, exactly that, right. Main is gonna get hit by a Nightfall, but not really Halls. Instead, the Orbital Strike gonna be there. The Prowler gets connection onto Dreech and Zin will be able to find that takedown. Batman also on the board. Fallex though fighting on back despite the Cybercation. Fallex will get to Showstopper though. Lit, but will not be able to get any hits. And instead, the Sky will crack down onto Kuyayawi, and GameLab.Alpha will win the round.
That was a good idea though here coming from ZOL. They use that Orbital Strike on the deep end of A main to cut off the corner, and then the close, they Prowler it out, they get the kill off of it, and they push forward because they have to, knowing the Orbital Strike was there, but still came in perfect time, and Fall X to get those two, spraying through that smoke as well for the second, just cut down the herd enough for GameLab to secure the round.
Yeah, the culling really of ZOL Esports as GameLab.Alpha make it an 8-4 scoreline as they move towards the defense. But we've seen this script before. We've seen the scoreline on the first half. And how did that end with ZOL Esports winning? There's always a chance, especially if the attacking side gets the pistol. Now ZOL's at the ready. They execute towards that B side. Arcade there's for the taking. Zin thinking about going for tower. And really, Prowlers here thrown by Kuyayawi. Owen swinging. Fallex, though, finds the kill anyway. And does this slow down ZOL Esports? Absolutely not.
No
Patman holds it down all by his lonesome. This is a spawn. And now it's an opening here for ZOL.
Well, he's lucky that he gets a Killjoy down on the Onyx. Otherwise, that turret could have been his last final saying. But I cannot believe he just got 3 there off of that lurk. That's what the Cypher gives you a lot of times. A bit more lurk potential. Because you can chime in on the fight even if you're away from it. Now the 4v2. They lost Kuyayawi early, but it doesn't seem to be a problem here for them.
And Fallex now moving forward. Patman, despite a 4 HP state, gets the 4th kill on the board. Owen, the only one left. Does ZOL even try to go for the ace? No, not gonna happen. Zin instead keeps it strictly professional. And now this is the perfect chance for ZOL to try and do a repeat of that first map.
It's only business, and we got some business to, well, deal with here. Patman willing them across this opening round of the second half just to get them within the fight once more. Timeout called, I believe, by GameLab. Yes, it is. ZOL, they've bought themselves a second opportunity here.
Yeah, ZOL, it really just goes to show there's always that frag potential. You look at Batman, he was able to outfrag both the Reyna and the Jet last time around, and even this time, we were just waiting for some of his setups to really pan out for the kills. Seems like here on the attacking side, him on the lurk, just waiting for GameLab to really push out just in case. Just works out here for ZOL Esports, and with this timeout, I do wonder what's going on to the heads of both ZOL and GameLab, because coming into the attacking side, both sides, they know that the aggressive defense is what is decent here for GameLab as well as ZOL. And with now ZOL on the attack, if Batman can just find those punishes again and again, he's going to be one of the biggest threats here on the GameLab.Alpha side, or rather on the ZOL Esports side.
Because you have that Cypher, you can really start to cut down on the sight lines that GameLab would love to use on the defensive side. Just wondering now, since they are kind of like an attacker-favored team, how does ZOL effectively rectify this? Let's not even forget that that Cage is such a great space-taking tool, even on his lonesome. Now that they're coming towards this bridge pincer, how do they shut this down? Immediately they do.
And that is just unlucky.
Oh
for
no!
Batman. Oh no, even worse for Boogie. Just watches the gun fall on away. Seems like that was a call for Batman. At the same time, since he took that angle right, the initial girder of the rappel, it blocked some of his shots, and really that's why Boogie got that takedown anyway. So GameLab, they have the man advantage, but they don't really have the firepower. Kuya Yaoi gonna be watching out for Folex here. Prowler though gets the chomp. Kuya Yaoi will push it, but the right click still connects. So low on the HP. GameLab very ambitious with these kind of kills here. Black and blue, and Boogie with the takedown onto another one, but Naru of course sees them all lined up, and the Bulldog sprays them all down. 6-8 here for ZOL.
He came pretty close.
Yeah.
ZOL twice there, but ultimately enough. You have a reliable player to shut things down in the end. GameLab, a Bulldog for Aeonix. That didn't seem like he had enough of the utility that he wanted here. A technical pause.
They're trying to get that gun back. Someone needs to pick it up.
Probably like, sir, that was not tournament legal.
Yeah, sir, I dropped my hat from the roller coaster. Can someone get it?
This is not fair.
This is not... I got the kill. I was supposed to pick up that gun, but yeah, quick little
It happens.
breather right now. It happens. When was the last time you lost something from a height? Like, I'm gonna tell you my story because to give you an example. So when I was a kid, I went to Shangri-La the Ball, and I had this cap. I was throwing it, like trying to flip it in the air, and I was by the railing, right? So I was doing that and catching it. I did it a few times, and I threw it, and it fell all the way down. I was the 5th floor. I watched it fall all the way down to the 2nd floor, right in front of a guy. And then he looked up, and I was like, I pointed at my head, be like, can I have my hat back? And then he went upstairs. What a good guy.
I thought he would run away with it.
Nah, I was like 5 or 6. I was very small. So he was like little kid.
I have a very different losing hat story.
Okay.
I was in a Jeep with my baseball cap on. And a buddy of mine was like, can I borrow your hat? And so he wears it, right? With like, you know, backwards where the rim is the back of your head.
Okay,
and
so he's a cool kid.
Yes, in the Jeep. And so some dude, this isn't at night, some snatcher man comes by, pulls it out the window because the rim is, you know, facing backwards, so it's easy to grab. And he just storms off with it as we move in the Jeep. I'm like, well, I guess it's gone. That was the last time I saw that hat.
So was that a no cap story or a no cap?
That was
story?
a no cap. That was a no cap story.
Well, this is good story time. I enjoyed that. And when we talk about this game, you know, this game is pretty wild. I honestly have a lot of expectations of how some of these rounds go, and then suddenly, nope, that's not how it is gonna be. Like what we saw from Batman and what we saw from Aeonix, right? It just happens in this game. Why?
You know, if I could give you the answer, I would.
Okay.
But
That's your
blame
job, by the
Asterai
way.
as he's distracted me with memes as of the moment. My phone started blowing up.
I saw it too. I was like, Darwell has sent you a video. Oh no. I'm trying to do work here, buddy. But, well, we're back to work here, good sir. ZOL and GameLab all ready to go yet again. And speaking of ZOL, Zin, yet again, blast backs now to get the entry going. Him being in that arcade spot actually puts him a bit vulnerable. And GameLab.Alpha instead, they do hold towards that tower. Beyond that first contact, ZOL actually backs on away and are looking to make a play with something else here.
ZOL, they've got some weapons to work with. Sheriffs, never underestimate them, especially when accompanied by these rifles. But the solo peek from Patman, it still works out in his favor with that Bulldog, and games him the neural theft. But he doesn't have the angle to pop it.
They play that arcade just to make that noise, and they're waiting for Patman to find that lurk kill. That's what the transit through underpass was all about in the first place. Dritch, though, now looking towards Dish. ZOL Esports is moving around the map pretty stealthily. But since the neural theft is only usable in the corpse, Dritch, with the wall bang of all things, predicts the push and understands someone's nearby. Of all people, it's Batman who falls, Zolda with a plan.
4v4. Pulspan to come on in on the retake here from GameLab. But the weapons retrieved from ZOL is going to give them that bit more of an edge in this bout. Naru, because he has his fault line still prepped, when the push from GameLab comes, he can stop this. There it goes. Boogie on the trade.
Yeah, speaking of the push, it's GameLab now trying to make it back. Does he expect here towards Dish? Boogie now throwing a line, and eventually Sind will cross it. Fault line though, the call here from afar. Netflix and Naru with a bit of firepower, but Naru actually gets a takedown with the Sheriff. Dritch though, with another one, and GameLab.Alpha, nicely done.
Nicely done for sure on the retake here. 6-9. Nice. Yes. GameLab, they got that Nightfall here. And as I was talking about a while ago, when they had that fault line still up, and in perfect time to stop the retake, it could have been it, you know, to really put them in an awkward position here on the retake GameLab, but ZOL weren't able to time it with that piece of utility, and they were overrun because of it.
And ZOL Esports, they have to be a bit careful right now on how they're gonna try and take these sites. Even though they go for the outmaneuvers, there are a few tells here and there that GameLab.Alpha can exploit. And you know what happened there to Pathman? I feel like that's one reason Riot should now buff neural theft from 6 to 5. Just because.
Who knows? Maybe.
Who knows?
Could be the numbers stack. So what do they mean? The flash. It means that they take that early peek, have to fall back immediately. Patman, he's still waiting here though. Trying to stay on their trail, but I think they're much more ready than he is for this fight. He's punished for it.
Yeah, the double up is clear, and Bogey almost getting caught there. Trying to get a bit more of that intel. Prowler gonna get tossed over in Nightfall right now, courtesy of GameLab, as ZOL Esports are on site. Dritch though finds Kuyayawi in a perfect spot here for the defense to just converge immediately towards A. Dritch with a third, looking for a fourth, but won't find it as Zin will fight back. Aeonix instead in the trade system at the very end. It's 6-10 here for GameLab.Alpha as they just allow ZOL to funnel their way to their own demise here.
My goodness. GameLab starting to run away with this if ZOL cannot put their foot on the brakes. You can see here that there are some good intentions by ZOL. They have some good ideas that they want to convert, but it's GameLab who are a bit more a step ahead, and that recognition of what ZOL's plans are, being able to know that up ahead, or at least have some intuition of what is to come from their opponent, is giving them that extra edge in their decision making when it comes to the actual, you know, kerfuffle of the game.
Yeah, and ZOL seeming to be a bit more predictable here on the attacking side compared to GameLab.Alpha. We've seen, despite the rotations there from ZOL, GameLab is realizing that the linchpin of this attacking side is not really Zint right now, but it's Patman, what he can do on the lurk, what kind of kills he can get, and if GameLab.Alpha can find the Cypher on early, they're gonna have an easier time to handle these few rounds. So timeout now called from ZOL Esports. What worked there on Pearl was how hard they could control main angles, but on Pearl there's only like 2 of them, right? Here on Fracture, there's a multitude of choices, and it's up to ZOL if they can actually use both sides of A, both sides of B to their advantage, or do they just go for the hard hit yet again?
Well, we're gonna have to see if ZOL, maybe the hard hit could be just refined more if that's what they really want to go to. It can be difficult sometimes to default on a map like this, on a map like Fracture, where your rotation between either site is a bit more linear. You either stay in the opposite side of the map or you take that long trek on the silent rope. But Fallex, the shutdown here of Zind is so huge. He doesn't get the follow-up kill immediately, but ultimately still does.
I mean, he isolates Yawi there with a showstopper. No one can push with him. And now GameLab.Alpha looking to already end this round as quickly as possible. Netflix hiding by the crate. Does GameLab.Alpha find him immediately? Ships him out in a coffin. And it's 6-11. GameLab has just been running rampant so far.
6-11. GameLab have absolutely, seemingly here, destroyed the confidence of ZOL to be decisive in these rounds. You see ZOL want to play at a faster pace. They're able to, isolate them and isolate the duelist, in that case being Zind. They smoke off the back. They put a fault line on in as well to try and make sure that, the back part of that push, the back line, cannot come on in and trade him on out. And because of that, GameLab are just really stifling the ideas here as all over and over.
And now GameLab.Alpha picking the pace even more, so hitting the Nitro, and good on Patman to call the disengage early. Now we see ZOL all grouped on up, but Zin taking too much space that he can handle. Aeonix instead with the takedown. Orbital Strike, now the call, allows GameLab.Alpha to try and push towards Tower 2. Twitch with the find, Boogie stay in case, and one more time, ZOL finding the taps instead to fight back. Patman though, he was stuck there towards the side, but he gets the kills alongside Netflix. Doable here, but Twitch will throw those dreams into the trash. And it's all left now to Netflix with his own Orbital Strike. Aeonix though does get halfway. Doable still here for GameLab.Alpha to get the defuse. The tap comes and they want to go for the swing. Aeonix hit, and now it's series point for GameLab.
Oh, the molly there. It did not connect. It was just a bit off of it. Could have bought him the extra time he needed to get that post-plant defuse denial. Unfortunately did not connect in the way that they wanted. ZOL, they have a bit of a rope here to hold on to. Patman has been performing this entire series on all 3 maps, giving them so many different looks that they really needed, but maybe here with the Nightfall, maybe if they can get the pick off and get information first off of the Neural Theft, perhaps that could be what keeps him alive.
But do they even have the time? Because GameLab is already there! In a blink of an eye! ZOL Esports eradicated! Patman is the only one left still standing! But GameLab.Alpha, they've been trying to find the right formula in this series. Sugar, spice, everything nice, and the secret ingredient, chemical aggress. GameLab will take the series 2-1.
What a game, and what a round to close out that match. And look at there, the choking side at the top. They are absolutely elated with that win. A decisive one to keep GameLab in their spot.
Yeah, GameLab.Alpha, statement made, and it's sleepy time for them at the very end. It got just a bit too predictable there that GameLab.Alpha was able to exploit. More and more, you could see those rounds in favor of GameLab.Alpha, and then they would take a step even further, a space even wider, a speed even faster, till ZOL Esports could not handle it whatsoever. Let's check out the stats, but in the end though, you saw those last few rounds there, Black and Blue, it just ramped up more and more in favor of GameLab.
Oh yeah, the confidence, it was really pumping in their veins. And ZOL, they're the ones who just seem to have lacked that extra backing. This GameLab just, you can tell that something has turned up in the air they were really feeling it. The fact that many times on over, how many rounds is that? Like 4 rounds? They would push out on that defense and just get the perfect read on where ZOL were to potentially get the pick, or at least lots of control. That can really get to the back of your heads if you're a team like ZOL.
And Folex there at the end, right? Just all the confidence in the world. It's GameLab.Alpha who takes this series, and some of the highlights that we saw there, just GameLab.Alpha again and again, understanding that they can actually push ZOL to these kind of corners, to these kind of angles, and many a times that when ZOL was able to play well, it was them trying to funnel GameLab.Alpha the same kind of way, but when push came to shove, I feel like GameLab.Alpha had a stronger hand in it, and it really was just because of the amount of space that they would take with Folex, the amount of commitment that they have all together. And while ZOL has a bit of the backup plan with Batman, or sometimes even the Alpha plan itself, to use that rotate, it just wasn't enough firepower to fight back against GameLab.
I mean, what firepower do you have when you got the player like Boogie on the opposing side here, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited? I think more than just firepower, once again, the recognition of what ZOL were doing, having really, rather being a step ahead of that ZOL squad was the big turning point here. We saw some moments there from Patman where he'd give them some life, right? We saw some moments there maybe from Zind where it would be like, okay, he's able to take that space, but they weren't really ultimately able to do much with what they've got because of the fact that GameLab early on, they would continue to hammer and pound them in the round, and just made a much more dysfunctional attacking side here for ZOL.
And with that loss of ZOL Esports, this sets a very strong tone in the standings. It means there are 2 squads at 1-4, 1 squad at 1-5, and there might be a few seeds that are already guaranteed into the playoffs because of it. But of course, the math will be done by all the prod and whatnot. There are still so many games to go, but you can feel that ZOL Esports, Nacague, and RNC, they're going to be fighting for their lives there near the last slot. We're going to toss it over to panel to break it all down, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
Kasama ko si Fluffy02 and of course, Riku! Well, dito sa game na to, man, to be honest, you really thought it's gonna be a 2-0, pero hindi. Nagkamali tayo. I thought it's gonna be a reverse sweep as well, pero hindi. Nagkamali tayo. Sobrang init ng pinakita ng dalawang teams na to, and man, Fluffy, sobrang tindi.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here in the highlights for just in Pearl, I think Zind especially popped off so hard, going 26 kills on that Phoenix. We were talking about him during the head-to-head, and against Folex. And in this map, Folex, on the other hand, not doing his best on Jet for this map. He always has that inconsistent factor, but it really shows on this one.
Yeah, I just wanna say, yung ginawa nga ng ZOL dito is yung composition nila is talagang pang-attackers nga, using that Phoenix na gagawin lang niya is mag-farm V lang siya ng orbs dito for him to use that run it back dito, Vicky.
Oh, I think that's the reason why it was our head-to-head to begin with. It was Zim that was able to pop off. Pero Folex, I feel like it was a different dynamic yung nakita natin sa mapang Pearl. After the switch, it was basically ZOL's time to shine. And I feeling ko yung nag-step up dun sa mapang yun before we move into Icebox was definitely Boogie as well.
Yeah, pero nakita na natin dito yung ZOL nga, diba? They used Astra and a Viper, and a usual Viper and Harbor, and a nice box dito, Fluffy. Ba't kaya?
I think it's just the flexibility, because when you have the Viper, it's a bit more standard, it's easier to play, but also looking at it in general, just having the ability to really play alongside your duelist and play the postman, it's a lot more better options, I think.
Actually, yun nga, diba? Which is ginamit pa nila yung Reyna as well, yung ginamit nga ni Kuya. Pero pagdating naman dito sa game number 3, kitang-kita natin yung mga huge impact plays. It's been really, really intense. And when Folex is awake, Folex delivers, Ricky.
Sobra. I think one common thing, as we'll take a look into the series, kung bakit nanalo din yung GameLab, is that not only do we see like a bunch of highlight reels from Folex, but also a lot of highlight plays from each and every player. If we look at some of the KDAs, they're actually very, very close in numbers, which means that, again, the victories that we've seen today from GameLab is, again, a culmination of the teamwork as a squad, itong GameLab na to. And it's so nice to see them in a double duelist scenario and as well as a sole duelist setup. And nakita natin si Folex, sobrang, especially sa pinakadulo, sobrang nakakatakot siya.
Actually, sabay pa nga tayong ginawa natin yun. Sobrang nag-react tayo dun sa ginawang Folex with a double satchel, tapos 3 agad na napatay niya, aiming for that ace, pero inagaw nung isa. So kung kasi Folex, unfriend mo na kung sino man yun eh. But yeah, makikita natin ngayon, Folex, without raise, of course, syempre being the MVP of this game. I mean, syempre, napag-usapan natin back then na si Folex nga, if ever he is really awake, nagde-deliver siya. Pero pag hindi, medyo kinukulang lang din pala. Pero right now, at least, sobrang palong-palo siya dito ngayon sa game na to. Fluff.
I think you can see both sides of the coin throughout this series. You know, ZOL is the type of team that goes a distance, and because of that, we can see that Folex in the first game, you know, not doing so hot, but in the latter games, wow, he's really one of the insane duelists so that you kind of know him from the entire run for GameLab. And like Riku said, just a squad that can aim together. They play their plan. It's not so complicated. It's kind of basic, but it's also straightforward enough that if they just do their job, if they're able to do their role, they really can just win out these rounds.
Pero ito, I mean, sobrang solid na pinaka dito ng ZOL because adding Kuya Yawi and Netflix dito sa team nila, meron talagang significant na firepower na na-add nga sa side nga ng ZOL Esports. And feeling ko doon medyo nayanig yung GLab pagdating nga ng game number 1. You're really hoping na ito 2-0 nga ng ZOL Esports to kasi ito talaga yung time na kailangan talaga nilang melalo. Pero as you can see, that is GameLab already winning this best of 3 series. So, punta tayo sa game number 3, doon nga sa Fracture, which is ito yung mapa na minsan lang nilang laruin. Literal. 4th time na iban ng, not 4th time, pero 4 times nang binan nga ng ZOL Esports and 3 times nang binan nga ng side ng GameLab. But yeah, nakita nga natin na sobrang lakas pala nitong dalawang team na to. Pero I think it's time for us to check out the standings na nagalaw ba ang ating leaderboard. Sino na ba ang 7 to 8 plays? Sino na ba yung mga nakakuha and nakasilat ng mga magandang pwesto dito? As you can see, Rambutan ni Tatay and si SR Nacague at least umakyat siya ng isa, and Rambutan ni Tatay sila ngayon yung bumaba ngayon, Fluff.
But in fairness to them, though, they also have played their 6th game. So there's a lot of chances for this to still kind of adjust over the course. But for the bottom 4 teams, for sure, it's going to be a contention of who's going to be in that danger zone of the last 2 teams. Because every team here just wants to move on throughout the rest of the tournament.
If ever ikaw, Rick, I'm gonna ask you, sino ba sa tingin mo mapupunta ata sa 6th place or sa 6th place or 5th place? Do you think SR Nacague ba or ZOL Esports? Ang rabutin na natin kasi isang match lang naman yung kailangan nilang laruin. Pero yeah, medyo mainit ang question ko. ZOL Esports or SR Nacague for them to get the 6th place?
Oo nga, napakahirap ng question na pinigay mo sa akin. Because honestly, it's just really, really close. Pero because yung nakita natin na SR Nacague tsaka kay ZOL Esports, they both have only played, kumbaga, at their 5th game. So, are you asking me if kaya pa nilang humabol kay MVP tsaka kay GameLab.Alpha?
Yeah, parang prediction lang. Bold prediction mo lang. Kumbaga, parang
Sa tingin ko, sa dalawang team na nasabi ko, ang feeling ko ang pwedeng umalis sa danger zone ay si Abangan. Joke lang. Sabihin ko feeling ko si ZOL.
Si ZOL. Then, si ZOL yung makakapasok.
Yes.
Alright. So, yun yung...
hot take na lang siguro.
Yun yung bold prediction ni Miss Ricky. Pero yun nga, meron pa naman silang 2 games so far. So, kailangan nating antayin yun dahil marami pa namang araw. Marami pang araw pa naman na pupuntahan, of course, itong VCTPH, of course. And before natin i-end yung araw na ito, before tayo mag-sponsors, meron ba kayong any last words na gustong sabihin dito sa nangyaring day na to, Fluff?
Good luck na lang to Rambutan ni Tatay. Kaya niya yan. One game, let's go. I think they're playing Oasis as well. So, you know, good luck.
Medyo masakit di ba?
Kaya yan.
Kaya yan. How about you, Ricky?
Ako, natutuwa ako, nakikita ko na yung mga teams be more, I guess, braver encountering Fracture. Kasi feeling ko kasi, sa teams natin ngayon, dalawa yung parang praktisado na sa mapang ito at ayun ay Naos tsaka Oasis. So parang they're already thinking ahead. They're already thinking of the playoffs, kumbaga.
Pero makikita natin yan, di ba? Sabi nga ng Rambutan ni Tatay, meron pa naman sila Oasis, di ba? So, save the best for last. Save the best for last, kumbaga. Pero, yeah, to end the day, ladies and gentlemen, maraming salamat sa mga nanonood. And of course, A big shoutout sa ating mga sponsors for today. VCTPH Split 2 is made possible by Riot Games and Mineski Philippines.
And of course, since matatapos na yung araw, if you guys still haven't had your dinner, you can always get your Grab food and celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day if you subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free for your first month.
Late dinner yarn and as well as a midnight snack. Yes, sir. And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. And yun nga, 'di ba? Kasi before natin i-end ulit, last na to. Kasi meron ako sinabi kanina, 'di ba? Ano, Ricky, ano yung pinakamalalim na Tagalog word na maiisip mo na ma-share mo sa amin ngayon?
Naku, akala ko nakakalimutan mo na. Okay, napag-isipan ko na to ng mabuti.
Ano?
Kasalukuyan.
Kasalukuyan.
O, diba?
Wow.
Kasalukuyan.
Malalim ba yun?
I think so.
Kasi sa akin, hindi ko ginagamit sa everyday use.
Okay. How about you, Fluffy?
Honestly, I thought you'd forget about this question. I didn't search. What's the top of it? Patid.
Nag-search yan.
Ayun. Actually, nararamdaman ko na, okay, meron pa naman tayong next day. So tomorrow, if ever magpapanel ka tomorrow, sasabihin mo yan kay Taylor kasi sila yung makakasama nyo. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been your day 9 ng VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Sobrang init ka. Congratulations to all the winners sa ating first series and second series. For the last time, kami nga pala ngayong panelists. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is, of course, Fluffy02 and Rico right here. Thank you very much for watching. See you again tomorrow.
Never